Chapter 38-25. Don't waste your energy, I have no more hope. My spiritual soul is shattered, my dantian is torn apart, there is nothing you can do. From now on I am Qing Luo, I will always be Qing Luo. Farewell Qinjiang. Even though Luo Qing was in great pain, she was very happy because from this moment on, she didn't owe anything to Luo God clan and Emperor Luo Yun anymore. She had already thought that Emperor Luo Yun might have his own plans and she was just a chess piece for him. However, when she was out of Emperor Luo Yun's control, her heart was completely liberated. She just wanted to be an ordinary person, a simple Qing Luo, and have nothing to do with the Luo clan anymore. Jiang Chen felt bitter. He had wronged Qing Luo from the beginning. Although she was Luo Qing, her heart had always been Qing Luo. A pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks on the brink of death, how pitiful. Unfortunately, I, Emperor Luo Yun, have never been a kind man. Kindness is useless. Emperor Luo Yun sneered as he looked at the tortoiseshell on the 8 trigrams platform. Is this the He Tu Luo Shu profound yellow dragon armor? Emperor Luo Yun was extremely excited. This was the ancient inheritance of the Luo God clan, a peerless treasure of the Luo God clan. It is said that the He Tu Luo Shu can change the heavens and earth. The profound yellow dragon armor can peer into the boundless heavens and earth. This time let's see who can compete with me. I, Emperor Luo Yun, will definitely soar and become the strongest expert. Emperor Luo Yun's voice was deafening, but at this moment, Luo Qing's aura had disappeared. Jiang Chen's heart trembled as he slowly raised his head. His eyes were red and filled with killing intent. Emperor Luo Yun, I will make you pay with your blood. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Emperor Luo Yun turned around and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. A coward who hides behind a woman, do you think you're fit to fight me? However, Jiang Chen did not waste any more words with him. Instead he directly rushed up. The heavenly dragon sword was like a flying immortal, moving unhindered, galloping across the world with a peerless momentum. The limitless sword was silent, and the soaring cloud sword intent was unstoppable. Jiang Chen was like a steel giant. The moment he rushed towards Emperor Luo Yun, Emperor Luo Yun was pushed back. Emperor Luo Yun's attack was like hitting a mountain of metal, it was not effective at all. Instead, Jiang Chen's sword slashed down on Emperor Luo Yun's shoulder. Emperor Luo Yun tried to block the attack with both of his palms. However, the combination of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword was too strong. Jiang Chen, who was enraged, pushed the strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants to the peak and slashed Emperor Luo Yun's shoulder. Emperor Luo Yun gasped. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so overbearing. Get out of my way. Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Chen was too strong and he couldn't resist it at all. The soaring heaven sword intent was unstoppable and indestructible. Emperor Luo Yun was forced back by Jiang Chen after more than 10 moves. He didn't dare to face the sword head-on. Jiang Chen was like a steel giant, fearless and ferocious. Emperor Luo Yun finally felt that he was in a tough situation. Jiang Chen did not give him any chance to take a breather. Every strike was as natural as the heavens themselves. However, Emperor Luo Yun could only face Jiang Chen's attacks head-on because he had nowhere to run. 24 moves of sword. Jiang Chen held the heavy sword in his hand and swept across the sky. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The wind and clouds surged and trembled in all directions. Don't! Emperor Luo Yun exclaimed. He wanted to run away but there was nowhere for him to run. Jiang Chen's sword aura was too terrifying. Once again, Emperor Luo Yun tried to block it with both of his hands. This time his arm was completely chopped off. Emperor Luo Yun's expression became gloomy and he retreated in fear. Bastard, you dare to hurt me? The God Luo clan will never let you go. Emperor Luo Yun roared fiercely. He did not dare to confront Jiang Chen as this Emperor Realm fellow was a great threat to his life. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. You don't have a way out. The God Luo clan is not worth mentioning in my eyes. They can't be compared to Qing Luo. Since you killed Qing Luo, a life for a life. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and smashed it down. Emperor Luo Yun's chest was penetrated by Jiang Chen's punch. Bone spikes protruded out from his flesh. It was a terrifying sight. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Emperor Luo Yun's face was pale and blood was gushing out of his body. He was in great pain but he was not willing to just sit there and wait for his death. His palm strike was still swift and fierce, but Jiang Chen's punch managed to shatter his arm. That steel-like body and willpower made Jiang Qin even more furious. He was like a tiger that had grown wings and was unstoppable. Emperor Luo Yun was defeated by the dragon transformation divine mightiness. Emperor Luo Yun did not have any chance to fight back. Emperor Luo Yun saw that the situation wasn't good. He tried to escape with his soul. You want to leave? You won't be able to. You'll have to pay with your life for Qing Luo. Jiang Qin grabbed Emperor Luo Yun's neck tightly and moved his soul. Soul movement light. Jiang Qin casted the Great Yu soul-forming light and instantly sealed Emperor Luo Yun's divine soul. No matter how Emperor Luo Yun screamed, he still couldn't escape his fate. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with sorrow. Qing Luo's soul was shattered and her dantian was torn apart. She had lost her life. Jiang Qin didn't believe it and used the myriad qi to prolong Qing Luo's life. However, it was meaningless now. When Jiang Qin turned around, he found out that Qing Luo's body had already entered the 8 trigrams platform. A green light was hovering around Qing Luo's body. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with astonishment. Could it be that Qing Luo still has a chance? Jiang Qin's heart was filled with excitement. Qing Luo's body became dazzling as she entered the 8 trigrams platform. The green light seemed to be healing her body. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. I hope you can stand up again. Jiang Qin murmured, his heart rekindled with boundless hope. However, at this moment Qing Luo's body was sucked into the 8 trigrams platform and disappeared. The profound yellow dragon shell He Tu and Luo Shu fell to the ground. Jiang Qin grabbed it and his eyes were filled with doubt. What kind of secret was hidden in the He Tu and Luo Shu? What kind of inheritance did it hold? Maybe Qing Luo's prophecy was all in there. Jiang Qin held the He Tu and Luo Shu tightly. Although it was smooth, it was a huge tortoise shell. There were obscure inscriptions on the tortoise shell that Jiang Qin couldn't understand. Chapter 38-26. Jiang Qin guarded the 8 trigram stage for 10 years. His cultivation had already reached the late Emperor realm and he was only a step away from the Emperor realm. But the 8 trigram stage didn't change at all. Suddenly, the 8 trigram stage trembled and Jiang Qin locked his brows as he stared at the 8 trigram stage. Qinjiang, leave. I might not wake up anytime soon. My injuries are too severe. This 8 trigram stage was left behind by the ancestor of my Luo god clan. Can help me get through this crisis. As for the river diagram in the Book of Luo, take it with you. Don't let the Luo god clan find out about it. Everything you want to know is in the river diagram in the Book of Luo. Take care of yourself, I'll find you one day. Qing Luo's voice calmed Jiang Qin down. At least he knew that Qing Luo wasn't dead. She was still alive, but she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. After Qing Luo finished her words, the 8 trigram stage calmed down. All right. You're alone. Take care. Jiang Qin knew that he had no idea how long it would take for Qing Luo to wake up if he continued to guard this place. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with determination. He finally broke through the water and left the Luo River. But when he appeared at the Luo River, he noticed several silhouettes waiting for him on the Luo River. Brat, you must be tired of living to dare to behave atrociously in my Luo god clan. Are you related to Emperor Luo Yun's death? I think he's the one who killed the Cloud Emperor. I can sense the Cloud Emperor's aura from him. That's right. We can't let this brat live. The 4 experts of the God Luo clan stood on his left and right, which made Jiang Qin extremely serious. Because all 4 of them were at the venerable Emperor realm, they were extremely strong. Jiang Qin once again understood the dreadfulness of the God Luo clan. It was no wonder that the God Luo clan was one of the ancient god clans. One could imagine the strength of the God Luo clan. But the 4 of them were filled with killing intent for Jiang Qin. They had been waiting for him for a long time. I killed Emperor Luo Yun. Let's see if you can catch up to me first. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. He stepped on a shadow and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. Chase. We can't let him escape. That fellow might be carrying a treasure of our Luo god clan. Luo Yunqian spoke in a solemn voice. When Emperor Luo Yun's ancestral shrine was destroyed, they had already rushed over. However, they couldn't find the door and could only wait here, hoping to find the culprit behind Emperor Luo Yun's death, hoping to find some clues. From the looks of it, they were right to wait here. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. They had not waited in vain. 4 streaks of light soared into the sky and chased after him. Jiang Qin sneered and pushed the Great Void technique to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 miles away. Jiang Qin headed towards the north while the four of them chased after him. Jiang Qin frowned. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to get rid of these four Emperor Realm experts. The northernmost land was the border of the Northern Cold Divine region. Jiang Qin was filled with emotions when he returned to the Northern Cold Divine region. His father was still in the Northern Cold Divine region. Those seniors and juniors who fought alongside him and the plants and trees of the Profound Feng sect were all deeply attached to him. Where do you think you're going? You must die if you want to go against the Luo God clan. Luo Yunchen took the lead and chased after Jiang Qin. He had no intention of letting Jiang Qin go. They would not give up even if they had to go to the ends of the world. To these old men, time was just a fleeting cloud. As long as they could catch Jiang Qin, everything would be worth it. Jiang Qin, I finally found you. I didn't expect you to come to the Northern Cold Divine region. A thunderous voice reverberated in the void. Jiang Qin frowned. He was shocked by this terrifying power. It was even stronger than Emperor Luo Yun. Even the four Emperor Realm experts of the Luo clan might not be able to compete with him. This voice was accompanied by the supreme dignity of a powerhouse and boundless glory. It seems like there's more than one person who wants to kill me. Jiang Qin's lips curled up slightly. There was a strong enemy in front of him and a pursuer behind him. At this moment he had no way out. A blood-red figure appeared in the sky and blocked Jiang Qin's way. Who are you? Jiang Qin frowned. The number of enemies he had was more than 10 million. Even he himself was puzzled. It seemed like this guy came in a threatening manner and was extremely powerful. This person's strength was not any weaker than Di Shi Tian. Jiang Qin's face was extremely solemn. You've killed so many people of the Martial Dan Hall. If I don't capture you and bring you to justice, how can I shock the heroes of the world and establish the prestige of the Martial Dan Hall? Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's eyes were cold as he stared at Jiang Qin. In the blink of an eye, four figures appeared behind him. This made Jiang Qin's heart sink to the bottom. Wind Chaser, Lightning, Yao Yu and Bai Yun. The four divine generals of the Martial Dan Hall were all at the peak Emperor realm. Jiang Qin knew that he had no way out of this battle. Now you should know what to do. Follow me back to the Martial Dan Hall. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon stood with his hands behind his back. He had already regarded Jiang Qin as a dead man. However, when he saw that Jiang Qin was not even an emperor, he was slightly disappointed. So many Emperor Realm experts died in Jiang Qin's hands. In the end, this guy's strength was just trash? It was indeed a waste for him to take action personally. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. If you have the ability, just take action. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Extremely noisy? Jiang Qin will be waiting for you. Jiang Qin stood with his sword, his eyes were cold. He was fearless even though he was a late Sovereign Realm expert. Even though he knew that he was no match for his opponent, he still wanted to fight till the last one. Even Sakura himself was fearless, let alone him. You don't know what's good for you. Heavenly Lord Qiyu shook his head. His murderous aura spread across 100,000 miles. Countless people of the Northern Cold Divine region were dumbfounded as they stared at the Supreme Heavenly Lord in the sky. They felt that the sky had darkened and even breathing became difficult. Do it. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon harumphed. Wind Chaser, Lightning, Yao Yu and Bai Yun, the four divine generals of the Martial Dan Hall, were about to take action against Jiang Qin. However, they were stopped. Heavenly Venerate, please show mercy. Luo Yunchen and the other four Emperor Realm experts arrived quietly. They smiled and looked at Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon in shock. Luo Yunchen knew about Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon. This guy was the mainstay of the Martial Dan Hall. He was a supreme expert that existed since ancient times. God Luo Clan? Chapter 38-27. Today no one can stop me from killing this bastard. Heavenly Sovereign, you've misunderstood. Heavenly Sovereign's might is unparalleled, so we naturally don't dare to disobey you. However, Jiang Qin has taken away our Luo God clan's ultimate treasure. How can we let him go? Therefore we're here to kill Jiang Qin, not to save him. As long as we get our Luo God clan's ultimate treasure, we'll leave immediately. In the future we'll definitely pay a visit to the Martial Pellet Hall to thank you, Heavenly Sovereign. Luo Yunchen smiled. He had no choice but to lower his head. With Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon's strength, Even if the four of them joined forces, they might not have an absolute chance of winning. The Luo God clan and the Martial Pellet Hall were both prestigious clans, so Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon wouldn't completely disrespect the Luo God clan. Alright, you can take him away, but he must be dead. Today Jiangchen won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Wind Chaser, Lightning, Yao Yu, Bai Yun and friends from the Luo God clan, let's kill this bastard together. Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon's words made Luo Yunchen's eyes light up. It seemed that Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon didn't completely fall out with them and join forces against Jiangchen. They just wanted to tear Jiangchen into pieces. Thank you, Heavenly Sovereign. Luo Yunchen looked at Jiangchen with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with the aura of death. Since that's the case, then come. I'd like to see if you can kill me, Jiangchen here. Jiangchen stood with his arms crossed and said with interest. Among these people, there was only one who posed a real threat to him, and that was Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon. However, Luo Yunchen and the other Middle Emperor Realm experts weren't easy to deal with either. Jiangchen knew that he would most likely lose this battle, but there was no way to escape. He could only fight with his life on the line. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Humph. With a wave of Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's hand, Luo Yunchen and the others joined forces with Wind Chaser, Lightning, Yao Yu and Bai Yun, the four divine generals of the Martial Pellet Hall. The 8 powerhouses rushed towards Jiangchen. Isn't it easy to die? Let me help you. Luo Yunchen sneered and rushed to the front. The 4 Emperor Realm Masters of the Luo God clan were all extremely powerful and their auras were unstoppable. Terrifying airwaves were unleashed one after another, completely sealing Jiangchen within. Jiangchen directly performed the dragon transformation technique and the ancient soaring dragon technique. His strength was close to that of a venerable sovereign. He threw a heavy punch at Luo Yunchen. Jiangchen's fist momentum was monstrous. Sword shadows filled the air as Jiangchen attacked from both sides. Luo Yunchen hadn't expected that Jiangchen would be able to force him to retreat. Luo Yunchen's strength kept rising, and it was now no different from a venerable emperor. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Jiangchen threw a seal and hit Lightning and Wind Chaser. The two of them moved forward steadily. Even though they were hit, they still rushed forward fearlessly. As the divine generals of the Martial Pellet Hall, the 4 of them were peerless experts personally trained by Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon. They wouldn't be defeated so easily. Luo Yunchen led many experts and joined forces. Jiangchen's face was gloomy. He exerted all his strength to fight against the 4 Peak Emperor Realm and 4 Emperor Realm Masters of the middle stage. The 24 moves of sword were exquisite and its sword momentum was unparalleled. However, facing the siege of 4 people, Jiangchen was still staggering. He could be seriously injured at any time. He could only retreat in order to advance and defend instead of attack. The situation was very critical. 24 moves of sword, extreme rebirth. The heavenly dragon sword roared with the limitless sword, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even Luo Yunchen, a middle-stage Emperor Realm Master, didn't dare to be careless. This sword attack brought out Jiangchen's strength to its peak. Terrifying airwaves rolled like waves. Boundless sword intent was rapidly reborn in the state of extreme rebirth, turning into even more terrifying sword blades that slashed the heavens. The strength of Jiangchen's body was unparalleled under the dragon transformation. Even though he was only a late great emperor, he was still able to fight the frenzied attacks of these fellows in an orderly manner. Even though he was fighting 1 against 8, he was still calm and composed. Layers upon layers of attacks came one after another. Jiangchen changed his tactics in an instant, replacing defense with offense. He started to counterattack crazily. If he kept retreating, it would only make his situation worse. He might even be completely suppressed and have no strength to fight back. What Jiangchen wanted was to conquer all changes with consistency. The limitless sword was unparalleled and endless. At this moment, the 24 moves of sword underwent another qualitative transformation. Jiangchen's heart was filled with ecstasy. Under the surging pressure, Jiangchen was reborn in a desperate situation. It was like the true meaning of the 24 moves of sword. In a desperate situation, he began to show his strength. Although the 24 moves of sword was very difficult to attack, Jiangchen could feel that the 25 moves of sword was close at hand. However, Jiangchen still needed to change it bit by bit and discover it bit by bit. The 24 moves of sword was getting stronger and stronger. Although it had not completely broken through the shackles and reached his ideal state, it was still full of gratifying power. The combination of the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Limitless Sword was seamless. If there were not too many opponents, Zhou Xian would be exhausted. He was even confident that he could defeat Luo Yunqian within 10 moves. Unfortunately, these people were too shameless. The 8 great experts joined forces to attack. Even the God Luo clan and the Martial Dan Hall, who had no relationship with each other, also cooperated at this time, which made Zhou Xian complain incessantly. However, with the greater the pressure, the stronger his motivation became. The more he fought, the more courageous he became and the more powerful he became. Good lad, so many experts can't kill you. It seems that you are a talent. Heavenly Master Scarlet Moon said with a smile. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was impermanence. If they were really defeated, then it would be his turn. As the Heavenly Master of the Martial Dan Hall, he would not easily make a move. Wind chasing, lightning, moon beckoning, get into formation. Bai Yun's face was cold and murderous. The 4 of them looked at each other and started to form a formation. In an instant it enveloped Zhou Xian. After the 4 of them formed the formation, their strength obviously increased a lot. It even brought great trouble to Zhou Xian, and the Limitless Sword also increased gradually. Good timing. Zhou Xian sneered. He never cared about the changes of the formation. He was a formation grandmaster. There was nothing in the world that he could not break. The formation of these 4 people was just a combination formation to fight against the enemy and increase their strength. If he wanted to break it, it could be broken with just a thought. It was nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, Luo Yunqian and the others were his current threat. For Emperor middle stage experts were quite difficult for Zhou Xian. He had to go all out and dare not be careless. Limitless Sword, advance without limit. Chapter 38-28. Zhou Xian pushed Luo Yunqian back again and again and started a crazy counterattack. Zhou Qian's swordsmanship were perfectly integrated. The more he fought, the fiercer the Limitless Sword became. Zhou Xian was unstoppable. Zhou Qian's Heavenly Dragon Sword had fused perfectly with him. Currently, no one could stop the momentum of his sword. Although it was still the 24 moves of sword, the slightest difference could lead to 1,000 miles difference. A slight difference was enough to kill Zhui Feng, Lightning, Yao Yu, Bai Yun and the others and send them to Avicii hell. Be careful. Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon's eyes flickered. Before Zhou Xian arrived, the sword shadow had already descended from the sky and cut the reincarnation. The moment Zhui Feng, Lightning, Yao Yu and Bai Yun raised their heads, Zhou Qian's sword had already pierced through their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere and their heads were sent flying. 4 peak Sovereign Realm experts were killed with a single slash. The speed of the slash was shocking and unparalleled. Zhou Qian's attack was unparalleled. Luo Yunqian took a deep breath because in the blink of an eye, Zhou Qian had attacked him again. The people of the God Luo clan were all holding their breath and waiting. Damn it! Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon clenched his fists tightly. It was already too late when he saw Zhou Qian's movement. It was useless to tell them. Wherever the sword shadow passed, not even a blade of grass was left. 10 li of rivers and 100 li of forests were left in dead silence. 4 peak Sovereign Realm experts had fallen just like that. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon didn't expect that Zhou Xian would kill all 4 of the divine generals of Martial Dan Palace before he even took any action. In any case, those people were all top-notch experts that he had personally nurtured. But in Zhou Qian's hands they were so weak and vulnerable. Lord Heavenly Sovereign, what are you waiting for? Luo Yunqian was worried because he was worried that Zhou Qian would attack with all his strength at this time. Even they were in a bad situation. Although Zhou Qian was only a late-stage martial emperor, even a mid-stage martial emperor like him was no match for his terrifying strength. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's face was gloomy. The 4 experts of the Martial Elixir Hall had been killed by Zhou Qian right under his nose. He was also very displeased and embarrassed. Today I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to relieve the hatred in my heart. The glory of the Martial Dan Hall is inviolable. Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon took a step forward. Just like soccer, she was unstoppable. However, Zhou Qian had broken through to the late-stage Emperor realm. Although the gap between them wasn't small, Zhou Qian wouldn't be helpless against Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon. Luo Yunqian was overjoyed. With Empyrean Scarlet Moon taking action, things would be much easier. Killing Xianxia was just around the corner. Originally, as long as he took action, he would definitely be able to kill Xianxia quickly. Unfortunately, Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon was too arrogant, or rather Xianxia was too abnormal. Who would have thought that even they couldn't do anything to him? Then all of you can die for me. Xianxia was as still as a mountain. His eyes were like torches as he clenched the Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand tightly. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon had taken action. His life and death battle had just begun. Humph, reckless guy. Let's see how long you can be arrogant now that Heavenly Venerate has taken action. Luo Yunchen shouted angrily and took the lead to attack, opening a path for Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon. Then I'll start with you. Xianxia formed seals in his hand and attacked with the Open Heaven Seal. Open Heaven Seal. Open Heaven Seal. Envy Heaven Seal. Xianxia used 3 seals together and the power of Dao accumulation swept across the sky. Luo Yunchen and the others' faces changed. Xianxia's power of Dao accumulation was becoming more and more terrifying. At this moment, facing the oppression of the Open Heaven Seal, Luo Yunchen and the others were no match for Xianxia at all. They could only retreat in defeat. Heavenly Venerate, save me. Luo Yunchen shouted in a low voice. There was no way to retreat. In the face of Xianxia's Dao accumulation seal, not to mention Luo Yunchen, even Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon had a solemn look on his face. His subordinates Shui Feng, Lightning, Yao Yu and Bai Yun were already dead, but they were still alive? How could Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon not be angry? Although they had joined hands to fight against Xianxia, in Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's mind, he alone was enough to deal with Xianxia. He didn't need Luo Yunchen and the others at all, so their life and death had nothing to do with him. The 3 Dao accumulation seals attacked from the sky. Luo Yunchen and the other 4 people of the God Luo clan were shocked and kept retreating as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the oppression of the power of Dao accumulation was far from what the world Yuanqi could compare with. It was a kind of Dao accumulation pressure that came from the depths of the soul. Once the Dao accumulation appeared, the world changed color. Luo Yunchen and the others didn't have the power of Dao accumulation. Even if they had reached the Emperor realm, they couldn't comprehend their own Dao accumulation. Therefore they were helpless against Xianxia, who had his own Dao accumulation Emperor realm Dao accumulation expert. However, Luo Yunchen wasn't willing to give up. He went all out to seek a chance of survival. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Die. Those who kill will be killed by others. If you didn't kill me and kept forcing me, why would I, Xianxia, be your enemy? Xianxia looked on coldly. Seeing the 4 people being completely suppressed by the Dao accumulation seals and struggling, he looked calm. Even Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon didn't have the slightest intention to help them. However, Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon attacked Xianxia from behind without any scruples about his Heavenly Venerate identity. In his opinion, as long as he could kill the enemy, it would be enough. What was the difference between a conspiracy and an open conspiracy? Dead people wouldn't care so much. No. Luo Yunchen's face turned pale and he complained incessantly. However, the horror of the 3 Dao accumulation seals was completely beyond their expectations. In the face of Xianxia's heaven-dominating Dao accumulation, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The 3 seals overlapped and didn't give Luo Yunchen and the others the slightest chance. Finally, the moment the seals fell, the 4 people's bodies and souls were completely destroyed by the Dao accumulation and turned into ashes. Xianxia's expression turned serious and he quickly retreated. The palm seal of Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon was far more powerful than Luo Yunchen and the others could compare. That kind of terrible power could even smash a mountain into ashes in an instant. Xianxia countered the attack with his fist, but his steps were messed up and he was forced to take a few dozen steps back. He could feel a burning sensation coming from his fist and he didn't dare to be careless. You're really cruel and merciless. However, if you want to kill me, it depends on how strong you are. Xianxia was awe-inspiring and fearless. He formed another seal with his hand and the 4th Dao accumulation seal rushed to the top of the void. Black Heaven Seal. Do you think that you only have the power of your Dao accumulation? Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon snorted coldly and punched the world. Evil Moon Great Way, Return of the Heavens. 1,000 miles of moon will condense my Dao accumulation. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon punched out with a fierce Dao accumulation. The half moon was like a hook and was full of murderous intent. The Black Heaven Seal collided with Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's Dao Accumulation Divine Fist. Even Xianxia didn't expect that he would be knocked back again because he had never met such a powerful master and the power of the Dao accumulation was so exaggerated. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Although Xianxia's Dao accumulation was terrifying, the Black Heaven Seal was not enough to make up for such a big gap between them. Chapter 38-29. Xianxia looked serious and did not dare to be negligent. In the face of Heavenly Master Red Moon's Dao accumulation, Xianxia took a deep breath. His face was incomparably solemn. The battle was imminent and he was afraid that he would have to use all his strength. In this battle he did not have any reinforcements to speak of. If he was defeated, it was likely that he would die here. Therefore he must defeat Heavenly Master Red Moon. Moon like a hook, divine accumulation formed by heaven. Heavenly Master Red Moon's fist surged and surged. Each of his moves was ruthless and the power of Dao accumulation poured out. The terrifying divine fist of the Great Path was majestic and unstoppable. Red Heaven Seal. Xianxia's mind and spirit were one, and his Dao accumulation was endless. Although his strength was not as good as Heavenly Master Red Moon's, his Dao accumulation was unusually strong. Dao accumulation was released one after another, and the Red Heaven Seal soared in the sky. The seal technique was matchless and silent. The Heaven Expansion Seal used Dao accumulation to evolve the Heavenly Spirit Impermanence. It used heaven and earth as the beginning of the seal technique to activate the powerful power of Dao accumulation. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon's pupils shrunk. Each seal of Xianxia's Rising Heaven Seal was stronger than the previous one. Even for Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon, the pressure was quite strong. As soon as the fifth seal was unleashed, Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon could feel the pressure. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's Dao accumulation was stronger than his. If it wasn't because of the difference in strength, he would probably be more miserable than Xianxia. What a good Xianxia! What a terrifying Dao accumulation! Heavenly Master Red Moon's mind raced. In the face of Xianxia's terrifying heaven-soaring Dao accumulation, he knew that his Dao accumulation was completely inferior. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He did not expect that his opponent's Dao accumulation could be so strong. What kind of Dao was his Great Path? However, even though he was shocked, Heavenly Master Red Moon did not dare to be careless. Fighting against Xianxia was a matter of life and death. The slightest mistake could lead to failure on the verge of success. Now, all four of his subordinates had been obliterated. Even the four Emperor Venerable Realm Luo God Clan Middle Stage Masters couldn't escape. Now he was his only hope. However, he relied on the fact that his strength was higher than Xianxia's by a whole great realm. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Heavenly Master Red Moon knew that he must not underestimate Xianxia at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a loss. Xianxia's Dao accumulation was so terrifying and powerful that it could completely crush him in terms of Dao accumulation. The two complemented each other, which was why the battle was in full swing. Xianxia's fifth seal did not disappoint him. The Scarlet Heaven Seal completely repelled Heavenly Master Red Moon. Xianxia's breathing became heavy and his Dao accumulation was constantly released. His body had become more and more tense. Heavenly Master Red Moon's strength was extraordinary and he had Dao accumulation. However, Xianxia's Dao accumulation was also very precious. Although they seemed to be evenly matched, Xianxia had completely reversed the situation with his Dao accumulation. Otherwise, the gap between his strength would be too great. However, this time, Xianxia had already begun to prepare the Ashura sword formation. As long as he could withstand the final blow, killing Heavenly Master Red Moon would be a piece of cake. It just depended on how long he could persist. Previously, when he fought against Deity, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the final battle, he was just a hair's breadth away from killing Deity. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to his wishes. With Xianxia's strength, supporting the Ashura sword formation was like trying to put out a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. I didn't expect you to have some skills. However, it's impossible for you to compete with me. The Marshal Dan Hall will never let you get away scot-free. Today's enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. I'm going to capture you and bring you back to the Marshal Dan Hall to let everyone see how a bastard like you will be killed. Heavenly Master Red Moon said fiercely. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he constantly attacked Xianxia. His divine fists were awe-inspiring. Facing the continuous attacks of Heavenly Master Red Moon, Xianxia was completely unable to completely release it. Although his own Dao accumulation was completely above Heavenly Master Red Moon's, Heavenly Master Red Moon's Dao accumulation was more solid, and his strength was even more abnormal. Xianxia could only passively defend. The power of one blow seemed strong, but it forced Xianxia to face the multiple attacks of Heavenly Master Red Moon. Is that so? Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Xianxia sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, the Azura sword formation instantly enveloped him. Heavenly Master Red Moon's eyes flickered. He was solemn and did not dare to be negligent. I've heard that your sword formation is very terrifying. I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. Although Heavenly Master Red Moon was shocked, he did not panic. He knew that Xianxia's Azura sword formation was very domineering. Even Sakura Heaven had suffered a loss in his hands. Hence Heavenly Master Red Moon would not underestimate Xianxia. At least he would not look down on him. Once the Azura sword formation was used, Heavenly Master Red Moon would at least give Xianxia enough respect. Activate. Xianxia activated the Azura sword formation. 108 peak primordial origin treasure artifacts instantly took their positions and firmly locked onto Heavenly Master Red Moon. Sword shadows filled the air. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless terrifying sword lights shot out in all directions. Heavenly Master Red Moon's expression changed drastically. He had already guessed that Xianxia's Azura sword formation was definitely not simple. However, he still did not expect that a guy whose strength was an entire great realm lower than his could actually force him into this situation. Heavenly Master Red Moon retreated step by step. His situation was worrying. The endless sword rain fell one after another, making it difficult for him to move. Xianxia clenched his teeth. Activating the Azura sword formation also consumed a terrifying amount of his strength. At this time, Xianxia also cut off all means of retreat. He knew that even if he killed Heavenly Master Red Moon, he would probably be seriously injured. However, he had no other choice. This was the only and last resort. After all, this abnormal monster was too terrifying. An Emperor late stage. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already run away. How could they have the courage to fight a life or death battle like Xianxia? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The Azura sword formation would become stronger when facing strong opponents. As the sword light swept across, even an Emperor Realm Master could be killed. Heavenly Master Red Moon was, after all, an Emperor Realm Supermaster. At this time he could only retreat step by step and escape in panic to avoid this terrifying Azura sword formation. However, his situation was also extremely worrying. Heavenly Master Red Moon was not as strong as Deity or Tian. Xianxia's current strength was also extremely strong. It was impossible for him to leave any chance for Heavenly Master Red Moon. His strength was under the god Luo clan's Luo River. After 10 years of bitter cultivation, he had broken through to the Emperor late stage. With all these combined, Xianxia now had an absolute advantage in killing Heavenly Master Red Moon, which was something that Heavenly Master Red Moon had never imagined. Bastard! This father will kill you! Heavenly Master Red Moon roared again and again. He could no longer remain silent in this life or death situation. If there was even the slightest mistake, he might die. Dao Accumulation Divine Fist, Full Moon becomes one. Chapter 38:30. Heavenly venerates Scarlet Moon through punch after punch, but the scattered sword shadows were completely useless. The might of the 10,000 swords was simply terrifying. Heavenly venerates Scarlet Moon's face gradually turned ugly. He knew that he was in a dangerous situation. Xianxia held his breath. At this moment, 30 breaths of time had passed. He had also lost more than half of the spirit origin energy he had consumed. However, Heavenly venerates Scarlet Moon's situation was even more desperate than his. Bastard! I can't die. I can't die. Heavenly venerates Scarlet Moon was already a little hysterical as he kept throwing punches. His injuries were getting worse and worse, and he was completely unable to resist the power of the 10,000 swords returning to origin. Die! Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes were gloomy. He already had a murderous intent towards Empyrean Red Moon as he madly urged the Azura sword array. At this time Empyrean Red Moon was pierced by sword lights. His body became more and more chaotic as blood splattered everywhere. There were constantly sword lights tearing Empyrean Red Moon's body. Jiang Chen's face became paler. However, in order to kill Empyrean Red Moon, Jiang Chen had to persevere until the last moment. If I can't kill Socration, can I not kill you? Jiang Chen's Sky Dragon sword was unparalleled, and the Azura sword formation was in control. Finally, at this moment he perfectly fused with the Azura sword formation and tore Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon's body apart, destroying her soul. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also sweating profusely. There was not even a tenth of the divine origin qi left in his body. He knelt on one knee, his face pale. But in the end he still defeated Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon. Jiang Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. He stood with his sword in hand, breathing heavily. What a powerful guy. Haha, it seems that we came at the right time. It's a bit immoral for us to sit back and reap the benefits, but that old ghost Chiyu paved the way for us. Now we can only pick up what's already there. Ah. A burst of maniacal laughter caused Jiang Chen's expression to turn even uglier. The surrounding aura also began to solidify. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head, his face as gloomy as water. Who are you people? Jiang Chen hadn't expected that two Emperor Venerable Realm Masters would attack again and quietly appear beside him. He had been too focused on this battle to kill Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon. However, he hadn't expected that he would be tricked in the end. When you were flaunting your prowess in our sect, perhaps you never thought that you would have such a day, humph. The white-robed, skinny old man sneered. He looked at Jiang Chen as though he was looking at a dead dog. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His battle with Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon had already consumed all the energy in his body. The appearance of the two of them allowed him to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. That's right. My Baji sect has been humiliated by you to the point that we can't even raise our heads. Old Bai, it seems like this guy doesn't even know who we are. Hehe, fine, I'll let you die knowing. I'm the Supreme Elder of the Baji sect, Pengyi Chang. And this is the Supreme Elder of the Mountain and Sea sect, Bai Qi. The black-robed old man said with a smile. Jiang Chen was shocked and his face darkened. Man proposes, God disposes. He hadn't expected to be defeated by these two old guys today. Although they weren't as strong as Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon, they had reached the peak intermediate Emperor realm. They were more than enough to deal with a powerless person like him. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Zai. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. If he was at his peak, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of these two. However, his life was hanging by a thread now. You're really strong and abnormal, but it's a pity that you're going to die in our hands today. Bai Qi sneered. His eyes were sharp like a blade, tearing Jiang Chen's heart apart. Let's do it. Kill him and we can rest easy. The Baji sect and the Mountain and Sea sect have always been the strongest sects in the Central Region Divine Land. I didn't expect them to be humiliated by such a brat. Pengyi Chang said with a cold face. All right. Bai Qi did not continue to speak as he was afraid that something bad might happen. Killing Jiang Chen was the most important thing for him at this moment. Buzz. A deep buzzing sound was heard in the sky. A stone fell from the sky and directly pierced through Bai Qi's body. Blood flowed out and Bai Qi's face turned pale as he staggered backwards. A stone was able to injure Bai Qi. How powerful was that technique? Jiang Chen was shocked. Bai Qi and Pengyi Chang were trembling. Who was that expert? How could he be so domineering? How dare you act rashly in the northern Liang land? A voice that sounded like Sanskrit in the world made Pengyi Chang and Bai Qi feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Their bodies trembled. Originally they had wanted to reap the benefits of a third party. They hadn't expected that they would end up with such a terrifying fish. You're just trying to be mysterious. Hurry up and come out. Don't be arrogant. Pengyi Chang's face was gloomy and cold. He put on a strong front, but he was cowardly at heart. He walked slowly and stared at every stone, flower and blade of grass around him. Pooh! Another stone pierced through Pengyi Chang's chest from behind. Pengyi Chang was dumbfounded. He exchanged glances with Bai Qi and his body trembled uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Senior. We failed to recognize you. We'll scram now. Bai Qi and Pengyi Chang looked at each other. They felt that they had no chance of winning. The person who attacked them in the dark was simply too terrifying. They couldn't even find the silhouette of the other party. How could they fight with others like this? Scram. When Xiaochen said scram, Bai Qi and Ping Yichang felt like they received a great pardon. They quickly turned around and left. Joy appeared on their faces as they scrambled away. Jiang Chen looked at this scene in a daze. He had mixed feelings in his heart. However, he already knew who this person was. The Northern Liang King. You live up to your reputation. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His lips curled into a faint smile. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. You actually know who I am. Looks like I didn't misjudge you. Jiang Chen, what a great Jiang Chen. What a great river dragon. The entire divine world, north, south, east, south, central 9 regions and 18 counties are all stirred up by you. A burst of laughter could be heard. A middle-aged man in white robes appeared. He had a majestic aura and was talking cheerfully. The domineering aura between his brows didn't make one feel pressured at all. However, Jiang Chen couldn't resist him at all. Greetings, Northern Liang King. Chapter 38-31. The Northern Liang Emperor Clan Master waved his hand and smiled. Looks like your growth is much faster than I expected. You even killed Heavenly Master Qiyu, a late-stage emperor. You've really widened my horizons. Senior Northern Liang, you must be joking. I was just lucky. Jiang Chen shrugged. There aren't many people who are lucky. It's not luck that you can win against a stronger opponent every time. But today's battle has really shocked me. You're now a famous person in the divine realm. That's right. I wonder how many people want to kill me. Otherwise, if it wasn't for Senior Northern Liang's help, I might have already died. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. You can't say that. Your strength is obvious. You're standing here today because of your own strength. Those 2 guys just wanted to take advantage of you. The Northern Liang Emperor Clan Master looked at Jiang Chen calmly. He was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. Senior Northern Liang, you're flattering me. Jiang Chen said. From now on, I'm afraid you'll have a heavier burden on your shoulders. The stronger you are, the greater your responsibility will be. I think you should know about the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Now even Emperor Masters are recklessly rushing out of this world cage. You can imagine that more and more people will quickly join in. In the future, the entire divine realm will be in a state of panic. The Northern Liang Emperor Clan Master said in a deep voice. The world calamity belongs to those who are capable. We should do our best to benefit the world and create a new world for ourselves. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Looks like I don't need to say anything more. You already know about the world calamity. So, are you willing to face the world calamity with me? Jiang Chen, I'm willing to do it. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the 2 of them looked at each other with a confident smile on their faces. You're still not strong enough. You need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Even if you can defeat a late-stage Emperor Master, it's still not enough. Only if you can surpass the Heavenly King realm will you be able to gain a foothold in this world and fight against this great tribulation. The Heavenly King stage. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered and his eyes became extremely solemn. With his current strength, if he didn't break through to the Emperor realm, he would be completely unable to contend against a Heavenly King realm expert. Senior Northern Liang, did you want to recruit me from the very beginning? Jiang Chen smiled. In this world there will never be a lack of geniuses. The only thing lacking is the determination to become strong. And you happen to be such a person. Since the day you rose in the northern cold divine region, I could tell that you were not an ordinary person. I didn't expect you to not disappoint me. You have started to grow at an insane rate in such a short period of time. Even I can't believe it. However, resisting the great tribulation of heaven and earth is not as simple as you think. Strength is the true foundation. Without ability you can only be a subordinate. However, if you want to become a superior person you must make sacrifices. The greater the responsibility, the heavier the mission. The great tribulation of heaven and earth occurs once every billions of years. We managed to avoid the previous great tribulation of heaven and earth, but this time it will be even more difficult. The Lord of the Northern Liang said with a heavy heart. His face was filled with worry. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will straighten out. There will always be a solution. Jiang Chen said. I hope so. This time I will find the 4 divine signs and work together to resist the great tribulation of heaven and earth. 4 divine signs. The 4 extremes divine signs are the masters of the northern cold, southern extreme, western extreme and eastern victory extreme. The four of us are the four extremes divine signs that protect this world. We are the final guardians of this world. This time around, the great calamity of this world will definitely be even more difficult. Soon a drastic change will occur in this world. At that time, we will finally begin our true retaliation after waiting for millions of years. The Northern Liang Emperor sighed, and his eyes became extremely solemn. 4 divine signs. The other 3 divine signs must be extremely powerful. With the 4 of you, we will definitely succeed in resisting the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You don't know how terrifying the great tribulation of heaven and earth is. Even we are just a drop in the bucket. However, for the sake of this familiar world, for the sake of the safety of the divine world, we can only do our best. The Northern Liang Emperor said with extreme sadness. Jiang Qin's heart trembled. One could imagine how terrifying the great tribulation of heaven and earth was. The Northern Liang Emperor was just a drop in the ocean. Jiang Qin trusted the Lord of Northern Liang very much. After all, he had saved him twice. The Lord of Northern Liang was a man of high status and strength, but he was still so approachable. It was very gratifying. Jiang Qin understood that no one could escape the so-called Great Tribulation of the heavens and earth. Therefore all they could do was to give it their all. At least they wouldn't be a deserter on the battlefield when the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth arrived. Oh yeah, there's something that I need your help with, Northern Liang Emperor. Jiang Qin said softly. Feel free to speak. Senior Northern Liang, can you help me decipher this? Jiang Qin took out the river diagram and inscription of the Luo. In an instant, the Northern Liang Emperor's face changed and his eyes were filled with shock. Why do you have the river diagram and inscription of the Luo? Isn't this the peerless treasure of the Luo god clan? It's said that it's the supreme inheritance of the Luo god clan. The Northern Liang Emperor's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. It's just a coincidence. Otherwise, the Luo god clan wouldn't be chasing after me so closely. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. However, he knew that the river diagram and inscription of the Luo must be extraordinary for the Northern Liang Emperor to treat it with such importance. Let me try. The Northern Liang Emperor's eyes turned solemn as he tried his best to decipher the river diagram and inscription of the Luo. However, he failed after several attempts. Looks like the river diagram and inscription of the Luo isn't easy to decipher. With my current strength, I'm still unable to decipher the seal on it. Only after I decipher the seal will I be able to decipher the entire thing. The Northern Liang Emperor shook his head in disappointment. However, with his strength at the Heavenly King stage, it wasn't enough for him to decipher the river diagram and inscription of the Luo. That meant that the river diagram and inscription of the Luo wasn't ordinary. After I've gathered the 4 extremes divine forms, there should be hope for us to work together. The Northern Liang Emperor continued. Alright, I'll have to trouble you, Senior Northern Liang. Jiang Qin nodded his head as his eyes flickered with a mysterious light. That's because the black-yellow dragon armor was too bizarre and powerful. Even the Northern Liang Emperor couldn't do anything to it, which gave Jiang Qin a headache. Chapter 38-32. Senior Northern Liang, I might be about to make a breakthrough. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The Northern Liang clan lord said calmly. Jiang Qin was overjoyed. With the Lord of Northern Liang protecting him, he would be able to rest assured. Thank you, Senior Northern Liang. Jiang Qin quickly sat cross-legged and started cultivating. At this moment he was ready to refine the firmament pearl when he made a breakthrough. He wanted to see what realm he could reach. Not long after, Jiang Qin started cultivating. He was about to make a breakthrough. The divine origin qi in his body had already reached the peak. Hence he would definitely make a breakthrough. Jiang Qin swallowed the firmament pearl and prepared to refine it. A terrifying aura instantly exploded in Jiang Qin's body. That kind of crazy heaven and earth yuan qi was wreaking havoc as if it was going to tear Jiang Qin's body into pieces. What did this kid swallow? The Lord of the Northern Liang frowned and his expression turned solemn. Jiang Qin had no idea what he had swallowed, but his body was bursting out a terrifying heaven and earth yuan qi at this moment, wreaking havoc around his body. Even the Lord of the Northern Liang felt worried for him. Jiang Qin's body trembled. The unprecedented heaven and earth yuan qi kept tearing his body apart. The heaven and earth yuan qi was so majestic that Jiang Qin could not control it. But now that things had come to this, Jiang Qin could only do his best. Motherfucker, I don't believe it. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and started to devour the heaven and earth yuan qi crazily. His body was being torn apart and it felt like he was being tempered. He was in agony between life and death. However, Jiang Qin still stopped. In the blink of an eye, 27 years had passed. Jiang Qin had gradually calmed down from his initial madness. Even the Northern Liang sovereign was amazed. Given Jiang Qin's strength, he was actually able to cultivate for 27 years. He wasn't comprehending the Tao but was devouring the heaven and earth yuan qi. Such a huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi was the final result. If it was comprehending the Tao, not to mention 30 years ago, even if it was 300 years ago, it would still be normal. But just the devouring of the heaven and earth yuan qi was so crazy, it was shocking to the extreme. On the other hand, Jiang Qin's strength continued to rise, and the dragon marks in his body began to grow exponentially. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He broke through to the Venerable Emperor realm in one fell swoop from the Middle Emperor realm to the Late Emperor realm. Terrifying heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Thunder rumbled, the wind howled, and the dark thunderclouds surged. The wind and clouds changed as if the end of the world had arrived. This isn't heavenly lightning, it's the heavenly punishment. The Northern Liang Emperor suddenly stood up, his face extremely gloomy. This was the heavenly punishment personally controlled by the Heaven Patroller. It was no longer heavenly lightning, it was the punishment of the heavens. This guy, what kind of sin did he commit? The Northern Liang Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Jiang Qin was really hard to guess. How powerful was he to trigger the heavenly punishment? The heavenly punishment was personally punished by the Heaven Patroller. What did Jiang Qin do to offend them? However, Jiang Qin was still as calm as a mountain in the face of this terrifying heavenly punishment. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he was being baptized by the heavenly lightning. You want to kill me with heavenly lightning? I'd like to see how powerful you are. Jiang Qin roared angrily, and his eyes were like arrows, pointing at the top of the sky. The gods are watching, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. Jiang Qin's murderous aura swept across the heavens and earth, and the heavenly lightning roared above his head. The might of this punch was destructive, and the heavenly lightning was completely extinguished at this moment. The dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body were spread all over his body. The 50 million dragon marks were like heavenly lightning, and the wind and dust were billowing. The might of this punch was like the roar of a divine dragon, and it was unstoppable. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard, and Jiang Qin's eyes were shining with excitement. He never dreamed that his strength would directly advance to the Late Emperor realm. This was an unparalleled experience. The terrifying power shocked Jiang Qin like never before. At this moment he even wanted to compete with the Northern Liang Emperor realm. Late Emperor realm, this was really awesome. Jiang Qin now had the strength to fight against a heavenly king realm. What did you devour? The Northern Liang Emperor looked at Jiang Qin and asked hesitantly. The heavenly treasure. Jiang Qin smiled. Puff. The Northern Liang Emperor staggered 2 steps back. His face was extremely gloomy and he looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Heavenly treasure? Are you sure? Is this thing valuable? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. It's the heavenly treasure, the essence of the heavens. The Northern Liang Emperor's expression became solemn, and even his breathing became heavy. In other words, I might have devoured the heavens? Jiang Qin was a little hesitant and he looked at the Northern Liang Emperor in surprise. You can say that. But you're really too scary. There aren't many lost pearls of the heavens under the heavens. Furthermore, they're the essence of the heavens. They were left behind by the experts of the divine world after they defeated the heavens during the primordial war. They're the essence of the heavens, just like the essence of us cultivators. The Northern Liang Emperor was completely shocked by Jiang Qin this time. This guy didn't even know that he had devoured the heavens, and that's why he was punished by the heavens. However, Jiang Qin's strength was no longer at the Late Emperor realm, and he had reached the Late Emperor realm. Such a transformation was like heaven and earth. Jiang Qin and the Northern Liang Emperor understood how terrifying the heavenly treasure was. Looks like I have to keep a low profile. Jiang Qin shrugged and said, but he didn't look like he was going to keep a low profile. The heavenly punishment is carried out by the heaven patrollers. In other words, you have most likely attracted the attention of the heaven patrollers. The calamity of the world is coming, we must be careful. Those heaven patrollers are all powerful and ruthless. As long as they notice someone, they will definitely not show mercy. The Northern Liang Emperor said in a deep voice as a reminder to Jiang Qin. Otherwise, if the heaven patrollers targeted him, he wouldn't have a good time. Even though Jiang Qin's strength had reached the late Emperor realm, and he could even fight against a Heavenly King realm expert, the final result was still worrying. Don't worry, Northern Liang Emperor. I will definitely protect myself. Even if the heaven patrollers come to find me, I, Jiang Qin, will not be afraid. Jiang Qin said with a laugh. He was calm and composed. Now that he was facing Di Shitian again, Jiang Qin was absolutely confident that he could defeat him easily. The Northern Liang Divine region is right in front of you. Why don't you go and have a look? The Northern Liang Emperor looked at Jiang Qin and asked. Jiang Qin shook his head. Chapter 38-33. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. Initially, he planned to give the celestial lost pearl to the Ice Auntie. Unfortunately, after so many years, his strength was greatly restricted. Therefore, Jiang Qin had no choice but to give the celestial lost pearl to his stomach. Although he had promised Ancestor Xianxia, the situation was urgent. Jiang Qin could only keep the celestial lost pearl for now. Ancestor Xianxia gave the celestial lost pearl to Jiang Qin to prevent it from falling into the hands of evil people. Now, refining it was the safest way. At this moment, the entire divine world and several secret places were in a state of turmoil. The heavens and earth changed color. The heavenly pearl had been refined by Jiang Qin, causing the entire divine world to be in a state of turmoil. Everyone was in a state of panic. The Lord of Northern Liang had a strange look in his eyes. Jiang Qin was too wild. Such a terrifying celestial lost pearl was directly devoured by Jiang Qin. However, it did allow him to soar to the sky from late Emperor realm to late Emperor realm. Such a leap in strength was simply unimaginable for Jiang Qin. After the heavenly lost pearl was devoured by Jiang Qin, it brought about a chain reaction that caused the entire divine world to become restless. Countless experts emerged and woke up from their slumber. The appearance of the heavenly patrollers and the arrival of the heavenly punishment caused the divine world that was already in a state of panic to once again become restless. It's time to go to the Central Region Divine Land. I've already informed the other three to gather at the Central Region Divine Land. The Lord of Northern Liang said in a deep voice. Currently, Jiang Qin's strength had reached late Emperor realm. Although he was not comparable to the Lord of Northern Liang, an ordinary Heavenly King realm expert might not be able to kill him easily. All right. Just when Jiang Qin and the Lord of Northern Liang were about to get up, they were blocked by several figures. The three of them possessed extremely terrifying strength. They were actually Heavenly King realm experts. Who are you? Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had not expected the three white-robed figures to have such an imposing manner. They had completely sealed off their auras, making him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. You are very bold. You actually swallowed the forgotten pearl of the heavens. It really makes one sigh with emotion. The white-clothed middle-aged man shook his head and said disdainfully. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's heart shook and he was rather surprised. How did these people know that he had swallowed the heavenly lost pearl? What's going to come has finally come. The Northern Liang Emperor said in a deep voice. His breathing became hurried as he looked at the three Heavenly King realm experts. Four divine forms, Lord of the Northern Liang. It seems like the Heavenly Lords haven't made a move yet, but you guys have. Are you planning for a rainy day? Laughable, truly laughable. The man in white snorted in disdain. Sky Patrollers. Are they the so-called Sky Patrollers? Jiang Qin looked at the Northern Liang Emperor. The Northern Liang Emperor slightly nodded with a solemn face. At this moment, Jiang Qin knew that their situation might be even more dangerous. It's because I swallowed the forgotten pearl of the heavens that attracted the Sky Patrollers. Jiang Qin's heart moved and he felt a little regretful. However, there was nothing more that could be said. The only thing that he could do now was to solve the problem in front of him as soon as possible. The strength of the three Sky Patrollers at the Heavenly King realm made Jiang Qin feel endless pressure. It's good that you know. It's a pity that you're too arrogant to swallow the forgotten pearl of the heavens. I will make you spit it out. The Sky Patrollers' eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They were not afraid even with the Northern Liang Emperor around. After all, It was impossible for a Heavenly King Realm expert to deal with them. The gap between the Heavenly King Realm was not something that could be changed with just a few words. It was completely different from the gap between the Divine King Realm and the Divine Emperor Realm. It was extremely difficult for a Heavenly King Realm expert to deal with two sky patrollers. A Heavenly King Realm patroller dares to show off here? Do you really think that the Northern Liang Emperor is a pushover? The Lord of Northern Liang faced the three Heavenly King Realm patrollers fearlessly. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Xian. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to avoid this battle. This battle started because of me. If you can't beat them, you must leave immediately, Zhou Xian said in a low voice. Don't worry. Not many people in the Northern Liang Divine region can do anything to me. Even these sky patrollers are no exception. Without sky patrollers at the Rebirth Realm, why should I, the Northern Liang Emperor, be afraid? The Lord of Northern Liang said firmly. Zhou Xian sighed with emotion. But at this moment he was also filled with fighting spirit. He wanted to see how powerful he was as a late emperor, and whether he could really fight against a Heavenly King Realm expert. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. You're courting death. Both of you must die, the sky patrollers said in a deep voice. At this moment, there were already three terrifying auras gathering. The battle was imminent. Zhou Qian's heart was a little heavy. In the end, this matter started because of him. The power of the Heavenly Lost Pearl was too great. Not only did it raise his strength to the late Emperor Realm, but it also attracted the sky patrollers. Zhou Qian knew that the news of him possessing the Firmament Pearl was not only known by the Sky Patroller, but all the experts above the Heavenly King Realm. Although it was only his guess, he could not deny that it would put him in deep trouble and become the target of public criticism. However, the sword had already been unsheathed. He had no other choice. He could only fight with his life on the line. Zhou Qian held the Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand. The Heavenly Dragon Sword's sword chi buzzed deafeningly as it clashed with one of the sky patrollers. Meanwhile, the Lord of Northern Liang was fighting against two sky patrollers at the same time. Brat, you dare to devour the Heavenly Pearl? Looks like you're really tired of living. Now, I'll let you see the consequences of devouring the Heavenly Pearl. You'll die without a burial. You didn't even let go of the Heavenly Essence. The ignorant are truly fearless. Humph. The sky patrollers clenched their fists and charged towards Zhou Qian. The terrifying power caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The attack of a Heavenly King Realm expert made Zhou Qian's expression change. The space around him had completely collapsed. A terrifying black hole appeared beside him like a bottomless abyss. Chapter 38-34. Great Heaven Luo Fist. As the sky patroller threw a punch, Zhou Qian immediately held his blade horizontally and moved his palm to display the Taoist connotation seal. Under the attack of the mysterious heaven seal, the sky patroller did not move at all. However, he managed to stabilize his body. At least, this seal made the sky patroller's expression change greatly. On one hand, he was shocked by Zhou Qian's strength, and on the other hand, he was filled with horror by Zhou Qian's mysterious heaven seal. Mysterious heaven seal. You know the expanding heaven seal? The sky patroller was obviously a little secretive about the expanding heaven seal, but he was also very afraid of it. Previously he was full of disdain for Zhou Qian, but now he became serious. It's good that you know. Die. Under the dragon transformation, Zhou Qian brandished his sword and the 24 moves of sword had reached its peak. It was constantly changing and attacking. The limitless sword was changing layer by layer and advancing endlessly. Zhou Qian was getting more and more familiar with the evolution of the limitless sword. The 24 moves of sword had reached the point where a slight mistake could lead to a huge error. Zhou Qian did not dare to be careless. As long as he could continue to evolve the 24 moves of sword and complete its transformation, it was likely to reach another supreme realm of the limitless sword. His strength directly jumped to the late Emperor realm. The benefit of Zhou Qian swallowing the lost pearl of the firmament was that it made him extremely powerful. Even in the face of an expert of the Heavenly King realm, he was not afraid at all. The limitless sword was always successful. The 24 moves of sword was invincible in desperate situations. Zhou Qian and the Sky Patroller of the Heavenly King realm were fighting fiercely. The Sky Patroller was also extremely surprised. Not only could Zhou Qian display the expanding heaven seal, but he was also able to compete with him with the strength of a late Emperor realm. This was simply incredible. Those below the Heavenly King realm were all ants. However, Zhou Xian had completely overturned this saying because his strength was just too terrifying. He used the Great Void technique and leapt into the air continuously. His silhouette was flying, and the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon proudly conquering the world made the patrolman complain incessantly. On the other side, the Lord of Northern Liang was also quite confident in fighting 1 against 2. As the divine statue of 4 extremes, the ancient war god, the Lord of Northern Liang was not nervous at all. His strength must have been shocking in the past. Every move, every punch, every palm, was natural and without any hesitation. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, the attacks he made caused the sky to change. The sky above the northern cold divine region was darkened and the wind and clouds were surging. On the top of the void, the Lord of Northern Liang was fighting 1 against 2, but he was firmly suppressing the 2 sky patrollers of the Heavenly King realm. He was in an extremely difficult situation. The Lord of Northern Liang displayed his peerless demeanor. Even Zhou Xian could not help but admire him. The Lord of Northern Liang was indeed worthy of being the ruler of the divine region. With the strength of a Heavenly King realm, he did not flinch while fighting 1 against 2. Instead, he had an absolute advantage. On the contrary, Zhou Qian's limitless sword was also becoming more and more powerful at this moment. The 24 moves of sword attacked again and again, advancing endlessly. However, he could not touch the threshold of the 25 moves of sword, which made Zhou Qian very anxious. However, the sky patrollers were being suppressed by his limitless sword. Moreover, Zhou Qian became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The 24 moves of sword had already reached a perfect level. Although he had not completely comprehended the 25 moves of sword, he had already won the battle. You want to kill me? Dream on. Even if you can suppress me, it is impossible for you to kill me, the sky patrollers said arrogantly. The patroller said arrogantly as if he was still fearless of Zhou Qian and was filled with battle intent. The 25 moves of sword, where is the 25 moves of sword? I keep attacking and evolving, but I still can't change the sword essence of the 24 moves of sword. Zhou Qian was extremely anxious and angry. Indeed, the sky patrollers were right. Even if he could suppress an expert of the Heavenly King realm, it was still extremely difficult to kill him. Heavenly King Godly Form Fist. The sky patroller's fighting spirit was unparalleled. He attacked aggressively, and his shocking fighting spirit brought with it an unparalleled power of heaven and earth and the destructive power of the Daoist connotation. He was determined to fight back and fight to the death with Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian frowned. As he retreated, the 24 moves of sword had a flash of inspiration. Zhou Qian was overjoyed and his body trembled. He finally knew how to evolve the 25 moves of sword. Retreat. Advancing and retreating, defending and attacking could change the attacking momentum of the 24 moves of sword. It was good to advance without limit, but taking a step back was the vast sea and sky. Advancing without limit would only make him fall into a dead cycle, and he would never be able to find the trick of the 25 moves of sword. Zhou Qian withdrew his heavenly dragon sword. His sword momentum was big and he no longer blindly attacked. Instead, he chose to take a detour and take a step back. When advancing without limit reached the extreme, if he did not know how to be flexible, he would be possessed by the devil. Zhou Qian was suddenly enlightened. He only knew how to attack blindly, but he had forgotten the essence of the limitless sword. It was without self, without heaven, and without sound. Only when he reached the state of nothingness and used the state of nothingness to overcome the state of nothingness, was the beginning and end of the state of nothingness. 25 moves of sword. I am free to soar in the vast sea and sky. Zhou Qian was in high spirits. He finally mastered the 25 moves of sword at this time. The 9 heavens absolute sword, the vast sea and sky. His sword was more terrible than the Ashura sword formation. Not only did it come from all directions, but it also came from the vast sea and sky. It was a kind of sword formed by the will. Only by advancing and retreating in an orderly manner could the limitless sword reach the extreme state of being firm without desire. Entering the end of the endless, it was a prophecy, the vast sea and sky. The 25 moves of sword was invincible. The sky patrolman of the Heavenly King realm had no power to fight back. The 24 moves of sword shook the heaven and earth and crushed down, which had already put him in a dire situation. Now that the 25 moves of sword had appeared, he had no power to fight back. No. With a cry of surprise, he was surrounded by the sword chi in all directions. The majestic chi of the 25 moves of sword swept across, making the sky patrolman completely unable to hide. The limitless sword, advancing without limit and coming back from a desperate situation. Jiang Chen's sword momentum combined with the power of his 9 dragons and 10 elephants completely crushed the sky patrolman to death, leaving him no chance of survival. Even the other 2 Heavenly King Realm experts and the Emperor of Northern Liang were shocked. The Emperor of Northern Liang did not expect that Jiang Chen could fight against a Heavenly King Realm expert after breaking through to the late Emperor realm. He had the absolute upper hand and crushed the sky patrolman to death. It was unbelievable. "Save me, big brother, save me." The sky patroller screamed for help, but there was no response. After all, the 2 of them couldn't even take care of themselves. "Go to hell. Be a good person in your next life." Jiang Chen sneered. The moment the 25 moves of sword fell, the sky patrolman of the Heavenly King realm was completely torn apart by the sword chi. His body and soul were both destroyed and he fell into the reincarnation cycle forever. Chapter 38-35. It's terrifying. What kind of experts are fighting against each other? This is way too terrifying. We could be affected at any time. Yeah. Within 100,000 li radius, the people are living in misery. Mountains crumbled and rivers stopped flowing. It's like the end of the world. I heard that the Central Region Divine Land and the West Pole Divine Land are in a state of panic. Our Northern Cold Divine Land is still peaceful, but it seems like it's also filled with danger. The battle between the supreme experts doesn't care about our existence at all. It's really painful. Beneath the Northern Cold Divine Land, countless people and cultivators were extremely troubled. Because their situation was much more dangerous than the birds and beasts in the mountains or the fish in the water. They might even be killed by a supreme expert at any time. All of these were not groundless rumors. Above the profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming looked at the peak of the sky with a solemn expression. Although the profound Feng sect was still peaceful, the surrounding experts were sighing with emotion at the scene in the sky tens of thousands of li away. Many experts were fighting everywhere, but the ones who suffered were the innocent commoners. Sorcerers' clouds covered the sun. Wind and rain were falling. When will the moon appear? When will the war end? Jiangchen, oh Jiangchen. I wonder where you are now. You've made a name for yourself in the Central Region Divine Land. However, our profound Feng sect has always been isolated from the outside world. We don't even know how you're doing. Jiangchen said. Xian Qingming sighed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhenhai appeared in the sky and stood beside Xian Qingming, looking at the peak of 100,000 miles in the sky with worry in his heart. I seem to have seen it. That person in the 9 heavens seems to be little Chenzi. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes flickered with an unnoticeable radiance. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last saw his son. Where was he? Was he doing well? Jiang Zhenhai felt that his son was in the battle between the supreme experts in the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen's talent is peerless and he's extremely smart. The heavens help the worthy. Brother Jiang, you don't have to worry. I believe that Jiang Chen will come back one day. Xian Qingming smiled. Even though he was worried, he could only guard this land silently. Profound Feng sect was now one of the top sects in the Northern Cold Divine region. Even though it was not as powerful as the other sects, it still had many experts. Lin Yukong and the other experts, even the peerless geniuses from the Profound Connection Divine Palace had joined Profound Feng sect. Currently, Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were both early Divine Emperor realm experts with unfathomable strength. The Profound Feng sect was growing stronger day by day. With the protection of Zi Qingtian Lin Yukong, the Profound Connection Divine Palace and the protection of the Lord of the Northern Cold Divine region, the Profound Feng sect could be considered as one of the top 10 forces in the Northern Cold Divine region. I hope so. Jiang Zhenhai stared at the sky and murmured. His eyes were filled with longing for his child. A Heavenly King Realm expert was killed by Jiang Chen. The power of the 25th sword was too terrifying. Jiang Chen's hand was trembling slightly. The 25th sword was almost completed. The limitless sword had reached its peak. Because of this, the Heavenly Dragon sword and the limitless sword had reached its peak. The sword swept across the sky and killed the Heavenly King. Good kill. Ah. The Lord of Northern Liang laughed. The other 2 sky patrollers were scared out of their wits as they were constantly being suppressed by the Lord of Northern Liang. Now that Jiang Chen had killed their 3rd brother, they were in a dire situation and were in dire straits. Kill without mercy. Zhou Xian and the Northern Cold Lord looked at each other. Both of them did not hesitate at all. Because these people deserved to die. They must be killed. If they were to show mercy, they might be in danger in the future. Since they had decided to kill, they must be prepared to be killed. Under the joint attack of Zhou Xian and the Northern Cold Lord, the two Heavenly King Realm patrollers had nowhere to hide. In less than 20 moves, they fell into despair. Don't kill us. We were forced to do this. Northern Cold Lord, please let us go. The leader of the Sky Patrollers said bitterly. He was in a sorry state. Let you go? Who let us go? You were forced to do this. Didn't you become the lackeys of the 9 heavens? Do you think I don't know? The real Sky Patrollers have yet to appear because they are afraid of death. They are afraid that that person will start a massacre. Before the great calamity of heaven and earth arrives, they can only let you puppets come out to fight. The Northern Cold Lord sneered. Zhou Xian was confused. He did not expect the Sky Patrollers to be puppets in the Northern Cold Lord's eyes. If they are puppets, then there is no need for them to stay. Zhou Xian said in disdain. All right. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The two Sky Patrollers' faces were ashen. Their death was coming. Zhou Xian and the Northern Cold Lord were not kind-hearted people. They would kill those who deserved to be killed. Moreover, these people were useless to them. So what was the point of keeping them alive? These people are substitutes that the Sky Patrollers found. Before the great calamity of heaven and earth begins, the 9 heavens cannot enter the divine world. Therefore, the Sky Patrollers do not dare to act recklessly. They are afraid that they will be killed by that person. They can only hide in the dark or hibernate for thousands of years. However, after this incident, we should be more careful. I'm afraid that many people know that you have devoured the firmament pearl. You are in a very dangerous situation now. The Northern Cold Lord said. This is just an appetizer. What we have to face next will be even more difficult. Yes. Zhou Xian nodded. I'm afraid that his days of danger will never end. Go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go to the Central Region Divine Land first. The Northern Cold Lord said. When the two of them were about to move, Zhou Xian frowned. The Zulong Tower was shaking violently. Zhou Xian was extremely worried. Although the ancestral Dragon Emperor had left the Zulong Tower would definitely react if something happened to the ancestral Dragon Emperor. No, I have to go to the Dragon Clan. This is not a small matter. Senior Northern Cold, you might have to go alone. After I go to the Dragon Clan, I will go to the Central Region Divine Land to look for you. Zhou Xian said that if the ancestral Dragon Emperor was in trouble, he would not sit still. This time he would be in danger when he returns to the Dragon Clan. Chapter 38-36. Zhou Xian ran towards the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the Zulong Tower in his body was shaking violently. I hope you'll be all right, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Zhou Xian did not dare to be careless and went straight for the Dragon Clan. Along the way, Zhou Xian's speed was extremely fast. He flew over thousands of mountains and rivers and finally arrived at the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Zhou Xian saw the Ancestral Dragon Emperor being pushed back and suppressed. It's that Li Feng. Zhou Xian's heart shuddered. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was forced into a passive position. Li Feng stood in the void above the 9 heavens, using his divine mightiness to stand above the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. No one could stop him. I've already absorbed all of your Dragon Yuan. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, there's only one ending for you now. Surrender. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me. Li Feng said indifferently. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth. If Li Feng was alone, he might be able to fight against her. However, after Li Feng had devoured his Dragon Yuan, she had summoned the 9 Heavenly King Realm Dragon Souls from the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. These Dragon Souls were extremely terrifying. Although they might not have the fighting strength of a Heavenly King Realm expert, the 9 Dragon Souls were enough to fight against 2 or 3 Heavenly King Realm experts. In addition to Li Feng, who had devoured his Dragon Yuan, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was in a very passive position in this battle. He did not expect that even though he had reached the Heavenly King Realm, he still could not turn the situation around. I, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, will not let you get what you want even if I die today. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said while gritting his teeth. He hated Li Feng to the core. However, all of this was his own fault. If he didn't bring Li Feng to the Dragon Clan, such a situation wouldn't have happened. In the end, it was his fault that he didn't know Li Feng's true colors. That's why she harmed the Dragon Clan even more, causing the Dragon Clan to fall apart. All of this was because Li Feng wanted to unify the Dragon Clan and become the true ruler of the Dragon Clan. Don't rush. After I devour your dragon souls, I might be able to reach the rebirth realm. By then, who could be my opponent? Li Feng approached the ancestral Dragon Emperor step by step. The ancestral Dragon Emperor looked solemn. Am I really going to die here? Wishful thinking. You want to devour the Dragon Clan? Ask me first. Jiang Qin soared into the sky and rushed towards Li Feng, standing in front of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's body trembled. His eyes were filled with excitement and emotions. He never thought that Jiang Qin was the only one who could save him in such a desperate situation. You have not reached the Heavenly King realm yet. Jiang Qin, run. We are not his opponents. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. Even if you don't come, I will go and find you. Why do you have control over the Dragon Clan's belongings? The Zulong Tower belongs to me. Li Feng was not worried at all when she saw Jiang Qin. Because he had not reached the Heavenly King realm yet. Everyone below the Heavenly King realm was like an ant. Even a peak Emperor realm cultivator was nothing in front of her. Walking right into the trap is exactly what I want, hee hee. The corners of Li Feng's mouth curled up coldly. It was a rare smile, but it was extremely sinister. The ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Li Feng and murmured, "It wasn't like this in the past." The ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart was in pain. But as time passed, billions of years had passed. What was impossible in the world? I wanted to be a peerless empress back then. You just don't understand. Li Feng said coldly. I will deal with the 9 dragon souls. I will leave the rest to you. Senior ancestral Dragon Emperor, it's time to clean up. Trust me. She is not your opponent. Jiang Qin looked at the ancestral Dragon Emperor. The ancestral Dragon Emperor nodded. He was filled with determination. Careful. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was afraid that Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for the 9 dragon souls. Those were the ancient dragon souls that Li Fenglai had summoned from the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. All of them were at the Heavenly King realm. But now there were only the puppet dragon souls left. The power of the 9 dragon souls was equivalent to 2 to 3 Heavenly King realm experts. Moreover, they didn't have their own consciousness and were all controlled by Li Fenglai. A mere Emperor realm cultivator dares to say that he can fight against my dragon souls. You're courting death. Li Feng said and attacked the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Even without the help of the dragon souls, she would not lose to the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Jiang Qin and the ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at each other and started to fight back. Li Feng did not know that the 9 dragon souls were not that powerful in Jiang Chen's eyes. Because Jiang Chen's soul was his strongest. His soul had reached the peak of the Heavenly King realm. The 9 dragon souls were no match for him. Soul move, light up. Jiang Qin moved his palm and the great soul-forming light appeared in his hand. A terrifying spiritual pressure spread across the sky, suppressing the dragon souls. Jiang Qin had the absolute upper hand. Although the 9 Heavenly King realm dragon souls were extremely terrifying when facing the ancestral Dragon Emperor, the 9 dragon souls fell into a passive position after Jiang Qin activated the great soul-forming light. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. Roar, an ear-piercing buzzing sound could be heard. Neither Li Feng nor the ancestral Dragon Emperor expected that the Heavenly King realm dragon souls could not even fight back against Jiang Qin. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's morale was boosted as he fought against Li Feng. Both of them were Heavenly King realm cultivators. If the ancestral Dragon Emperor's Dragon Yuan was not devoured by Li Feng, he would not lose to her. The ancestral Dragon Emperor had no choice but to fight back. However, he was the ancestor of all dragons, the true ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. His strength should not be underestimated. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was not an easy opponent. The ancestral Dragon Emperor could only hope to kill Li Feng and take back his Dragon Yuan. At that time his strength would increase by another level. How could this be? Li Feng was quite worried because Jiang Qin was suppressing the 9 Heavenly King realm dragon souls. That kind of terrifying aura made her heart palpitate. The great soul-forming light could completely suppress the 9 dragon souls. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes became more and more intense. Devour. Chapter 38-37. The terrifying scene made Li Feng gasp. This Xianxia was not a human. Even she might not be able to kill all 9 souls, but this guy was able to force the 9 dragon souls into a desperate situation with his late Emperor realm combat strength. Li Feng's eyes widened in shock. Heavenly Dragon descends. The ancestral dragon emperor turned into 1,000 zhang long purple golden dragon and hovered in the sky. He clashed with Li Feng again and again. The heavenly dragon descends was peerless and peerless. Li Feng was worried and the 9 dragon souls were suppressed by Xianxia and absorbed into the great Yu soul-forming light. Her face became more and more terrible. She started to show signs of tiredness in the battle with the ancestral dragon emperor. Ancestral dragon illuminates the world, unifies the world. The ancestral dragon emperor used his supreme Dao Qi and roared like a dragon. He forced Li Feng to retreat. While Li Feng was in a difficult situation, the ancestral dragon emperor used the dragon clan's secret technique, soul-sucking technique. Soul-sucking technique, give me back my dragon essence. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice shook the sky. Li Feng's body trembled. She felt like her soul was going to be separated from her body. The dragon essence that she had fused with her dantian started to tremble. It even started to break apart from her dantian. No. 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 Li Feng roared in anger. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was determined to kill Li Feng. He didn't care about Li Feng at all because this woman had already hurt his heart. His death was also closely related to her. She swallowed his dragon race, swallowed his dragon qi and still begged him not to kill him. How could there be such a good thing in the world? The ancestral dragon emperor wouldn't be merciful at this moment even if he had been through the vast ocean. I'm begging you, dragon emperor. Please let me go. Dragon emperor, I won't do it again. Li Feng said with a sobbing tone. She was in great pain. Her dantian and dragon essence were torn apart. She was in great pain. Back then you were the one who stripped away my dragon essence. Now you should understand how laughable all of this is. The ancestral dragon emperor laughed coldly. Li Feng felt hopeless. She knew that the ancestral dragon emperor would never forgive her and she would never have the chance to dominate the world again. Everything was like a reincarnation cycle, a perfect reversal of the ending. All her dreams were gone. Her desire was slowly disappearing. Her dragon soul was being devoured by the ancestral dragon emperor and the dragon essence that belonged to the ancestral dragon emperor. Everything is over. The ancestral dragon emperor devoured all of Li Feng's dragon soul and dragon yuan. At that moment the dragon yuan in his body became more and more terrifying. After fusing with Li Feng's and his dragon yuan, the ancestral dragon emperor fell into a deep sleep and started to devour and cultivate crazily. The ancestral dragon emperor was like that and so was Xianxia. Because he had devoured 9 heavenly king realm dragon souls. At this moment his soul realm had reached the rebirth realm. His soul realm had reached the next level. With the help of 9 heavenly king realm dragon souls, Xianxia was invincible. The rise of his soul realm had made his strength reach the next level. 10 days later when Xianxia woke up his soul strength had reached the rebirth realm. His terrifying soul aura spread out and he could see everything that happened within a million li, such a terrifying soul strength. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It's too overbearing. In a blink of an eye he could travel a million li with just a thought. Although he did not break through his cultivation realm, his soul could travel a million li. The great Yu soul-forming light was even more terrifying. Against a heavenly king realm expert, even if it was 1 against 3, Xianxia would still be able to win. Roar. A terrifying roar reverberated across the heavens and earth. The entire dragon clan heard the roar of the ancestral dragon emperor. The return of an honorable, the rebirth of an expert, the return of a hopeless situation, unparalleled in this chaotic world. At this moment, Xianxia's expression changed when he saw the ancestral dragon emperor. This fella has surpassed the heavenly king realm? Why? You don't recognize me? Huh. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Xianxia and said. It's not that I don't recognize you but you're too powerful. You scared me. Huh. Xianxia laughed heartily as well. I haven't broken through to the rebirth realm yet. I'm only a half step away from it. However, in order to become a rebirth realm expert, I'm afraid I'll have to undergo a transformation of my soul. My soul strength is still at the heavenly king realm now. When I'm able to comprehend the rebirth realm, I'll be able to break through to the rebirth realm. Jiang Qin understood what the ancestral dragon emperor said. Even so, it was already terrifying enough. At least he was half a step into the rebirth realm. Jiang Qin could imagine how terrifying that realm was. Once you've broken through to the Heavenly King realm, there's no difference in levels anymore. The next level in the Heavenly King realm is the rebirth realm. The next level in the rebirth realm is the supreme heavenly realm, the godly realm. With your strength, you'll be able to break through to the Heavenly King realm soon. I hope so. I met the Northern Liang Emperor and he saved my life. Now he's heading to the Central Region Divine Land to meet with the other 4 divine forms. The Heaven Patrollers have appeared. The great trial of the heavens and earth will descend soon. Jiang Qin said. 4 divine forms, Northern Liang Emperor. Looks like this is the most dangerous moment. The Heaven Patrollers have appeared earlier than expected. It'll definitely make the divine world more difficult. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said. That's right. I'm afraid I've already been targeted. After devouring the Heavenly Pearl, my strength has reached the late Emperor realm. I can fight against a Heavenly King realm expert. However, if there are too many Heaven Patrollers, my situation will be hard to predict. I've already made an agreement with the Northern Liang Emperor to deal with the great trial of the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he spoke confidently. I got it. It seems like the great tribulation of the world this time will start completely at some point in time. You're really crazy. To think you've devoured the Heavenly Pearl. The Dragon Clan is unstable. I need to go back. It might take some time. You should go to the Central Region Divine Land first. I'll come back after I've dealt with the Dragon Clan. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor pondered for a while. The Dragon Clan had always been in Li Feng's hands. It had already fallen apart. Now that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's strength had fully recovered, he must rebuild the Dragon Clan and restore the vitality of the Dragon Clan. All right. See you at the Central Region Divine Land. Chapter 38:38. At this moment the Central Region Divine Land was peaceful and the sun was shining brightly. The Northern Liang clan master stood on the shore with his hands behind his back. He looked to the east, west, and south silently. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Sorry to keep you waiting. Brother Imobe, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as good as ever, a golden-haired young man said with an elegant smile. Shi Tiandong, you're finally here. The Northern Liang Emperor Imobe said bitterly. Shi Tiandong was the East Victory Emperor and the protector of the East Victory Divine Land. What's the rush? The calamity hasn't arrived yet, right? At this time it was time to enjoy the moment. What's the point of worrying? Shi Tiandong shrugged and said non-committally. The Northern Liang Emperor smiled bitterly. This guy has always been like this. Above the southern sea a figure stepped through the air. He had the demeanor of an immortal and his long beard fell to the ground. Qininan, brother Qin, it's been a long time. Imobe stepped forward and cupped his hands. Qininan nodded slightly with a calm expression. He was the protector of the South Victory Divine Land, the Emperor of South Victory Divine Land. The calamity hasn't arrived yet. I'm afraid you must have some plans for us to rush over. Qininan's white robe fluttered in the wind. He had the demeanor of an immortal and nodded slightly at the two. I won't hide it from you, brother Qin. Although the calamity hasn't arrived yet, the Heaven Patrollers have already appeared. That's why I rushed you here. It might happen at any time. The Northern Liang Emperor nodded with a solemn expression. Why isn't Eastern Green Gate here yet? Did something happen in the West Pole Divine Land? Counting the days, he should have been here earlier than the two of you. The Northern Liang Emperor shook his head and frowned worriedly. I heard that the West Pole Divine Land is in chaos. Perhaps Eastern Green Gate has something to do. It's not too late to wait. Qininan said. Not long after, the Northern Liang Emperor and the other two didn't see Eastern Green Gate. They said they saw Jiang Qin. Northern Liang Emperor, I'm not too late, right? Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. He had been rushing to the Central Continent Divine Land ever since he came out of the dragon race. It's not too late. Let me introduce you. This is the ruler of the Nantung Divine Prefecture, Qininan. This is the ruler of the Dongxing Divine Prefecture, Shi Tiandong. This is the Jiang Qin I mentioned to you before. The Lord of Northern Liang said with a smile. Greetings, seniors. Jiang Qin nodded. Xianxia, your name is like a thunderclap piercing our ears. Ha! East, west, north, south, central, all of them have been tossed about by you. In the entire God world, there aren't many people who don't know your name, Xianxia. But I like it. Shi Tiandong patted Xianxia's shoulder, and the two smiled at each other. You're able to kill a heavenly king realm expert when you're only a late-stage emperor. It seems like you're indeed different from ordinary people. Qin Yinan also revealed a look of admiration towards Xianxia. Although he was a senior, he was still only a heavenly king, so he did not look down on Xianxia at all. Could something really have happened to the West Pole Divine Prefecture? The Lord of Northern Liang finally could not sit still, and so could Xianxia. If something really happened to the West Pole Divine Prefecture, Yan Qingqing, Wu Ningzhu and the others would still be there. I heard that the West Pole Divine Prefecture might have been attacked by the Slaughter Pagoda. Could it be true? Shi Tiandong said in surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Lord of Northern Liang frowned, and he was extremely worried. You didn't ask me. Shi Tiandong shrugged, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You're going to piss me off. Let's go to the West Pole Divine Prefecture now. The Lord of Northern Liang rolled his eyes at Shi Tiandong, and the four of them immediately set off for the West Pole Divine Prefecture. Whether the rumor was true or not, the Lord of the West Pole Divine Prefecture did not appear in the agreement of the four divine forms, which meant that it was not a trivial matter. The old haunt of the Buddhist sect had already shown a scene of prosperity. After more than 30 years of transformation, the entire West Pole Divine region and the land of the Buddhist sect had become prosperous and prosperous. Countless disciples of the Buddhist sect had returned and merged all the monasteries in the West Pole Divine region. Today the Buddha had once again become the ancestor of all Buddhas. He was in charge of hundreds of arhats, and his strength was formidable and his prestige was unparalleled. In the Great Accomplishment Hall, Tyrant's expression was calm as he looked at the hundreds of arhats and golden-bodied venerables around him. His heart was incomparably heavy. The war was imminent, and the Slaughter Pagoda's invasion had caused the entire West Pole state to be in a state of panic. Above the Great Accomplishment Hall, a skinny middle-aged man stared at Monk Tyrant with a solemn expression. Buddha Ancestor, this time the Slaughter Pagoda is invading. Seems like we have to join forces to resist the enemy. Brother Shiman, the calamity of the heaven and earth is approaching, and the Slaughter Pagoda is attacking us one after another. You disregarded the danger and came to our aid. The Buddhism sect is extremely grateful. Monk Tyrant said in a deep voice. He was extremely meticulous. Shiman Qing waved his hand and said bluntly, Buddha Ancestor has also helped me in the past. Although I, Shiman Qing, am the protector of the West Pole Divine Prefecture, I am willing to follow Buddha Ancestor and fight against the enemies. Whether it is the Slaughter Pagoda or the calamity of the heaven and earth, I am duty-bound. Tyrant's expression was solemn as he nodded his head heavily. With a raise of his hand, the Great Achievement Hall, which was originally shining brightly, was shrouded in a thick layer of haze. A bloody mouth pounced forward like a skeleton, looking extremely terrifying. It even wanted to swallow the entire Great Achievement Hall in one gulp. 10,000 Buddhas paying respects to the sect. The tyrant monk struck out with a hand seal, dispersing the terrifying black fog skeleton and allowing it to see the light again. However, at this moment, the sky above the West Pole Divine Prefecture was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. It gave off a feeling that the dark clouds were pressing down on the city. What should come has finally come. Tyrant slowly stood up. Looking at the hundreds of golden arhats, he said with a stern expression, Venerables, this matter concerns the life and death of our Buddhism sect. The calamity of the heaven and earth is imminent, and the Slaughter Pagoda is invading us. We the Buddhas are duty-bound. In today's battle only death awaits us. Now that the demon ancestor has returned, we, the Buddhas, will definitely fight to the death with him. We pledge our lives to follow Buddha Ancestor and fight for the people of the world. Hundreds of golden arhats shouted in unison, their voices surging to the heavens and rumbling like thunder. Tyrant's current strength was extremely terrifying. He had reached the peak of the heavenly king realm. This was because his Buddhist charm came from the power of faith. The West Pole Divine Prefecture had regained its light, and the Buddhism sect had re-established itself. The Buddhist charm was melodious, condensing the Buddhist charm and the power of faith of the heavens. Tyrant's strength was also increasing day by day, and he could step into the rebirth realm at any time, returning to his former peak. Chapter 38-39. A furious roar shook the entire land of the West Pole Divine region. Above the void, dark clouds slowly gathered to form a giant skeleton. Its blood-red eyes were like flames that could pierce through the earth. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air and blushed with shame. Demon ancestor, you're just an evil thought of our Buddha. How dare you try to attain the Tao? You're delusional. Surrender now and beg for the Buddha's mercy. That's right, you bastard. You messed up the Buddhist sect and caused the West Pole Divine region to be in chaos. Now you dare to return to the Buddhist sect? You're courting death. Heaven's net has a long way to go. This time our Buddhist sect is working together. We will definitely not let you, a traitor, have your way. Amitabha. It's not too late for you to stop now. Don't wait until the last moment to regret it. Countless Buddhist sect arhats were guarding the Buddha, and there were many Emperor Realm and Venerable Emperor Realm arhats. This battle was not going to be easy for the Buddhist pagoda. Many disciples were enlightened by the Buddha. Their Buddhist aura was everlasting and they had recovered to the Emperor Realm. There were more than 10 of them. The Buddhist sect was terrifying now. They might not be any weaker than the Slaughter Pagoda. You're just a bunch of rabble. How dare you speak so bravely? Buddha, is this your Buddhist sect? It's unbearable. The giant skeleton said in a deep voice, causing the entire Buddhist sect to be enraged. Amitabha. Demon ancestor, you're just an evil thought in my heart. You're so full of yourself. You've cultivated the Tao and you want to devour me. You're so ambitious. Today I'll give you a chance. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you'll be saved. If you're willing to bow your head and think of the world, Buddha is merciful. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Tyrant said with a calm expression on his face. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? What a joke. One's appearance is born from one's heart. Since I was born from your heart, I no longer belong to you. Today I will take back everything that belongs to me. Your golden body will be mine. The demon ancestor let out a roar as the millions of feet-tall skeletons spewed out a mouthful of turbid air. Instantly, the entire Buddhist sect was plunged into darkness. Demon ancestor, you lunatic. You will die a horrible death. The pure land of the Buddhist sect is not a place for others to act rashly. Buddha, as long as you give the order, we will definitely head there. Buddha, please give the order to kill this fiend. For the entire Buddhist sect, they hated the demon ancestor to the bone. No one knew how the Buddhist sect was defeated by the demon ancestor in the past, and the Buddha ancestor was surrounded by enemies. On one hand he had to fight the demon ancestor and on the other hand he had to fight against the great tribulation of the world. Could be said that he gave his all until his death. Since that's the case, if you insist on becoming enemies with the Buddhist sect, then I'll have to clean up the sect. Tyrant said faintly. Initially he wanted to subdue the demon ancestor. After all, if he succeeded he could be a part of the fight against the great tribulation of the world. However, he didn't expect the demon ancestor to be so rampant. This battle was unavoidable. We were born from the same root. Why are we in such a hurry to kill each other? Xianxia sighed. The demon ancestor and the Buddha ancestor were like fire and water. The strength of the demon ancestor was definitely not below the Buddha ancestor. In fact, he might even be stronger than the Buddha ancestor. The fact that he was able to survive the previous great ancient war proved that the demon ancestor's strength was definitely not ordinary. Xianxia might not even have a chance of winning against the demon ancestor. 10,000 Buddhas convert, infinite Maha. Tyrant moved like lightning. A terrifying Buddha charm was unleashed. With a single palm strike, the heavens and earth shattered. The Buddha ancestor, who was at the peak of the heavenly king realm, was already unparalleled in the world. The demon ancestor's shadow continued to change and shrouded the front of Tyrant. It was like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable. Heavenly demon transformation. The demon ancestor's hand transformed into a green cloud, directly suppressing the boundless Buddha charm of Tyrant. The terrifying power caused the heavens to tremble. The battle between the Buddha sect and the Buddha pagoda had completely begun. The Buddha pagoda had originally evolved from the Buddha sect. This battle had caused countless people's hearts to ache. Now that the Black Sea pagoda was dead, the 7 great pagoda had all returned to their positions, led by Sakra. Now, under the guidance of the demon ancestor, Sakra had also reached the heavenly king realm after a few decades. The The 7 great pagoda were all the same. They were once war gods of the Buddha sect, but now they had all become supporters of the Buddha pagoda. One had to say that to the Buddha sect this was a great irony. Buddha ancestor, don't worry and fight. Leave Sakura and the others to me. Xianxia took a step forward and faced Sakura directly, fighting crazily. Reckless fool. 4 divine images. Xianxia, didn't you say that you don't care about worldly affairs? As the guardian of the West Pole divine continent, you actually got involved in this. Looks like you're tired of living. Sakura controlled the universe. His expression was stern and domineering. With the demon ancestor leading the way, he was fearless. You are the ones who don't know what's good for you. The Buddha sect is the orthodox Buddha pagoda. Dream on. I, Xianxia, am duty-bound to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Xianxia held a powerful weapon in his hand, the 9-feet cloud saber. Its divine might was unparalleled. All right, then I'll fulfill your wish. Sakura Tian and Xianxia went all out. At this moment, the entire Buddha sect was already in a state of turmoil. Suba Tuolyuo and the others also faced the people of the Buddha pagoda. With the One World Stupa in the lead, the Heavenly King Realm Stupas were all ready for battle, their auras imposing. The Vajra Stupa, the Dragon Elephant Stupa, the All-Life Stupa, the 9 Dragon Stupa, the Hell Stupa, and the Prajna Stupa were all present. Kill them. The One World Stupa roared hoarsely as he charged into the Buddha sect's crowd. The appearance of the Heavenly King Realm Masters made many of the Buddha sect's people complain incessantly. Even the Emperor Venerable Realm Masters couldn't stop them at all. Taikasayapa also charged forward at this moment. However, they were all peak Emperor Venerable Realm Masters and couldn't fight the 8 divisional stupa at all. The former god of war of the Buddha sect was evident. Sakura Tian intimidated Xianxia with his strength, making it difficult for him to move forward. The fully recovered Sakura Tian was unstoppable and invincible. On the other side, the 7 great stupas slaughtered their way in and out of the Buddha sect's territory, dyeing it red with blood. The one who was in the most difficult situation was still Tyrant. What he didn't expect was that the demon ancestor had already broken through the Heavenly King realm and reached the Rebirth realm. Tyrant couldn't handle his terror at all. Chapter 38-40. Today is the day of your Buddhist sect's destruction. The demon ancestor's voice was deep and deep. The huge skeleton swept across the sky, forcing Tyrant to retreat several times, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. Truly a traitor. If not for the Buddhist sect, how could you, demon ancestor, be as glorious as you are today? To think that you want to destroy the Buddhist sect. Wishful thinking. A white-clothed figure arrived by stepping on the air. Jiangchen looked at them with disdain as he stood beside Tyrant. Little Qinzi. Tyrant's eyes lit up. At this moment he was extremely excited. Jiangchen had finally returned after dozens of years. He had already broken through to the late Emperor realm and was extremely powerful. However, it was still a drop in the bucket when facing the demon ancestor. Jiangchen, I never thought that you would dare to walk right into my trap. In today's battle, all of you will die for me. The demon ancestor's voice was as loud as thunder, shocking everyone. Yes, husband. Yan Qingqing's current strength was extremely terrifying. She had reached the Heavenly King realm because she had perfectly inherited the inheritance left behind by Princess Duan. Wu Ningzhu, Ling Yun, Long Yingyu, her and the others had also reached the Emperor realm. Although they could not play a decisive role in the battle against the Buddha pagoda, they could at least defend the Buddhist sect against the strong enemies. Everyone was incomparably overjoyed. Their expectation had finally come to fruition. However, this battle was full of crisis for the entire Buddha sect. Even Jiangchen alone was not enough to turn the tide of the battle. Evil deeds are doomed to destruction. Demon ancestor, today is the day of your death. The Lord of Northern Liang Mo Bei, the Lord of Nantung Chen Yinan and the Lord of Dong Xingshi Tiandong stood beside Jiangchen at this moment. Xianxing's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. These guys have finally come. Not bad at all. 4 divine images. Interesting. Then today I will take you all in. The demon ancestor said indifferently. He was not afraid of the 4 divine images at all. Senior Ximen, leave Indra to me. The 4 of you will join forces with the Buddhist ancestor to fight against the demon ancestor. Jiangchen looked at Eastern Green Gate and said in a deep voice. All right. Eastern Green Gate, the Northern Cold Master and the other 2 gathered together, and the 5 of them instantly started a great battle, fighting to the death with the demonic ancestor. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Sakura narrowed his eyes. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. The appearance of Xianxia had made him even more ruthless and fierce. Late-stage Emperor realm? Ah, how interesting. I wasn't able to kill you back then. Today we'll settle our old and new debts together. Xian sneered. Although Xianxia's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he still hadn't reached the Heavenly King realm and couldn't fight with him. In this battle he had already made up his mind to cut down Xianxia. There's no point in saying more. Make your move. Let me see just how powerful your so-called Heavenly King stage is. Xianxia smiled faintly. Sakura had already closed in on Xianxia. The terrifying power of Dao gushed out, determined to kill Xianxia in one fell swoop. You're courting death. Sakura's palms overlapped as a terrifying palm fell from the sky. The power of Dao swept across the sky, determined to kill Xianxia. 24 moves of sword. Xianxia's sword swept through 14 prefectures. His divine might was unparalleled and unparalleled. Get out of my way. Xian sneered. His palm struck out towards the sky, destroying everything in its path. He didn't give Xianxia any chance at all. Everyone was holding their breath, thinking that Zhang Tianze was going to be killed by Xian. 25 moves of sword. Xianxia came back from the jaws of death. The moment his sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth trembled. The limitless sword was in chaos. Xian's expression suddenly changed. This sword was filled with the power of the heavens and earth, filled with the cycle of despair, making him unable to resist. No, Sakura's face changed. He was instantly defeated by Xianxia's sword and was sent flying. The terror of the 25 moves of sword was evident. Suddenly, the faces of the people in the pagoda changed drastically. They never thought that Xianxia, a late Emperor realm expert, would be so terrifying. Too strong. This guy is simply shameless. Buddha Longxiang smiled bitterly. Now that Xianxia had returned, even Xian was no match for him. This battle was going to be a tough one for them. Why aren't you helping me? Sakura wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and roared. Instantly, the 8 section Buddhas rushed towards Sakura. The 8 of them joined hands and surrounded Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia's eyes finally fell on Prajnafutu. We meet again. Xianxia looked at Prajnafutu. Only one of us can survive. Prajnafutu said indifferently. There was a cold light in her beautiful eyes as if she was emotionless. However, she was holding a murderous sword in her hand, the heart of broken love. It's difficult to achieve great things with love. Prajna, you should know what you should do at this moment. Ishanfutu looked at Prajnafutu and said coldly. What is love? It's only a matter of life and death. Xianxia sneered. What is love? It's hard to find true love. Then let's fight. I'd like to see how strong you are. Xianxia fought against the top 8. The 8 heavenly kings surrounded Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia was in a difficult situation. No matter how strong he was, no matter how terrifying the 25th sword was, he couldn't fight against them. Xianxia was very careful and was injured everywhere. The 25th sword couldn't save him. Under the strong attacks of Sakura and the others, it was already difficult for Xianxia to hold his ground. However, Xianxia wasn't a person who gave up easily. Therefore he would definitely fight to the end. Be careful, husband. Wu Ningzhu and the others were worried about Xianxia. However, the stronger one was, the greater the responsibility. Xianxia would definitely fight to the end because of Tyrant, the Buddhist sect, the entire divine world, and more importantly because he wanted to protect his beloved. Xianxia tried his best to hold the situation. However, Sakura's attacks were stronger and stronger. If this continued, Xianxia would definitely be killed. At that moment the situation changed. Xianxia was facing great pressure. Even the 25th sword couldn't help him break through the encirclement. The 8 heavenly kings made it difficult for Xianxia to move. Die. Today you won't be able to escape. Sakura regained control of the situation and was filled with killing intent. At that moment, Prajnafuta's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She knew that she couldn't cross the threshold. Chapter 38:41. In the next moment, Indra suddenly turned around and forced Prajnastupa to retreat with a palm strike. His situation was worrisome as he staggered 2 steps back. His strength was greatly weakened. However, Jiang Qin began to fight back at this moment. 6 Heavenly King Realm experts, plus a seriously injured Indra, he had a great chance of winning this battle. However, as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. At this time, no one could predict what the situation would be until the last moment. Although Jiang Qin was relieved, Indra and the others were still attacking fiercely. Both sides fell into a stalemate while Prajna Stupa was like an outsider standing there blankly. Jiang Qin looked at Prajna Stupa, raised the sword in his hand and placed it on his neck. There was a smile in his eyes, but it was more complicated. Don't. Jiang Qin's pupils constricted and his face changed, but he was powerless. He could only watch as Prajna took her life and fell from the sky. Jiang Qin's eyes were red with killing intent. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly, and the power in his heart surging, and his fighting spirit was high. All of you die. Jiang Qin was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Under his rage, he swept away thousands of enemies. The 25th sword continued to attack. The limitless sword in Jiang Qin's hand was unparalleled. No one could stop Jiang Qin. Now he was like a peerless demon god rushing towards the 8-divisional pagoda. Indra was directly slashed by Jiang Qin's sword, and both his spirit and body were destroyed. The entire pagoda was shocked. The other 6 pagodas also fell into a dead silence at this moment. Because Jiang Qin's second sword was 1 against 6. With one sword, thousands of swords were broken. The heavenly dragon sword shone brilliantly and killing intent filled the air. The 6 people were all torn apart by the heavenly dragon sword, and there was no chance of survival. The sky above the West Pole divine region became incomparably quiet. Jiang Qin flew over and caught the figure of the Prajna Buddha. At that moment, blood had already dyed her clothes red, and she was on the verge of death. Why did you do that? Why? Jiang Qin watched as the Prajna Stupa's life force drained away. She had already destroyed her Dantian region and sea of energy, and split her divine soul. She was dead and not even a god could save her. You are the only reason why I'm still alive. I don't know how I've lived through these hundreds of millions of years. However, on the roof of Zhou Mountain, you made me understand that a person should have their own emotions. I heavily injured Sakura and the 8-divisional stupa. Just like me, we are like sisters. I can't face them. My hands are stained with blood, my eyes are filled with darkness, but at least in my heart, you are still there. Hanya faintly smiled, the light in her eyes gradually dissipating. Jiang Qin tightly held Bo Ri's hand, and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. I don't know where love starts, but it goes deep. You don't have to remember me as if we never met. Bo Ri's eyes gradually closed. Jiang Qin's heart sank to the bottom. A tear fell from his eyes and disappeared into Bo Ri's eyes. My tears are your tears. Bo Ri's death was a huge blow to Jiang Qin. Even if he had 1,000 skills, he couldn't reverse the situation. At that moment, he realized that he wasn't a god and he couldn't change anything. Pagoda, I want you to fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Jiang Qin raised his sword and killed his way in and out. Tens of thousands of people from the pagoda, including more than a dozen venerable sovereigns and more than 100 martial emperors, were all killed by Jiang Qin's sword and turned into souls that would fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. At this moment, under the joint efforts of the 4 divine extremes and Tyrant, they managed to push back the demon ancestor. However, only at this moment did Tyrant realize that this was not the real demon ancestor. It was merely a clone of him. Even if it was just a clone, it was still enough to cause a huge ruckus for them. Neither the 4 divine extremes nor Tyrant dared to let their guard down as they gave it their all. Demon ancestor, go to hell. Jiang Qin's eyes were already red from killing. He went straight to the demon ancestor, and together with the 4 divine extremes and Tyrant, the power of the 6 of them was like a hot knife through butter. The demon ancestor couldn't fight anymore, and the giant black skeleton also became smaller and smaller. Damn it, you want me to submit? You're still too young. The demon ancestor snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Qin and the others at all. Although he was losing, he was still full of confidence. Now I'll show you who's the real winner. Ah. The demon ancestor laughed crazily. Blood spurted out from his giant mouth and 2 figures appeared in the void. Jiang Qin and Tyrant's eyes narrowed. They didn't expect that these 2 people were actually Long Shisan and Han Yan. Impossible, this is impossible. Tyrant's eyes were gloomy as he stared at the demon ancestor. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Xian and both of them were extremely excited. Nothing is impossible. I used the Great Reincarnation Gate to open the Minor Reincarnation Gate and let the two of them into the Great Reincarnation Gate. The two of them didn't disappoint me. The 3 realms and 6 Dao billions of living beings, all gathered in their bodies. Now their strength is not any weaker than yours. Buddha, I'll annihilate all of you in today's battle. From now on, the Buddhist sect will disappear from the divine world without a trace. Zhou Xian clenched his fist tightly. At this moment, Xianxia and Han Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Unsurprisingly, the two of them were completely controlled by the demon ancestor. At this moment they were in deep trouble and they didn't know how to continue this battle. Let them go and my golden body belongs to you. Tyrant said in a deep voice, looking straight at the demon ancestor. Is that so? Hee, unfortunately I don't need it because the two of them are enough to capture you. My left and right arms not bad, right? Brothers killing each other, let's see who will be the final winner. The demon ancestor sneered while Zhou Xian and Tyrant fell into silence. No matter who won or lost, the final loser would be them. Then what do you want? Tyrant clenched his fist tightly. These were his brothers. You guys have no way out. What do you want to do? Isn't it up to me? Defeat my left and right arms first, but I'm afraid you guys won't be able to do it. The two of them have devoured all the living beings in the 6 Dao of reincarnation. Even though I'm the one controlling them, it took me a lot of effort. Just wait for your deaths. This is your only ending. The demon ancestor said faintly. However, these words made Zhou Qian's heart sour, and he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Brother, my brother. Chapter 3842. Brother Xian. Lan Lingji called out softly. Her eyes were filled with tears of blood, but no matter how hard she called, the other party didn't respond. Zhou Qian's eyes were like torches. This ancestor devil was simply a bastard. He actually separated Xian and Han Yan from the minor samsara gate, allowing them to be corroded by thousands of divine souls in the 6 paths of samsara. Eventually they devoured all the divine souls in the 6 paths of samsara, turning them into what they were now. Kill them all. Ancestor devil bellowed. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Xian and Han Yan attacked instantly, pressing towards Zhou Qian and the others. Be starred. Tyrant glared at ancestor devil. This was the first time he, as the myriad Buddha ancestor, cursed. This ancestor devil was simply an unpardonable bastard. Xian and Han Yan were his brothers. Leave the two of them to us. Senior Northern Liang, I'll have to trouble you to deal with ancestor devil. Zhou Qian said in a low voice. The Northern Liang sovereign nodded slightly and rushed towards ancestor devil. The war was still going on. No one knew what the outcome would be until the very last moment. Zhou Qian looked at the duo and exchanged a glance with Tyrant. At this moment both of them had mixed feelings, but they had no choice but to fight. Not only did they have Buddha sect behind them but also the whole world and the common people. Their brothers couldn't be hurt. Zhou Qian looked at Dragon Xian and Han Yan, then exchanged a glance with Tyrant. Zhou Qian faced Xian head-on. Xian's palm of the universe was invincible, simple and violent. Their auras were unparalleled and unstoppable. No one could contend against them. Although it was just a simple attack, it had already caused the entire void to collapse. The might of both of them shocked Zhou Qian. He didn't dare to underestimate them. Zhou Qian and Xian fought with their lives on the line. They fought with their lives on the line. Their punches were heavy and ruthless. Neither of them took half a step back. The battle between Zhou Qian and Xian was getting more and more intense. Zhou Qian's eyes flashed with a dim light. He wanted to use the great soul-forming light to deal with Zhou Qian. But in the end it was useless. Their divine souls were suppressed in the depths of their souls. They didn't even know if their divine souls still existed. Even the great soul-forming light couldn't harm their souls. Their current strength was because they had devoured the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. The divine souls in their bodies only had one thought: fight, fight, fight. Moreover, they only obeyed the orders of the demon ancestor. Zhou Qian and Xian were evenly matched. At this moment, Zhou Qian's Dao accumulation kept on attacking. It had greatly suppressed Xian. However, Xian still didn't care about his life or death. He didn't know fatigue and he kept on fighting. Although his body was being pushed back by Zhou Xian, his will to fight never weakened. On the other side, the battle between Han Yen and Tyrant was getting more and more intense. Tyrant relied on his boundless Buddha charm to suppress Han Yen. However, as time passed, he knew that Han Yen would definitely make a comeback. At that time, Tyrant wouldn't be able to do anything anymore. Zhou Xian discovered that his heaven-conquering Dao accumulation had greatly suppressed Long Xian. It even made Long Xian exhausted. His heaven-conquering Dao accumulation had completely suppressed his aura. It was hard for him to fight back. Heaven-conquering Dao accumulation. He seems to be afraid of my heaven-conquering Dao accumulation. Zhou Xian was delighted. If his heaven-conquering Dao accumulation could suppress both of them, it would mean that his Dao accumulation was absolutely useful. Profound Heaven Seal. Zhou Xian attacked Han Yen with a seal. At this moment Han Yen and Long Xian both retreated rapidly. They didn't dare to confront Zhou Xian head-on. Scarlet Heaven Seal. Zhou Xian continuously attacked with the Heaven-expanding seal. Layers of Dao accumulation power forced Long Xian and Han Yen to retreat. They didn't dare to face it head-on. However, in the end the effect was minimal. As long as they avoided the attack head-on, Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to do anything to them. On the other side, the situation of the four divine extremes was also very dangerous. Zhou Xian knew that they had to end the battle quickly. However, Long Xian and Han Yen were his blood brothers. Now Zhou Xian didn't dare to use his Dao accumulation power to suppress them. Otherwise he might regret it for the rest of his life if he hurt Long Xian and Han Yen. Little Qinzi, what should we do? If this goes on, both of us will definitely be delayed by them. As long as the four divine extremes are defeated, both of us, even the entire Buddhist sect and the entire West Pole will be enveloped by the demon ancestor. Tyrant said in a deep voice. We can only fight with our lives on the line. Zhou Xian clenched his teeth and said. What do you want to do? Tyrant looked at Zhou Xian and had a bad feeling in his heart. Integrate the two of them into my Dao accumulation and assimilate them. As long as my Dao accumulation is strong enough, I can completely purify their spiritual souls. Zhou Xian said. No, this is like walking on a single log bridge for you. Once you lose, not only will they die but you will also die. The Taoist connotation belongs to a person's comprehension of the great Tao. You want to bring both of them into your Taoist connotation? This is completely nonsense. Tyrant sternly rejected Zhou Xian. But I have no other choice. Zhou Xian said and shook his head. If he won, he might get his two brothers back. However, if he lost, he would be the first one to die. Whether the Dao accumulation power could integrate the two of them would depend on Zhou Xian's ability. This was a path of no return because no one had ever tried it before. Zhou Xian's Dao accumulation power was indeed strong enough to fuse two completely different paths together. However, it was very likely that it would have the opposite effect. By doing this, Zhou Xian had already disregarded his own life and death. Tyrant, don't say any more. This is my only choice. As soon as Zhou Xian finished speaking, a terrifying Dao accumulation power descended from the sky and completely trapped the two of them. The Ashura sword formation was instantly formed. Generations of terrifying sword chi forced the two of them into a dead end. Zhou Xian used his heaven-conquering Dao accumulation to envelop the two of them. Zhou Xian took a deep breath and looked solemn. At this moment of life and death, if his Dao accumulation collapsed, then the three of them would probably die. At least he would be the first to die. As for Long Xian and Han Yen, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Zhou Xian had no other choice. This was his only method, his only choice. Success or failure depended on this. Layers of heaven-conquering Dao accumulation suppressed Long Xian and Han Yen. Zhou Xian was sweating profusely. Zhou Xian had used all his Dao accumulation power to trap the two of them in his heaven-conquering Dao. This was the first time Zhou Xian had done something like this. If it wasn't for Long Xian and Han Yen being in a desperate situation, he wouldn't have taken his life as a joke. Chapter 38:43. Heaven surmounting Dao accumulation. The heaven and earth are nothing to me. I am the heaven and the heaven is me. Surmounting the heaven and earth, surmounting all living beings. Zhou Xian's heaven surmounting Dao accumulation was finally exhausted. Long Xian and Han Yen had also fainted. Being suppressed by the layers of heaven surmounting Dao accumulation, the two of them had fallen into a passive position. Therefore Jiangchen's heavens surmounting Dao accumulation began to baptize and purify Long Xian and Han Yan. His hard work paid off. Jiangchen had already exhausted all of his Dao accumulation. He sat on the ground. Fortunately he didn't die and the Dao didn't collapse. At this moment Long Xian and Han Yan had also slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Long Xian knitted his brows and asked in a deep voice. What's going on? Han Yan was also dumbfounded. He looked into the distance silently. Jiangchen was panting and his face was pale, but the corner of his mouth was wearing a faint smile. Brother Xian. Lan Lingji threw herself into Long Xian's arms. Han Yan looked at Jiangchen and Tyrant as if he didn't know what had happened just now. You and that stinky monkey have been controlled by the devil ancestor. Little Qinzi has enveloped both of you with his Dao accumulation. His Dao accumulation almost collapsed, but he managed to pull both of you back from the gates of hell. Tyrant said in a deep voice. At this moment Long Xian and Han Yan looked at Jiangchen with incomparably gentle eyes. There shouldn't be words of gratitude between brothers, but they knew that Jiangchen had saved them just in time. If the two of them weren't saved they might become the executioners of the devil ancestor. Are you all right, little Qinzi? Long Xian looked at Jiangchen with fiery eyes. I won't die. Jiangchen laughed, feeling very comforted. What are you waiting for? Let's get rid of this bastard demon ancestor first. We can reminisce later. Han Yan looked at Long Xian. Jiangchen had used up more than half of his strength. Now they exchanged glances with Tyrant and joined forces to attack the demonic ancestor. The 7 of them were all elites among the heavenly kings. Even the demonic ancestor's divine soul shadow could do nothing against them. As he retreated step by step, his situation was extremely worrying. Since you're so impatient, I'll send you to hell. The demon ancestor let out a furious roar. 9 figures descended from the sky and gathered together. At that moment, Tyrant's expression changed drastically. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged and the world shook. He's here. Tyrant's words stunned everyone, and their expressions changed drastically. The demonic ancestor's giant skeleton gradually fused, and in the end, it became a skinny figure wearing a black battle robe. He had red hair and red eyes, and his killing intent was like a rainbow. He stood above the 9 heavens and looked down on everyone, but his appearance was no different from Tyrant. The demonic ancestor threw a punch and the 7 heavenly kings were all forced back. The situation was extremely passive. This was the true power of a rebirth state expert. The crowd was in an uproar, but especially the people of the Buddhist sect. They all understood that this was not the Gautama Buddha, but their enemy, the demonic ancestor. After so many years, you still refuse to stop at the brink of death. In the end, you still want to become the enemy of the world. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The demonic ancestor in front of him was born from his evil thoughts, but in the end he became his greatest enemy, and also the greatest enemy of the great calamity of the world. Your era has passed. Now it's up to me to make the decision. An era has passed, but you still refuse to let go. You're the Buddha ancestor. I think the one who can't let go is you, right? The demonic ancestor sneered as if he was the ruler of the world. Now that his main body was here, it was completely different. Amitabha, don't be a thief crying thief. You should understand that between you and me only one of us can survive. Tyrant said. That's why it's me, not you, because you don't have the qualifications. The demonic ancestor said. He had already sentenced Tyrant to death as well as everyone else. Even if we fight to the last moment, we must kill you. Otherwise, how will I, the Buddha, have the face to see the world? Tyrant took the lead and rushed towards the demonic ancestor again. The 7 of them fought, knowing that the situation was bleak, but no one retreated. Once they retreated, they might fall into despair. The strength of the demonic ancestor, the terror of the rebirth realm, was not something they could compare with. Almost in an instant, Tyrant was forced back by the demonic ancestor. He was defeated with every move and he was in a sorry state. Here I come. A purplish golden red light shot up to the sky and landed behind the demonic ancestor. A terrifying wave swept over. The demonic ancestor frowned, but he was still indifferent. He sneered and threw a punch, forcing the ancestral dragon emperor to retreat. The 8 of them were still not the demonic ancestor's opponent. Even with the addition of the ancestral dragon emperor, they were only slightly better off. It was still extremely difficult to defeat the demonic ancestor. Jiang Chen frowned, looking at his brothers and friends being forced back by the demonic ancestor. He felt bitter in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Let's see if you're of any use. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and the bronze throne appeared in his hand. This was his only trump card. Let's see if the bronze throne could suppress the demonic ancestor. Suppress. As soon as the bronze throne appeared, the demonic ancestor's eyes shone brightly. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. However, he still did not want to retreat and pressed forward. Suppress again. Jiang Chen took out another 4 bronze thrones, and all of them landed on top of the demonic ancestor's head. The demonic ancestor's face turned serious at this moment. Great move. The disciples of the Buddhist sect cheered from time to time. With the 4 bronze thrones, the ancestral dragon emperor and the other 7, they managed to suppress the demonic ancestor who was in the rebirth realm. However, the situation was still very difficult. After all, he was in the rebirth realm. It was impossible to defeat him. Unparalleled demonic shadow, heaven and earth burning. The demon ancestor clenched his fist and punched the air. The 4 divine extremes, Dragon Zhou Xian and the others, were instantly pushed back. Their faces turned pale as they retreated step by step. The only one who could stabilize himself was the ancestral dragon emperor, who was half a step away from the rebirth realm. Puff. At this moment, even the bronze throne in Jiang Chen's hand was pushed back, looking extremely battered. The rebirth realm was simply too powerful. The entire place was dead silent. No one dared to say a word. Because to them it was a land of death. Is it over? Is our Buddhist sect finished just like that? Yeah. Not only the Buddhist sect, even the West Pole Divine Land will fall into the Divine Pagoda's hands. This is too scary. The rebirth realm makes people feel hopeless. Is this the power of the strongest expert in the world? Everyone was worried and no one dared to speak loudly. Tyrant and the others also had bitter expressions. In this world there was no one who could suppress the demon ancestor. Even the Gautama Buddha could not do anything about it. In the rebirth realm he was invincible and unstoppable. Chapter 38:44. The entire sky had completely darkened. The rainbow figure was like the dark clouds in the sky, completely enveloping the entire Buddhist sect's old grounds, causing it to turn dusky. What's that? What a terrifying shadow. There's such a huge demonic beast in the world? I can't believe it. What kind of existence is that thing? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Even the demon ancestor's eyes were blazing. The horrifying rainbow shadow that covered the sky had brought great pressure to everyone present. It's him. Jiang Chen's body trembled. He seemed to have seen the gigantic rainbow shadow. A pair of eyes stared at him. He was filled with a feeling of crossing through the past. Jiang Chen could not understand what was going on. Roar. A furious roar forced the demonic ancestor to retreat. At that moment the entire West Pole Divine region was in an uproar. Everyone in the Buddhist sect's ancestral ground kept quiet out of fear. Is that Kun? Is it really Kun? Does such a super demonic beast really exist in the world? There's a fish in the northern underworld called Kun. The size of Kun is unknown as to a few thousand miles. When it transforms into a bird it's called Peng. The back of the Peng is unknown as to a few thousand miles. If it's really Kun, then is this Kun good or bad? No one knew. But after that roar, everyone knew that Kun seemed to have come to save them. Even the demonic ancestor was pushed back by Kun. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really him. At this moment, Jiang Chen was certain that this fellow was Kun. It was the Kun that had devoured the divine emperor realm expert Yuan Qing in the Thunder Rush Sea. It's really him. Kun. Tyrant was extremely certain. Because he had witnessed the terror of Kun in the past. Even he did not dare to say that he could fight against it. In the entire world there were only 3 people who could defeat it. Bastard. Why aren't you dead yet? The demonic ancestor clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Get lost. Kun's roar caused the entire Buddhist sect's ancestral ground to tremble. It was a shocking scene. Good. Good. The great calamity of the world is coming, we will meet again. The face of the demon ancestor was extremely ugly. However, the sudden appearance of the Kun was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had a premonition that this fella seemed to have come for him. Back when he was in the Thunder Rush Sea, if it wasn't for it he might not have been able to escape safely. After the demonic ancestor left, the entire West Pole divine region had just calmed down. However, the appearance of Kun had caused the entire world to be in turmoil. Countless people were looking forward to it, but the massive figure of Kun had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Qin stared blankly at the figure that covered the sky as it gradually receded. The sky once again became colorful and the sun was shining brightly. Little Qinzi, this time it's all thanks to you. Long Xian patted Jiang Qin's shoulder heavily. The deep affection in his eyes was self-evident. Get lost, I don't like men. Jiang Qin scolded with a smile. However, the affection in his eyes was not something that could be expressed with just a few words. Han Yen and Tyrant also slowly walked over. Each of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. Now that the demonic ancestor has retreated, although the Buddhist sect has suffered a great loss, at least they managed to preserve their seed. The great calamity of the world is coming. I think that the demonic ancestor will not make a comeback in a short period of time. The Northern Liang sovereign said solemnly. Jiang Qin and Tyrant looked at each other and nodded their heads. Both of them knew that at this moment, they were at the brink of life and death. Jiang Qin slowly turned around and walked towards Hanya. Although Hanya had killed many people and her hands were covered in blood, if it wasn't for her, perhaps Jiang Qin wouldn't have been able to kill Sakura and the other Buddhas, and this scene wouldn't have happened. Love doesn't know where it starts, but it goes deep. Hanya, thank you. Jiang Qin murmured in a low voice. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at him silently, but none of them went forward to dissuade him, because they understood that this wasn't a feeling that anyone could understand. Letting him get over it slowly was the best way. Brother Xian. Lan Lingji stood quietly beside Long Xian. As long as he was here, she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Long Xian hugged Lan Lingji tightly, but at this moment, Jiang Chen's face was filled with guilt. Only true brothers could understand how much pain he was in. Han Yen and Tyrant exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Hanya might not be that important in Jiang Chen's heart, but their friendship in the Jianghu was something that couldn't be cut off. Love doesn't know where it starts, but it goes deep. Only when one's love reaches the deepest point would one understand the ultimate meaning of love. The crowd gradually receded. Jiang Qin hugged Hanya tightly. From afar, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Ling Yun, Long Ying'er and Yu Er were looking at Jiang Qin silently, unwilling to leave. Long Xian, Tyrant and Han Yen also stayed by Jiang Chen's side, waiting for him to stand up. The entire West Pole divine region had regained its tranquility once again. However, there was an undercurrent behind the tranquility. Who knew what would happen to this familiar land when the great tribulation of heaven and earth was coming? A skinny, cold-looking youth in white walked over slowly and silently. When he appeared behind Jiang Qin, even the ancestral dragon emperor didn't notice him. Wu Ningzhu looked at the youth in white and pointed at him. Her face was filled with shock and worry. If he wanted to harm Jiang Qin would have been dead by now. The ancestral dragon emperor shook his head and said. He had already guessed who that youth was. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others looked at each other, feeling troubled. They really wanted to stay by Jiang Chen's side and help him solve his problems. However, it wasn't easy for Jiang Qin to walk out from this predicament. Hanya died because of him. Jiang Qin still had a knot in his heart. This young man is too terrifying. Long Xian couldn't help but curl his lips. He had never admired someone so much, but this youth was an exception. You're back. The youth's back was facing Jiang Qin and said softly. His voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to. Jiang Qin turned his head. A hint of surprise and doubt could be seen between his brows. He seemed to have guessed who this youth with a gentle face and a glimmer of brilliance was. You know me? Jiang Qin asked. I used to know you. The youth smiled. How about now? Jiang Qin said. Chapter 38:45. Who am I? Jiang Qin looked at the young Jiang Kun with a frown. In my previous life you saved me by the river. In this life I saved you in the mortal world. Jiang Kun smiled. Was I the ancient god of war in my previous life? Jiang Qin said with a thought. Jiang Kun shook his head. You're just a young man, a brilliant young man just like me. Jiang Qin was a little disappointed, but he was still very grateful to Jiang Kun. Without him, he and even the entire West Pole divine continent would have fallen. Perhaps this is fate. Jiang Qin and Jiang Kun looked at each other for a long time. There was an indescribable familiarity and closeness in their hearts. You don't have time to rest because you have more important things to do. Jiang Kun said. Losing someone isn't scary. What's scary is losing yourself. This world needs you. Although I don't know who you are, you're the closest person to me. Jiang Kun smiled brightly, living up to his reputation as a brilliant young man. There are 4 heavenly souls in the bronze throne. As long as you can successfully refine the 4 bronze thrones and obtain the power of the heavenly souls, you can break through to the heavenly king realm or even higher. Those are the heavenly souls. Jiang Kun's words made Jiang Chen wake up from his dream. He looked at him quietly, but his heart was already in turmoil. Yes, losing yourself is the most terrifying thing. Jiang Chen murmured. His eyes moved, incomparably clear, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can you help me save Bo Ri? There is no limit to heaven and earth, the beginning and end of all things. Flowers will bloom and wilt, tides will rise and fall. Existence is reasonable. Jiang Kun's words made Jiang Chen finally feel relieved. He glanced at Bo Ri, who had her eyes closed. No matter how reluctant he was, there was nothing he could do. Alright, then I'll try and see how powerful the heavenly souls are. Jiang Chen reached out and clenched his fist tightly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Existence is reasonable. My existence is the truth. Jiang Chen calmed his heart and waited, focusing on refining the bronze throne. With your strength you still can't do it. Let me lend you a hand. Jiang Kun said. Both of them looked into each other's eyes. Jiang Chen knew that he wasn't the savior of the world. He just wanted to save the one he loved so that he wouldn't have any regrets in this life. With the help of Jiang Kun, Jiang Chen began to refine the bronze throne. At this moment the heavens and earth changed as the wind and clouds rose once more. Jiang Chen continued to refine the bronze throne, but the 4 terrifying soul powers within were incomparably strong and were constantly resisting. Jiang Chen made up his mind and joined hands with Jiang Kun without any fear. The 4 strands of soul power were completely extracted from the bronze throne and he began to devour them with all his might. Heavenly soul. In my eyes, there is simply no heavens in this world. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and he was incomparably determined. Time flew and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was in his own world, constantly devouring the 4 heavenly souls. At this moment the heavens and earth began to tremble violently. Jiang Chen's devouring of the heavenly souls seemed to have caused the heavens and earth to be dissatisfied. At this moment the sun was covered by dark clouds. Between the heavens and earth it was like chaos. East, west, north, south, center, 9 prefectures and 18 counties, everyone was panicking. They were afraid and in despair, but in the end they couldn't avoid it. The calamity of the heavens and earth has actually descended in advance. Tyrant said solemnly. Perhaps it's because of him. The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Jiang Chen. For 100 years he had been standing on that piece of land, not moving at all. In these 100 years the 4 divine forms, the ancestral dragon emperor, even Tyrant, Long Shisan, Han Yen and the others had all broken through to the rebirth realm. Between the heavens and earth, Yuan Qi leaked out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, filling every space. Countless experts' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even Wu Ningzhu, Ling Yun and the others were no exception. They had all reached the heavenly king realm. This was an unbearably chaotic era. It was also an era filled with unimaginable heroes. Between the heavens and earth, the wind and clouds surged. The heroes of the chaotic era had all soared into the clouds at this moment. Jiang Chen could feel that after devouring the 4 heavenly souls, perhaps the heavens were truly enraged. First it was the heavenly lost pearl and now it was the 4 heavenly souls. Jiang Chen felt himself getting more and more excited. The calamity of the heavens and earth was approaching. His situation was extremely difficult. To think that these 4 heavenly souls have already made the heavens and the others unable to sit still. Jiang Kun said in a low voice. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. From this moment onwards, the heavens and earth had completely entered a time of darkness. Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted. The dragon runes in his body continued to grow and evolve along with the breakthrough of the heavenly souls. In the end there were billions of dragon runes. Every part of his body was covered with dragon runes. At this moment the dragon transformation skill had completely transformed. After devouring the 4 heavenly souls, Jiang Chen's strength had once again increased by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the rebirth realm. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body, the terrifying energy pierced through the heavens and earth. Zhou Xian abruptly raised his head. At this moment his heart was filled with thousands of ravines, wanting to fight against the heavens and roam the 9 heavens. Rebirth realm, not bad at all. Jiang Kuan slightly nodded his head, his expression solemn. However, the drastic change of the heavens and earth was still ongoing. For a few months, the heavens and earth had sunk into darkness. Countless experts took advantage of the situation to rise, and countless powerful enemies came from all directions. Countless massacres were happening endlessly between the heavens and earth. Zhou Xian has finally woken up. Haha, that fellow's strength has actually reached the rebirth realm. This is simply too exaggerated. So you're allowed to reach the rebirth realm and not lose to Zhou Qian's strength. That's true. Little Qinzi's strength has always been the most monstrous among us. I hope that he can restrain himself a little this time. The eyes of Zhou Xian and the others shone brightly. Now that Zhou Qian had woken up, they could once again fight side by side. Not to mention the West Pole Divine region, the entire divine world had already sunk into darkness and chaos. The great calamity of the heavens and earth had already appeared. Their situation had once again become worrying. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Qian looked at Zhou Xian, Wu Ningzhu and the others. Everyone smiled knowingly. As long as he was safe and sound, everything would be fine. The great calamity of the heavens and earth was about to arrive. They would definitely fight until the end. In this desperate situation, no one could separate them. As long as you're here, everyone's heart will be there. Han Yen stared at Zhou Qian. Brothers of one heart, their sharpness could cut through metal. Zhou Qian, the Central Region Divine Land, has already become the nightmare of Emperor Realm experts. Countless sects and Emperor Realm experts have already been annihilated. The Northern Liang Emperor's eyes were cold and his heart was filled with sorrow. The people of the world had already been plunged into misery. Chapter 38:46. Today all of you will die. A blue-clothed woman stood in the void, holding an ice sword in her hand. Her killing intent was chilling and she looked majestic. Behind him, countless experts had gathered. Merely the Heavenly King experts numbered more than 30, and there were more than 10 Rebirth Realm experts. All of them were war gods of the ancient world. The great tribulation of the heavens and earth caused everyone to be on high alert, and they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. The woman's expression was like a hook, her beauty unparalleled. She led many experts and gathered above the Central Region Divine Land, completely enveloping many sky patrollers. Yanchen, you can't escape from the palm of our heavenly monarchs. A black-clothed man from the Rebirth Realm said in a deep voice. Facing Yan Chen's terrifying formation, his face was extremely ugly. They only had 8 Rebirth Realm experts, all sky patrollers. They had just killed more than 100 Great Emperor experts, but at this moment they were being tightly held by Yan Chen. If Zhou Qian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the blue-clothed woman was Yan Chenyu. You're not qualified to say these words to me unless heaven or clear sky is here. Yan Chenyu said coldly. She waved the sword in her hand, and the experts behind her were like an army of thousands of horses. They instantly attacked the 8 sky patrollers, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Behind Yan Chenyu, a Heavenly King expert held a huge flag in his hand, fluttering in the wind. The 3 words Heaven Defier were engraved in everyone's heart. They were the Heaven Defier Alliance. Only experts who had reached the Heavenly King realm were qualified to join the Heaven Defier Alliance and fight against the 9 heavens. These 8 sky patrollers were a large group of ruthless people. In the past few months, Yan Chenyu had only killed 5 sky patrollers from the Rebirth realm, but this time she had directly captured 8 sky patrollers. Facing a pincer attack from the front and back, these sky patrollers were in extreme despair, because Yan Chen's strength was not something they could contend against. If you have the ability, wait for our Lord Heavenly Monarch to come and fight him. Killing us to vent your anger, what kind of hero are you? Yan Chen, you will die a horrible death. The patroller roared in anger. He was filled with hatred and anger towards Yan Chenyu. What's the difference between killing one person and killing millions? You've killed millions of people. Have you ever cared if they were Deity Realm experts? No, if they were at the Deity Realm, would you still dare to touch them? Hee. Yan Chenyu sneered and said disdainfully. She waved her jade-like hand and all the experts behind her rushed towards the sky inspectors. The 8 sky inspectors had ugly expressions on their faces. This battle was a life and death crisis. Without a heavenly monarch, no one could touch Yan Qinyu, because she was in existence in the deity realm. Yanqin, you're still so reckless. You really don't know what's good for you. If you want to touch my people, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. A man who was shrouded in mist said with a gentle voice. However, his voice was unquestionable, making people feel pressured. Even Yan Qinyu's face turned serious. Xiantian, looks like you've already made your move. Yan Qinyu said in a deep voice. If I don't make my move, won't you all rise up against me? A bunch of people who overestimate themselves. You want to fight against the heavens and earth? I am the heavens and the heavens are me. What can you do to me? There are no rules in this world. I am the one who controls the rules. Xiantian, one of the 9 heavens, was also one of the heavenly lords. His strength was the same as Yan Qinyu's. The heavenly lord is here. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. The sky inspector said in a deep voice. He was no longer afraid of Yan Qinyu. Behind heavenly lord Xiantian were 10 super experts at the rebirth realm. In this battle, the heaven-defying alliance had lost their absolute chance of winning. At least in the battle between the rebirth realm experts, they were in an absolute passive position. Yan Qin never planned to leave this battle alive. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Yan Qinyu stared at heavenly lord Xiantian coldly. Her eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Heavenly monarch Xuantian's figure moved. Amidst the swirling clouds, he dashed towards Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu held her sword in her hand and flew forward, constantly fighting with heavenly monarch Xiantian. Streaks of rainbow light and Dao accumulation shook the sky. The 2 peerless deity realm experts began their final battle of life and death. Yan Qinyu's strength could not be underestimated. She was completely fearless when facing heavenly monarch Xiantian. Their silhouettes kept crossing each other, appearing in the sky. No one could see how they were fighting, but they could see that Yan Qinyu and heavenly monarch Xiantian had already started a great battle. The number of rebirth realm experts in the heaven-defying alliance was nearly double that of the sky inspectors. Fighting 1 against 2, the heaven-defying alliance was in a worrying situation. The rebirth realm experts had already decided the direction of this battle. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for Yan Qinyu. My war song is loud and clear. My heart will never die. Kill all evil and return my mountains and rivers to me. Yan Qinyu's killing intent surged as she clashed with heavenly lord Xiantian again and again. The terrifying shockwaves caused the entire sky to constantly distort. A battle between deity realm experts usually only took a single thought. Although Yan Qinyu's strength had reached the deity realm, she had just recovered not too long ago. On the other hand, heavenly lord Xiantian had the battle strength of a deity realm expert from billions of years ago. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. You want to defy the heavens? You won't be able to succeed. The profound heavenly monarch continued to make his moves and Yan Qinyu was being held back. She was in an extremely passive situation and her heart sank when she saw the rebirth realm experts around her being pushed back. You dare to touch my woman? No matter who you are, I will make you pay with your blood. A furious roar resounded. Sword chi swept across 800 miles, and a sword light shone across 14 prefectures. Husband. Yan Qinyu's eyes lit up with worry and joy. She had mixed feelings. She did not want Jiang Qin to appear here, but she also wanted to see her lover. Her heart was extremely conflicted. Rebirth realm? You dare to fight with me? What a joke. Heavenly Lord Xiantian sneered. Jiang Chen's limitless sword swept over. A terrifying aura spread between the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen was not afraid of death as he charged forward. The 25th sword was already like an arrow on the bowstring. The sword shadows were endless. Facing heavenly Lord Xiantian, who was in the deity realm, Jiang Chen did not care how strong his opponent was. If he wanted to understand his woman, he would have to step over him. You're overestimating yourself. Get lost. Heavenly Lord Xiantian roared. A huge hand descended from the sky and pressed towards Jiang Chen. Heaven Expansion Seal, Black Heaven Seal. The Profound Heaven Seal was evolved from Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven. When the seal collided with Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat. However, Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven's expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 3847. You actually know the sky-expelling seal. Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly's attack failed to kill Zhou Xian, and was even blocked by the sky-expelling seal. Although Zhou Xian was also in a difficult position, he felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. Are you all right, my husband? Yan Qinyu directly helped Zhou Xian up. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and endless longing. However, as the ancient sage nun and an expert of the three deity realm, Yan Qinyu was duty-bound. The heaven-defying alliance needed a leader, and the heaven patrollers needed her to be personally eradicated. I'll be fine with you around. Next time don't leave me behind. If you die, how can I live alone? Zhou Xian and Yan Qinyu looked at each other, their eyes filled with tenderness. Little you, we're here. Wu Ningzhu smiled elegantly. Yan Qingqing and the others, the Four Extremes Divine Technique, Xian Tyrant, and Han Yan all rushed over and stood beside Zhou Xian. Their strength had also been greatly enhanced, and they were not afraid of Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly. Good. Then all of you will stay here. Even if you know the sky-expelling seal, don't think of escaping from me. Go to hell. Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly charged straight at Zhou Xian. No one could stop him. Even Yan Qinyu did not expect that Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly's killing intent towards Zhou Xian would be so tenacious. Sky-suppressing seal. Zhou Xian casted the Dao accumulation seal and struck out the sixth seal, instantly intertwining with Heavenly Monarch Xiantian. Although Heavenly Monarch Xiantian was in a difficult situation, he was still able to withstand 2 strikes from a divine realm expert. Countless people were dumbfounded. Heavenly Monarch Xiantian. Bastard, get out of here. Yan Qinyu was furious. Zhou Xian had been forced back twice by the Heavenly Lord of Profound Heaven, and she had completely fallen into a state of rage. Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven's eyes were sharp as he fought Zhou Xian and Yan Qinyu with ease. On the other side, with the addition of Xian Tyrant, Han Yan and the Four Extremes Divine Idol, the Heaven Patrollers were in a worrying situation. Heavenly Lord Xuantian's strength could not be said to be weak, but Zhou Qian's timely help, fighting with Yan Qinyu and her husband, completely overwhelmed Heavenly Lord Xiantian. Zhou Qian's limitless sword played a crucial role. The 25th blade had been constantly transforming, and its power was unstoppable. Coupled with his heaven-dominating Dao connotation, Heavenly Lord Xiantian simply could not withstand it. Yellow Heaven Seal. Zhou Qian's eyes were fierce. The terror of the sky-expanding seal came one after another, making it difficult for Heavenly Lord Xiantian, a deity realm expert, to move forward. Big brother, save me! Heavenly Lord Xiantian exclaimed. Yan Qinyu and Zhou Qian did not dare to be negligent, and they retreated while fighting. 3 terrifying forces descended from the sky, directly forcing Yan Qinyu and Zhou Qian to retreat, making them look very embarrassed. 1 gray, 1 green and 1 yellow, 3 shadows shrouded in the clouds, spanning between the heavens and the earth. The prelude to the war with the heavens had finally begun. The 4 shadows were all existences in the deity realm, especially Tsangtian, Qingtian and Huangtian, whose strength was far more terrifying than Xuantian's. Standing there, they seemed to have merged with the heavens and the earth. Tsangtian, Qingtian, Huangtian, you're finally willing to come out. Yan Qinyu sneered, her eyes were extremely sharp and her killing intent was still not reduced. Yanqin, where are your 2 elder brothers? Don't tell me they only sent you here? Billions of years have passed and yet you still dare to make a comeback. You really don't know what's good for you. Huang Tian said faintly, not taking Yan Qinyu seriously at all. That's right. Big brother, second brother, if you don't take action now, I'm afraid Songtian and the others won't be able to recognize you. Yan Qinyu smiled faintly and raised her head to look at the sky. 2 figures slowly appeared in front of them. Ice Enchanter? Song Feng? Jiang Chen frowned, he did not expect these 2 to be Yan Qinyu's brothers. We finally meet again. Song Feng looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, the sharpness in his eyes becoming more and more terrifying. The super experts in the deity realm brought great pressure to Jiang Chen. The Ice Enchanter took a glance at Jiang Chen and finally his eyes fell on the 4 heavenly lords. This time they swore to defend the last line of defense in the great trial of heaven and earth. As long as they could kill the 4 heavenly lords, then the heaven and earth would become incomparably clear, the sky would turn blue, the sea would turn clear, the clouds would turn white, and time would become like a long river, endless and endless, until eternity. I didn't manage to kill you back then, Gugu. Now you can finally come to die. Xianxia said faintly, looking at the ice enchanter with a smile. The sharpness in his eyes made people's hearts palpitate. Countless people were looking forward to this battle of life and death, the great trial of heaven and earth. Whoever wins will be the ruler of the heaven and earth. It's useless to say more. We've been waiting for this moment for too long. Countless seniors and experts have fallen because of this. This time no one can stop us. The so-called heavenly lords are just deceiving themselves. If you have a clear conscience, why do you need to send sky patrollers to kill experts above the Emperor realm? To ensure that your position will never be shaken? It's just a one-sided story. It's impossible for you to take this heaven and earth for yourself. Gugu said with a cold smile. Xianxia and the others were also filled with murderous intent. Among them only one side could survive. Gugu and Songfeng did not want to be controlled by the heaven and earth, while the 9 heavenly lords wanted to control the heaven and earth, disregarding human lives. Therefore this destined battle would never end. It had never stopped for hundreds of millions of years. Let's begin. From today onwards, the 9 heavens will become eternal history. Songfeng looked at Xianxia, Qingtian and the others and said indifferently. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Everything should end now. Xianxia said coldly. With a raise of his hand, sorcery clouds covered the sun and the heaven and earth changed. Gugu also rushed to the peak of the 9 heavens. Songfeng and Yanqinyu rushed up with all their might. Facing the 3 heavenly lords, Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He could only fight against the last heavenly lord Xiantian, who was slightly weaker. Count me in. Long Shisan took a step forward and stood side by side with Jiang Chen. Han Yen and Tyrant were not to be outdone either. The 4 brothers' eyes were like torches, filled with battle intent towards the heavenly lord Xiantian. It's a pity that we don't know where De Huang is. Otherwise, if the 5 of us joined forces, we wouldn't have to worry about not being able to defeat the heavenly lord Xiantian. Long Shisan sighed. Who said that I'm not here? The divine tomb has opened, the gods have returned. A deafening roar resounded. All the sovereigns appeared in the heavens. De Huang held the violet golden spear in his hand and wore a snow-white robe. He looked down at the heavens with an extraordinary handsomeness and an unparalleled aura. Behind him, thousands of heavenly lords returned. There were even dozens of rebirth realm existences. Although they were all in the form of skeletons and souls, they were a force that should not be underestimated. Even Xianxia and the others became extremely solemn. You are? The tomb guardian, Song Huang? Yanqinyu's eyes narrowed. She seemed to have recognized De Huang. The tomb guardian that escaped endless wars millions of years ago was De Huang. Now he had returned with the divine senses of the supreme experts in the divine tomb just to overthrow the sovereigns. Chapter 38-48. The return of the all-heaven sovereigns and the tomb-keeper Song Huang was like a shot in the arm for the heaven-defying alliance. Although the countless experts of the divine tomb only had a trace of divine sense left, they still vowed to fight to the death to protect this world. Below the abyss of the heavenly river path is the entrance to the divine tomb. It is also the place that I have guarded for countless years. De Huang said emotionally. The guardian of the divine tomb is me. This time I definitely won't choose to retreat. No brothers, no fighting. De Huang held the spear in his hand, his aura like a dragon. Ever since he had fused the memories of his 2 lives, De Huang's eyes were filled with guilt. Back then he had great strength, but he always hid at the back. In the end he would rather die in the divine tomb than fight against the all-heaven's sovereigns. Now that the experts had returned, he finally abandoned the cowardice of his previous life. In this life he must regain his glory and let the entire divine world see his existence. Good. Then let's fight side by side. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. Long Shisan, De Huang, Tyrant and Han Yen tightly clasped their hands. The brothers were united and they would fight Heavenly Monarch Xiantian. A motley crew, you're courting death. Heavenly Monarch Xiantian was completely unafraid of Jiang Chen and the others. Previously it was because of Yanqinyu that he was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen and Yanqinyu. Now that he was facing 5 experts in the rebirth realm, what did he have to fear? Everyone, this battle is a matter of life and death. We can only succeed, we cannot fail. Jiang Chen roared. Under the dragon transformation he took the lead and charged at Heavenly Monarch Xiantian. Holding the heavenly dragon sword, The 25-layered waves attacked Heavenly Monarch Xiantian once again. De Huang's divine spear dazzled the world. In the rebirth realm he was invincible. Tyrant held boundless Buddhist charm and a peerless Tao seal as he rose in revolt. Han Yen held the life-extinguishing divine sword, slaughtering his way in and out of the chaotic army. Long Shisan wielded the peerless divine staff, an unrivaled venerable, going all out against Heavenly Monarch Ao Zhan. Jiang Qin led the others and started their counterattack. 5 rebirth realm warriors fighting against Lord of Heaven Xiantian, who was in the deity realm, was extremely difficult. At this moment, except for Google, both Zhang Feng and Yan Qinyu were at a disadvantage. Even though they were all in the deity realm, the gap between them was something that could not be bridged. Watching Yan Qinyu being pushed back by Huang Tian, Jiang Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. He had to get rid of Heavenly Sovereign Xian as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to solve Yan Qinyu's urgent problem. Otherwise, once she was suppressed by Huang Tian, her life would be in danger. Brothers, let's fight with all our might. Life or death is not an option. Jiang Qin was still at the forefront. The Ashura sword formation was displayed in an instant. 108 primordial origin treasure weapons instantly formed a formation and surrounded Heavenly Lord Xiantian. The other 4 followed closely behind and attacked with all their might to fight against Heavenly Lord Xiantian. However, the opponent's strength was still unstoppable. After all, he was an expert in the deity realm. Everyone, for the sake of protecting the formation, I will kill Xiantian. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably deep and cold. The Ashura sword formation was displayed. De Huang, Long Shisan, Tyrant and Han Yen surrounded and protected Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen activated the Ashura sword formation, he also activated the 7 stars battle formation technique. The current Ashura sword formation could be considered as the strongest version. With the protection of De Huang and the others, the attack of the Ashura sword formation was multiplied. Under the effect of the 7 stars battle formation technique, the 7 attacks were multiplied continuously. The Ashura sword formation had already sealed Heavenly Lord Xiantian within it, making it difficult for him to move. What a strange formation. Heavenly Lord Xiantian frowned and his face was gloomy. However, at this moment he knew that he couldn't afford to be negligent. Otherwise his life might really be in danger. Heavenly Stars Battle Formation. Heavenly Lord Xiantian formed a seal with his palms and moved the stars. The sky changed dramatically, but Jiang Qin defended the Ashura sword formation with all his might. Under the combined strength of the 5 people, the Ashura sword formation was as stable as Mount Tai. Heavenly Lord Xiantian continued to attack with thunderous moves and the 1,000 stars battle formation collided with the Ashura sword formation. However, with the support of the 7 stars battle formation technique and the protection of Jiang Qin and the others, the Ashura sword formation became stronger and stronger. Finally, it completely suppressed Heavenly Lord Xiantian. Big brother, save me. Chang Tian and the others' expressions changed. They wanted to rescue Heavenly Lord Xiantian, but it was already too late. The 108 primordial origin treasures in Jiang Chen's hands were all shattered by Heavenly Lord Xiantian. However, he also died along with the destruction of the Ashura sword formation. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Heavenly Lord Xuantian's soul still wanted to reform. After all, he was an expert in the deity realm. However, Jiang Qin would never give him the chance to do so. He held the great soul-forming light in his hand and crushed the Heavenly Lord Xiantian in an earth-shattering manner. Extinguish the soul, light up. Devour it. Jiang Chen's killing intent was revealed. He directly used the great soul-forming light to devour the remnant soul of Heavenly Lord Xiantian. Between the heavens and the earth, there was extreme sorrow. Chang Tian, Huang Tian and Qing Tian roared furiously. Because Jiang Chen's 5 insignificant rebirth realm cultivators had killed their brother. Now there were only 3 heavens left, Chang Tian, Qing Tian and Huang Tian. Even Yan Qinyu, Zhang Feng and the others did not expect that Jiang Qin would be able to kill Heavenly Lord Xiantian. It was extremely exciting. Punishing the heavens might not be a difficult task. Jiang Chen's face was pale. He let out a long sigh and his face was gloomy. He had consumed more than half of his strength. As for Long Shisan, De Huang and the others, they were on the verge of death. After killing Heavenly Lord Xiantian, they had also lost their combat strength. They sat on the ground as if they had completed their final mission. Now it's all up to you. Little Chinzi, don't let us down. Long Shisan's eyes were burning. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Qin. However, at this moment, although Jiang Qin had won several battles and killed Heavenly Lord Xiantian, on the other side Chong Tian, Qing Tian, and Huang Tian had completely suppressed Gugu, Song Feng and Yen Qinyu. They were all defeated by Chong Tian and the other two. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The battle between the 6 deity realm experts was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Qin die. All of a sudden, a horrifying demonic figure pierced through the heavens and earth, descending from the skies. Demonic ancestor. Jiang Qin's eyes were stern. The demonic ancestor held a heavy weapon and smashed it down on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned and retreated in order to advance. Be careful of his gate of reincarnation. Jiang Qin dashed past Jiang Qin. The moment the terrifying gate of reincarnation smashed down, Jiang Kuan turned into a huge shadow that covered the sky and enveloped Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was pushed back by the gate of reincarnation. Green Sky Seal. Chapter 3849. Jiang Qin held the gate of reincarnation in his hand and soared into the sky, heading straight for Huang Tian. Yen Qinyu's situation was extremely dangerous. In an instant, Jiang Qin soared into the sky, but even though he managed to block Huang Tian's first attack, Yen Qinyu was already heavily injured and her face was pale. Little you, Jiang Qin exclaimed. Behind him, Song Feng and Gugu were also defeated. Chong Tian, Qing Tian and Huang Tian, 3 terrifying deity realm existences, stood in front of Jiang Qin. At that moment Jiang Qin was dumbfounded. All of them were defeated? Heaven-defying alliance? Did they lose just like that? Jiang Qin hugged Yen Qinyu tightly. At this moment no one could make a sound. Even Gugu, Song Feng and Yen Qinyu, the 3 deity realm experts had been completely defeated. What were the chances of them winning? Not even 10% because they had already lost. It's impossible for all of you to go against the heavens. And you, since you've killed Xiantian, all of you will have to die. No one will be able to escape from my palm. The will of the heavens will exist forever and no one can go against it. Chong Tian pointed at Jiang Qin and bellowed with a sharp gaze. Kid, I hope you won't disappoint me. Take this. Gu Ji's pupils shrunk as he threw the Gate of Chaos in his hand to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was currently holding the Gate of Warrior, Gate of Reincarnation and Gate of Chaos in his hand. The triple gate, all of them were in his hands. Let's see if you can fuse the triple gate, Song Feng said while gritting his teeth. He exchanged glances with Gugu and Yen Qinyu, and the 3 of them sealed Jiang Qin within. You guys. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. This is our last chance. Husband, don't disappoint us. Yen Qinyu's 3 godly realms had locked Jiang Qin inside. Even Chong Tian and the others could not get close to him. The Gate of Warrior, the Gate of Reincarnation and the Gate of Chaos. Do you really think that you can go against me with these 3 gates? Chong Tian sneered and struck Song Feng's body. Song Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was heavily injured. Following that, not only Song Feng, but even Gugu and Yen Qinyu were all heavily injured by Chong Tian and the other 2. Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Yen Qinyu. Xiao Yu. Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only him, everyone else had fallen into despair. Yen Qinyu and the others had placed their last hope on Jiang Qin. He was their only hope. I believe that you will succeed, husband. Pfft. Yen Qinyu's blood was splattered all over Jiang Qin's face. Her complexion was getting darker and darker. Jiang Qin's heart sank to the bottom. I won't let you down. Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His veins were bulging as he clenched his fists tightly and started devouring the triple gate. Gugu, Song Feng and Yen Qinyu defended the last line of defense against the attacks of Chong Tian and the others, giving Jiang Qin enough time. However, it was at the cost of their lives. Big brother, why do you trust him so much? Song Feng looked at Gugu and asked in a low voice. Because I can't see through his life. Gugu said in a low voice. Third sister, what about you? You don't need a reason to love someone. Yen Qinyu's mouth was bleeding, but her face was filled with unprecedented happiness. Jiang Qin knew that he could not afford to lose. Jiang Qin let out a mad roar as he continued to merge the Warrior's Gate, the Reincarnation Gate and the Chaos Gate. At that moment the Triple Gate was completely merged with him. At the same time, his strength had broken through to the god realm. The triple gate had pushed Xianxia to the peak. However, at that moment, Yu and the others were killed by Changtian and the others. Their bodies were badly mutilated. Xianxia's eyes flickered with blood. The people he loved the most were killed by the all heavens. His heart had already sunk into the ocean. All of you must die. Xianxia slowly raised his head and stared at Changtian and the others. At that moment, although Xianxia was in the god realm, his opponents were 3 people at the same time. Facing Changtian, Qingtian and Huangtian, Xianxia was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. His heart was filled with rage. Yu's death had stimulated his heart. Bo Ri's death filled his heart with guilt once again. Even though he had merged the triple gate and reached the god realm, he still couldn't resurrect Yu and Bo Ri. He wasn't even a match for Changtian and the others. Heavenly Void Seal. Heavenly Void Seal. Heavenly Envy Seal. Crimson Heaven Seal. Heavenly Profound Seal. Heavenly Towering Seal. Heavenly Yellow Seal. Green Sky Seal. Xianxia performed a series of hand seals, activating the power of Dao accumulation. 9 layers of Dao accumulation and 8 layers of seals overturned Qingtian and Huangtian. However, Xianxia was unable to execute the last seal. Changtian was still standing in the sky, completely ignoring his heavenly void seal. Trying to execute the heavenly void seal to kill me? Dream on. I'm Changtian. I'm the only heaven. I'm the ruler of the god realm. No one can go against me. Changtian wore a proud expression. Even though both Qingtian and Huangtian were defeated by Xianxia, he was still calm and collected. He even managed to force Xianxia into a desperate situation. Why did it turn out like this? Xianxia murmured. I can't lose. With the heavenly Dao accumulation and the impermanence of the heavenly Dao, I can't lose. I must avenge little Yu and clear the name of the heavens and earth. Little Yu, I can't let you die just like this. I must defeat Changtian. I must kill all of them. I must save you. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. His heavenly Dao accumulation was constantly evolving and growing at this moment. As Xianxia raised his hand, he saw the old man once again. The old man who once appeared in the starry sky of the 9 prefectures' immortal world. The impermanence of the heavens and earth, the flow of time, the infinity of the universe and the desolation of chaos. The great Dao returned to one. In Xianxia's mind, there were many silhouettes flashing across his mind as if they had always been there. With the heavenly Dao accumulation, the heavens and earth are in my hands. My Dao is the heavenly Dao and my heart is the heavenly will. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, filled with murderous intent. At that moment, his heavenly Dao accumulation had completely broken through the shackles. He knew that his Dao accumulation had finally broken through the limit. His Dao had evolved into a broad great Dao. A great Dao that ignored all living beings in the heavens and earth. Changtian seal. Heavenly Dao. Go to hell. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He moved his palm and gently touched the ground. An incomparably huge palm print descended from the sky. At that moment, it completely obliterated the heavens and earth. No, this can't be. Qingtian and Huangtian looked at each other, filled with despair. However, with a wave of his hand, the 2 deity realm experts were completely annihilated and turned into dust. Xianxia, it seems like he has surpassed the deity realm. Long Shan murmured. Xianxia's eyesight reached 1,000 miles. With a glance, he could see the mountains and rivers of the divine world. Looking back, Xianxia slightly raised the corner of his mouth. When he raised his hand, his eyes were filled with Xiao Yu's vitality. With a wave of his hand, Yu appeared in front of Xianxia like a convergence of starlight. Gugu and Songfeng also appeared. Hanya walked over from afar, her eyes full of hope. You're back. Xianxia looked at the confused Yu and smiled. The deity realm is not the end. Then what are you now? Before Yu could recover from the shock of being reborn, Xianxia had brought her back to life with just a wave of his hand. You can call me Saint Dian. Every blade of grass and every tree is in my eyes. The 3 realms are also in my eyes. My heavenly Dao has been completely completed, and the deities are no longer in my eyes. Xianxia smiled and said calmly. Changtian and the others are all dead? Songfeng said in disbelief, but it was indeed so. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Gu silently looked at Zhang Chen, his eyes incomparably complicated, but in the end he still nodded. Husband, from now on we can be together forever. Yan Chenyu cried tears of joy. At this moment she was no longer an expert in the deity realm, but a little girl with tears on her face. Hanya looked at Zhang Chen from afar, the smile on her lips full of warmth. She just looked at him from afar as if she did not want to disturb him. Zhang Chen nodded and opened his arms. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Chenyu and the others all hugged Zhang Chen tightly. For a moment, it was a happy and harmonious scene. Zhang Chen slowly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. On Zhang Chen's palm was the river diagram, the inscription of the Luo, the mysterious yellow dragon armor, and on the tortoise shell, the shadow of a dragon emerged and 2 lines of ancient characters leaped up. Hongjun turns into sand, turning into smoke, and not seeing the heaven and earth, not seeing the yuan. From now on this life is the Genesis era. Zhang Chen murmured. Beyond the deity realm what he saw was already the entire 3 realms but a grain of sand. Third brother, you came a little too late. Ah. The old man in the starry sky said with a smile. At that moment except for him no one could hear him. Pangu created heaven and earth and Hongjun created heaven and earth. Then let me, Zhang Chen, suppress heaven and earth. 300 years later, Central Region Divine Land, Lingyue Mountain in the Jiang Mansion. At the peak of the divine world, everyone knew about the Jiang Mansion. Jiang Chen broke the blue sky with one hand, fought the 9 heavens, destroyed the 9 heavens and finally stood at the peak of the divine world. He was revered by the world and from then on there was no more catastrophe. In the courtyard where bamboo and stone walked, De Huang sat calmly on a rocking chair, watching the 10 little guys in front of him cultivate leisurely. All of you practice hard. If you don't practice well you will inevitably suffer. Back then your father bullied me a lot. Now it's finally my turn. Big Yellow squinted its smile and held a ruler tightly in its hand. The 10 young men looked serious and meticulous. Jiang's was stand properly. And you Jiang Xiaoyu, if you don't behave I will beat you up. De Huang said domineeringly. However, these young men all had extraordinary physiques. Compared to Zhang Chen in the past they were not inferior. In the future they would definitely become top experts. De Huang couldn't help but sigh. Like father, like son. However, at this moment, De Huang's eyes moved. He looked at the skinny young man behind the stone statue in the distance. The young man's face was sallow but his eyes were very tough and even a little sad. Sai, the dragon has 9 sons. De Huang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. When the skinny youth saw that Big Yellow had noticed him, he clenched his fists and quickly ran away. With his back against the vermilion door, tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He was stubborn and determined. Father, Uncle De Huang, I will definitely let you know that I, Muzi, am not a useless person. The young man wiped the tears on his face and quietly left Lingyue Mountain, disappearing into the void. Zhang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He searched the 3 realms but still couldn't find Muzi. He became uneasy. Ever since he surpassed the gods and became a Daoist sage, Zhang Chen had never been unable to find anyone in the 3 realms. But where did Muzi go? Zhang Chen rose into the sky and reached the peak of the starry sky. He looked at the 2 dazzling stars and said with a serious expression, Big brother, second brother, my child is actually not in the 3 realms. What is going on? Everyone has their own destiny. Although we are the masters of the endless void, the universe is too big. Even we can't see through Muzi's destiny. Everyone has their own destiny. Although we are the controllers of this endless void, the universe is too vast. Even we are unable to encompass everything. Even we cannot see through our own destinies. Hongjun said lightly. Muzi, my child, where are you? Jiang Chen murmured. The endless starry sky stretched thousands of miles, but Jiang Chen still couldn't find Muzi. Chapter 3850. For several days, Jiang Chen stood at the peak of Lingyu Mountain. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and his gaze was like an ancient sharp blade, piercing through the void. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he had transcended himself and was not bound by the laws of the world. It was too easy for him to find a person in the 3 realms. However, Jiang Feng seemed to have evaporated into thin air, as if he had never existed. How is it? A silhouette quietly appeared beside Jiang Chen. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. The person who appeared was Yan Chenyu, Jiang Feng's mother. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qinyu with guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry, Feng Er might not be in the three realms. Even Qin Gij, you can't find Feng Er? My poor child. Say. Yan Qinyu's eyes were slightly red. Even a supreme expert would become soft when he became a mother. This child was born without a qi si. This child was born without a sea of qi. Compared to his talented older brothers and sisters, he thinks of himself as weak and unsociable. With your methods, you must have a way to solve Feng Er's sea of qi. You said that you would help Feng Er when he becomes an adult, but you didn't know that among all the children only Feng Er's temperament is the most similar to yours. His bones are unyielding and unyielding. Feng Er doesn't want to submit to fate and uses his own way to prove himself. Yan Qinyu murmured. Her words were filled with blame for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's ability was great and he could change the world. Solving a person's qi si was not a problem. If Jiang Chen had been helping Jiang Feng since he was young, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't worry. My Jiang Chen's children will never be weak. But now I want to know where Feng Er is. Why is there a place in this world that I can't see? Jiang Chen patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder and sent out a message with his divine sense. Big brother, second brother, please show yourself. Endless light flickered in the sky and two dreamy silhouettes appeared. In the blink of an eye, two old men appeared not far from Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu looked at the two of them and her expression changed slightly. These two people were too strong. When they first appeared they were still old men. When their bodies solidified, they had already become two domineering middle-aged men. Yan Qinyu sensed an indescribable aura from the two of them. This aura could only be felt from Jiang Chen, who had reached the Great Evolution realm. Could it be that these two people were also like Jiang Chen Dian existences? Little you, this is big brother Pangu and second brother Hongjun. Jiang Chen made an introduction. Yan Qinyu's delicate body trembled and she was petrified on the spot. These two people in front of her were actually peerless existences that could split the heaven and earth apart. These were the legendary almighty beings who truly existed in the legends. They were on par with the heavens, and even the heavens and earth were created by them. No wonder their auras were so unfathomable. No wonder Jiang Chen had to address them as big brother and second brother even though he was so capable. Pangu and Hongjun nodded to Yan Qinyu, then turned to Jiang Chen. Third brother, you've been busy for a few days but it's all in vain. You don't have to look anymore. Hongjun said. Big brother, second brother, there's something I don't understand. Now that I've reached the Dian realm, I'm one with the heavens and earth. I'm the heavens and the heavens are me. This Lingyu mountain is connected to the heavens, so why can the wind escape from my senses? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Not to brag, as long as he wanted to, he could see every flower and every tree in this world, including the Saint Origin world and the Immortal world. Pangu and Hongjun didn't answer Jiang Chen's question. Instead they looked at each other and sighed. Fine, there are some things that I didn't want to tell you, but you're so persistent. With your temperament, if you don't find out the truth, I'm afraid you won't stop. Pangu said. Could it be that there's really something in this world that I don't know? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, ever since he reached the Dian realm he suddenly had no pursuit in life. Being able to stand at the top and look down on all the other mountains, that feeling of loneliness had made Jiang Chen lose his fighting spirit. Now that he heard Pangu say that there were things he didn't know, Jiang Chen's interest was immediately piqued. Putting aside the matter of Jiang Feng. Third brother, have you heard of the Great Cosmos? Hongjun looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. The Great Cosmos? Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that there was always someone better than him. The cosmos is the highest existence, the first existence when the real heaven and earth appeared. No one knows how big the cosmos is. What you control is just a plane in the cosmos. You can see everything in the plane that you control and even see everything in the plane that you control, but you can't see through the higher planes. Pangu said. What he said completely opened a new horizon for Jiang Chen. Yan Qinyu, who was at the side, was even more stunned. Fish. Pangu waved his arm and a variegated pattern appeared above his head. This is the star chart of the cosmos. Third brother looked. Pangu pointed at the star chart of the cosmos. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In this star chart of the cosmos, countless stars were intertwining. There were so many stars that even with Jiang Chen's eyesight he couldn't count them all. Countless stars intertwined to form planes of different heights, balanced and intertwined. Look at those white lines, each of them is a plane. The stars near the lines are the small worlds that make up the plane. The great cosmos includes countless planes and worlds. It's so huge that it's beyond your imagination. Hongjun said. Jiang Chen was completely shocked. He had achieved the great cosmos evolution and he thought that there was nothing he could surpass. Now it seemed that he was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart, which had been silent for 300 years, was restless again. His soul seemed to be dancing in the star chart of the cosmos. Why is that line golden? Why is it different from the other lines? Yanqinyu asked. That's the plane we're in right now. It's also the major plane that third brother controls. This plane is already considered one of the more advanced planes. Do you see that dazzling sun-like star above the golden line? Pangu said. Jiang Chen and Yanqinyu nodded. That star was incomparably dazzling and eye-catching because it was at the top of the star chart of the cosmos. It was unique and different from the others. Its dazzling light made all the other planes and stars lose their splendor. What's that place? Jiang Chen asked. The everlasting world. Pangu and Hongjun said at the same time. It's the top existence in the great cosmos, the only world that has the source energy of the universe. It's supreme and the only place that you can't see through. Pangu's voice was solemn. He looked at the everlasting world with a complicated expression, mixed with a hint of sadness. Feng has gone to the everlasting world? Jiang Chen's eyes started to shine brightly. At this moment his heart was completely restless. The door to the everlasting world seemed to be opening for him. More importantly, if Jiang Feng had gone to the everlasting world, then Jiang Chen had to go there. Chapter 3851. We've existed for hundreds of millions of years, but we've never heard of it, nor seen anyone from the eternal world descend here. Yanqinyu was surprised. It's normal because the eternal world is the origin of the entire universe, and it cultivates the source energy of the universe. The people there can't leave the supreme source energy and descend to a lower plane. Naturally, you've never heard of it. Similarly, even if a person from a lower plane cultivates to the supreme Great Yen realm, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to enter the eternal world. To put it bluntly, there's a fundamental difference between the other planes of the universe and the eternal world. It's so different that it's almost impossible for them to cross paths. Pangu said. To put it bluntly, if you want to enter the eternal world, you have to be born in the eternal world. It's too difficult to go from a lower plane. Hongjun said. Hearing this, a trace of despair appeared on Yanqinyu's face. But soon after, Yanqinyu thought of something doubtful. Since people from the lower planes can't enter the eternal world, what's Feng Er's situation? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the two eagerly. Yanqinyu's doubts were exactly what he couldn't understand. I've already said that it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, even if it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. For example, third brother, you've reached the Great Yen stage. The difficulty of reaching this step is also as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, haven't you done it? Pangu said with a smile. If I'm not wrong, Feng Er should have coincidentally arrived at the cosmic tide that occurs once every 10,000 years. There's only one way to go to the eternal world from a lower plane, and that is when the cosmic tide erupts. You can enter the eternal world through the cosmic tide, but Hongjun wanted to say something but stopped. But what? Jiang Chen asked. But the cosmic tide is extremely powerful and it contains a strong law of the universe. Not to mention Feng Er, who can't cultivate. Even the three of us who have reached the Great Yen realm have a certain chance of dying in the cosmic tide. Pangu said seriously. What? Yanqinyu cried out in alarm. The cosmic tide was so strong that even the Grand Yen sage couldn't guarantee his safety. Jiang Feng, who couldn't even cultivate, could easily imagine the consequences if he entered the cosmic tide. Don't worry, I've already set up soul jade slips for them. Now that the jade slips haven't shattered, it proves that Feng Er is still alive and well. Jiang Chen put his arm around Yanqinyu's shoulder and said. Only then did Yanqinyu's emotions calm down a little. As the saying goes, being overly concerned makes one confused. She had actually forgotten about the soul jade slip. If that's the case, then it's strange. Pangu and Hongjun glanced at each other. According to their imagination, if Jiang Feng was sucked into the cosmic tide, he would definitely die. However, the soul jade slip could not be faked. Since the soul jade slip was intact, it was enough to prove that Jiang Feng's life was not in danger. Could it be that this child has some sort of connection to the eternal world? Pangu thought to himself, but he didn't say it out loud. Since that's the case, I'll pay a visit to the eternal world. Big bro, second bro, when will the eruption of the cosmos tide end? Where will it be? Jiang Chen said. His tone was firm and unquestionable, not concealing it at all. Third bro, do you really want to go to the eternal world? Big bro, let me remind you. Don't think that you're the absolute ruler of this plane, supreme and on par with the heavens. But in the eternal world you might be nothing. Moreover, the divine power in your body can't be used in the eternal world. You still need some time to convert it into cosmic source energy. Pangu reminded him. I've made up my mind. Jiang Chen's aura shook. His heart, which had been silent for more than 300 years, began to beat violently at this moment. Whether it was Jiang Feng or the existence of the eternal world itself, the attraction to Jiang Chen was too great. The path of cultivation was endless. At this moment, Jiang Chen truly believed in this saying. He didn't care about being the ruler of this world. He still preferred the exciting scene of fighting for supremacy. Perhaps the journey to the eternal world was full of dangers, but Jiang Chen had never retreated even half a step in the face of difficulties. Just like when he ascended from the saint origin world to the immortal world, and from the immortal world to the divine world, he was surrounded by dangers and had a narrow escape from death. But wasn't he, Jiang Chen, standing high and mighty here? Currently, Jiang Chen was only standing at the peak of this plane. But who could say whether he would stand at the peak of the entire universe one day? Pangu and Hongjun didn't say anything else. Given Jiang Chen's character, such an outcome was within their expectations. In fact, they didn't intend to reveal the existence of the eternal world. If it wasn't for Jiang Feng, they might have kept this secret forever. Some things are destined to be faced again. Pangu sighed. He raised his head and looked at the star that represented the eternal world. His eyes that had been silent for countless years became incomparably bright at this moment. Big bro, we've been silent for too long. It's time to go back and have a look. Hongjun said. What? Big bro, second bro, could it be that you're from the eternal world? Jiang Chen was shocked. It's been too long. Whether we are or not, it doesn't matter. I don't have the slightest aura of the people from that world. Pangu's gaze was distant, his expression was indifferent and sad. Third bro, this time we'll accompany you to the eternal world. As for the matter between us and the eternal world, we won't talk about it. Don't ask either. When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Hongjun said. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. Pangu and Hongjun had existed for too long. They had their own secrets. Everyone had their own secrets. Jiang Chen wouldn't force anyone to reveal their secrets. Big bro, take out the universe star compass. Hongjun said, looking at Pangu. Pangu waved his arm and put away the universe star chart. A pale yellow compass, only the size of a palm, slowly appeared. Then it slowly enlarged into a huge compass that was 10 feet in size. Pangu shot out a beam of divine light and projected it into the compass. The compass shone brightly and a river-like passage appeared in the middle. Even though it was just a picture of the compass, one could feel the turbulent waves in the river. This cosmos star compass can accurately pinpoint the location of the cosmos tide. The cosmos tide only appears once every 10,000 years and each one lasts for a month. From what you can see on the compass, the cosmos tide will be relatively weak in 3 days. In 3 days we'll head out to the eternal world. Pangu waved his sleeve and put away the universe star compass. Chapter 3852. Pangu and Hongjun had disappeared. With their strength, only Jiang Chen would be able to see them unless they did it on purpose. Even Yan Qinyu, an expert who stood at the top of the world, would not be able to sense the aura of these two supreme experts. Qin Gij, I'll go with you. Yan Qinyu looked at Jiang Chen, her face full of expectation. No, the cosmos tide is extremely terrifying. Big Brother has already said that even if it's us, we will be in danger if we enter the cosmos tide. Furthermore, the eternal world is different from our plane. If we go there, it will definitely be filled with danger. I'm going there to search for Feng, or, if you follow me, I will definitely be distracted. Furthermore, I still need you and Sister Ning to take care of my family. Jiang Chen firmly rejected the idea. The eternal era was full of unknowns. Even Pangu and Hongjun were in awe of the eternal world. If Yan Qinyu followed him, she would not be of any help. But Yan Qinyu frowned. She understood what Jiang Chen meant. With her strength, she might not be of any help in the eternal world. She might even become a burden to Zhou Xian. This was not Yan Qinyu's original intention, but Yan Qinyu had her own worries. I know what you're worried about. You're worried that if I go there I won't be able to come back. Big Brother Pangu's right. Descending from the eternal world to a lower plane is an extremely difficult thing, but it doesn't mean that there is no way. In this world there is nothing that can stump me, Zhou Xian. Whether it's the law of the plane or the law of the universe, as long as the law exists, it can be broken one day. One day if I stand at the top of the universe, then the whole universe will be under my feet. Believe me. Zhou Xian said it lightly, but the confidence and domineering tone in his words infected Yan Qinyu, who was beside him. Yan Qinyu looked at the man in front of her with admiration, who could give her a sense of security in the whole world. From the beginning to the end in Yan Qinyu's heart, she had absolute confidence in Zhou Xian. She believed that her man could do anything and one day Zhou Xian would truly stand at the top of the universe. Moreover, Yan Qinyu understood Zhou Xian's temperament very well. She knew that the existence of the eternal world had already affected Zhou Xian's restless heart. Even without Feng Er's matter, Zhou Xian would still go there without hesitation after learning about the eternal world. 300 years of silence did not erase the raging fighting spirit in Zhou Xian's heart. Then be careful. Yan Qinyu reminded. Zhou Xian flipped his palm and the Zulong Tower floated out, pulsating above his palm. I will leave behind the Zulong Tower and a clone to accompany you to suppress this plane. Zhou Xian said that although he was going to the eternal world, this place was still his hometown. Once he left, he didn't know when he would be able to return. As time passed, many unpredictable things would happen. He must ensure the peace of this world. The Zulong Tower had already reached its completion. With this tower the world would be safe. At the same time, Zhou Xian would leave behind a clone to accompany his family. In this way he could leave without any worries. Similarly, this clone was also to give his family a peace of mind. As long as the clone was still here, it proved that he was doing well in the eternal world. Yan Qinyu nodded. In this case she felt much more at ease. 3 days later, everyone had arrived at the peak of Lingyu Mountain. In order not to affect everyone's mood, the news of Zhou Qian's departure was only announced at this moment. That I want to go too. I want to look for my brother. A handsome young man took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Qian. He was full of heroic bearing and had the style of Zhou Qian in the past. Zhongzhou, don't mess around. Wu Ningzhu pulled Zhongzhou back. The young man was young and frivolous, so he didn't know what was going on. However, Wu Ningzhu knew what Zhou Qian was going to do. Beside Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Yuki Chihian, Ling Yun, Long Yinger, Moling Dongchen, Prajna Futu, Tentai Jingzong, Yu Jingxian and Luo Qing. Zhou Qian's wives and children were all looking at Zhou Qian, who was standing in front of them. They all knew what Zhou Qian was going to do. Other than having a heavy heart, no one said a word. As the closest people to Zhou Qian, they knew Zhou Qian too well. They knew that once Zhou Qian made a decision, it would be impossible for him to change it. Son, go and explore the world. Zhang Zhenhai patted Zhou Qian's shoulder. No one knew his son better than his father, and he knew that Zhou Qian hadn't been as happy as he looked these past 300 years. His son was a true warrior, and a life without passion and passion wouldn't fit a warrior's status. That Zhou Qian's eyes were gentle. He had been through a lot of hardships, but his father was still by his side in good condition. This was probably the most gratifying thing for Zhou Qian. Little Qinzi, I don't care about others. I will definitely go with you. Don't even think about getting rid of me and conquering the new world alone. De Huang appeared and came to Zhou Qian's side. His tone was very firm. Me too. This world is so boring. My iron rod is about to rust. Long Shisan also walked out. He had a faint fighting spirit that he hadn't felt for a long time. Of course I can't miss this kind of thing. Han Yan was not to be outdone. The new world was too attractive to them. Just thinking about it made them feel excited. Seeing this, Zhou Qian couldn't help but frown. These brothers had followed him to conquer the world from the very beginning. They had long established an indescribable relationship with each other. This was a true friendship of life and death. In the past 300 years, Zhou Qian had been missing the passion of the past. He knew that these brothers were the same. They had lived a boring life for too long. Now that they heard about the existence of the eternal world, they were as restless as he was. However, the cosmic tide was too powerful. With their strength, entering the cosmic tide would probably be extremely dangerous. At that time, even he wouldn't be able to take care of them. Zhou Xian hoped that his brothers could continue to fight side by side with him. He hoped to see his brothers conquer the universe with him. As the saying goes, there is no battle without brothers. But Zhou Xian didn't want to see his brothers not even able to pass the cosmic tide. Helpless, Zhou Xian turned his head to look at Pengu and Hongjun, who had just appeared. You and I can work together, and with the help of the cosmic star compass we can take 2 people there. Pengu said. As soon as Pengu's voice fell, De Huang and Long Shisan grabbed both of Zhou Qian's arms at lightning speed. Then they bared their teeth at Han Yen, who was a beat slower. Fuck, fine, I lost. Han Yen raised his middle finger at the 2, his face full of disappointment. Since there were only 2 places, there was no other way. As brothers, Han Yen could only choose to give in. Yen, stay here and look after the house. When the time is right, I will find a way to let you go. Zhou Qian patted Han Yan's shoulder and comforted him. Brother, take care. I will miss you. De Huang and Long Shisan grabbed Han Yan's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Get lost. Han Yan grabbed the 2 fellows' thighs and twisted them with all his strength. Chapter 38:53. At the peak of Lingyue Mountain, Pengu threw up the universe star compass. Hongjun, Zhou Qian, De Huang and Long Shisan stood side by side. Daddy, take care. Darling, take care. Son, go and explore the world. Brothers, I will miss all of you. Zhou Qian's children, wife, father and brothers waved at Lingyue Mountain. Parting was always sad. Big brother Pengu, let's go. Zhou Qian urged. He disliked the scene of parting the most because it was too sad. Moreover, he was afraid that if he continued to see these kind faces, he would not have the courage to leave. Rise. Pengu shot out a beam of divine light, and the universe star compass began to stir violently. In the next moment, the universe star compass turned into a circular spaceship. It was hundreds of feet wide and looked extraordinary. Scope. Pengu was the first to move and jumped onto the spaceship. Hongjun followed closely behind, and Zhou Qian and his brothers also jumped up. Brothers, use your Daoist nomological laws and activate the universe star compass. I will find the location of the universe tide. Pengu said to Hongjun and Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian and Hongjun nodded. The nomological laws of Daoist surged out and instilled them into the universe star compass. The dense nomological laws enveloped the entire compass. De Huang and Long Shisan were full of excitement. These 2 fellows, who were usually mischievous, were extremely well behaved at this moment. They were not fools and knew that going to the eternal world was not a joke. With their strength, they had to rely on the protection of Zhou Qian's trio and the universe star compass to safely pass through the universe tide and enter the eternal world. Buzz buzz. The universe star compass erupted with an intense buzzing sound and rippled with endless divine light. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the peak of Lingyue Mountain. In the next moment, the universe star compass pointed out a direction. There was a dark tide surging there. It was the location of the universe tide. The moment they found the location of the universe tide, the universe star compass started to shake violently. The 5 people on the compass started to feel an intense tearing force. What a terrifying cosmic tide. I've only just sensed its location and it has already caused such a huge commotion. What would happen if I were to enter the cosmic tide? Long Shisan was shocked and a serious expression appeared on his face. He did not dare to be careless. Now is the moment when the cosmic tide is at its weakest. If it had just erupted, we wouldn't have dared to bring the 2 of you along even with the protection of the universe star compass. This is because we might not even be able to protect ourselves. Bringing you along would be no different from sending you to your deaths. Hongjun said. Big bro, what is this universe star compass? To think that it's so mystical that it can locate the location of the universe tide. Zhou Qian was obviously very interested in the universe star compass. Zhou Qian was very clear that without Pengu's universe star compass, even if he knew about the existence of the eternal world and knew that he could enter the eternal world through the universe tide, it would still be extremely difficult to find the location of the universe tide. Zhou Qian could see the myriad worlds at a glance, but he could not see through the deeper level of the profound mysteries of the universe. This was the gap. I can only say that this compass is a product of the eternal world. It contains the power of the cosmic source, so it can accurately locate the universe tide and play a great protective role. At least it can ensure that we enter the eternal world safely. Pengu said. Zhou Qian nodded secretly and did not continue to ask. Pengu obviously had his own secrets. He and Hongjun must have an inexplicable relationship with the eternal world, but it was obvious that they all had their own difficulties. Perhaps if it were not for Jiangqin, they would not have planned to go to the eternal world again in this life. It was as if the eternal world was a place of sorrow for them. But Jiangqin remembered the help that Pangu and Hongjun had given him. In the future, if they needed his help in the eternal world, Jiangqin would naturally not hesitate to help them. The location of the universe tide has been found. We're going to enter it now. Everyone stay on the universe star compass and don't move. Pangu said. Everyone began to feel nervous, but more than that, they were excited. In the depths of Pangu and Hongjun's eyes, there was a thought-provoking look. The eternal world must have an extraordinary meaning for the two of them. The compass was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the space turbulence. In the compass, countless routes could be seen. They were void routes intertwining between worlds. In front of them was a void river. The river surged and exploded with a roar. Around the river, within a radius of billions of miles, all the planets were shattered and all the void paths were torn apart. The domineering Milky Way became the only one since ancient times. No one knew where the Milky Way led to. The universe tide is too domineering. It appears once every 10,000 years, and every time it appears, I don't know how many void paths are destroyed. Hongjun said. Is this the universe tide? It's really terrifying. Even with my strength, I actually feel a shiver. Long Shisan's expression changed slightly. It's too strong. Even a heavenly king expert would be torn to pieces in an instant if he entered the universe tide. De Huang said, Fenger can't cultivate. His body is so weak. How can he survive in the universe tide? After personally witnessing the terrifying cosmic tide, everyone could not help but think of Jiang Feng, who had entered this place. Given the cosmic tide situation, if Jiang Feng were to enter this place, there was a 100% chance that he would die. He would vanish into thin air. There was no chance of him surviving. I'm also very puzzled. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Fenger to withstand the universe tide, but Feng's soul jade slip is intact. The soul jade slip I set up will never be wrong. Jiangqin said. It seems that this child is not ordinary. Pangu narrowed his eyes slightly. In this world, there are many things that can't be speculated with common sense. If this child can pass through the universe tide alone, there must be some meaning. Let's not continue guessing. We can only pray that the child is safe and sound. Hongjun said. Yes. Jiangqin nodded. There were a lot of things in this world that couldn't be explained. The fact that Jiang Feng didn't die in the cosmic tide was already the best thing that could be done. As for what had happened and how Jiang Feng managed to cross the cosmic tide, it was pointless to think about it now. Now the universe star compass was about to enter the universe tide. A new path was about to unfold. What the three brothers had to do next was to carry out a new round of exploration in the eternal world. Everyone sit tight. We're about to enter the universe tide. Chapter 3854. The closer they got to the cosmic tide, the stronger the power that could tear everything apart became. The universe star compass trembled violently, but its material was extraordinary. According to Pangu, this universe star compass contained powerful cosmic source energy, which was why it could withstand the power of the cosmic tide so easily. The universe star compass was like a warship descending from the sky, directly falling into a vast ocean, causing endless ripples to appear. Pangu and the other two didn't dare to be negligent. They exerted the Dian laws to the extreme. Even so, the universe star compass that had just entered the cosmic tide was still swaying left and right, like a small boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. The power of the cosmic tide was too terrifying. Waves of void wind were like endless blades, cutting everything. Crackling sounds could be heard, and the universe star compass was unable to stabilize. This terrifying shaking lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it finally stabilized. Seeing that the compass was stable, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief, especially De Huang and Long Shisan. They sat on it, not daring to even move. They looked nervous, but more than that, they were filled with endless excitement. This kind of excitement hadn't been seen for 300 years. Exciting, exciting. The eternal world, I, Master Monkey, am beginning to look forward to it. Long Shisan was beaming with joy. Thinking of the new journey that he was about to embark on, his blood began to boil uncontrollably. Big brother, how long will it take for us to reach the eternal world? Jiangqin asked. 3 days. 3 days should be enough. Pengu said. Not too long. Jiang Chen nodded. 3 days wasn't too long. At least it was much shorter than what he had expected. However, the eruption of the cosmic tide would only last for a month. Half of the time had already passed when they entered the eternal world. For the remaining time, they had to enter the eternal world before the cosmic tide ended. Otherwise, they might get lost in the starry sky of the universe. That wasn't a joke. That's right, big brother, second brother, what is the cosmic source energy that you were talking about? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This wasn't the first time he had heard of cosmic source energy, and he knew that it might be indispensable to the eternal world. In fact, the divine power in his body had to be converted to source energy in order to survive in the eternal world. Otherwise, his divine power would be useless in the eternal world. That's right. That's what I wanted to explain to you all. Since you're going to the eternal world, you must know about the cosmos origin energy. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you all to move a single step in the eternal world. Pengu said. Oh my god, is it really that ridiculous? De Huang rolled his eyes. He was, after all, a top expert of a world. Even in the eternal world he shouldn't be that weak. It would be too much of a blow to him to say that he would be killed easily. It's not ridiculous. It's the truth. Your divine power won't be able to be used in the eternal world. The so-called cosmic source energy is the power of the universe's origin. It's a very noble and supreme power. It's a power that existed at the beginning of the universe and represents the universe's origin. In the entire universe, the only place where the cosmic source energy exists is the eternal world. The eternal world is supreme. Humans are born to cultivate the cosmic source energy. But you don't have to worry too much. With your strength, once all the divine power in your body is converted to source energy, you won't be at the bottom in the eternal world. Pengu said. That's right. Not only will you not be at the bottom, but you also have a unique advantage compared to the people of the eternal world. That is, your cultivation experience. You've experienced several lifetimes, so your cultivation experience is too rich. Moreover, you've comprehended the heavenly way and your body contains the great way. The Tao of the eternal world is naturally different from the Tao of other planes, but your experience and your understanding of the great way are inseparable. Even in the eternal world, this comprehension can be used. To put it bluntly, your cultivation experience and comprehension will be at the level of the ancestors in the eternal world. Therefore, with such an advantage in the eternal world, the speed of your growth will be unmatched by ordinary people. Hongjun said. Hongjuan's words made Jiang Chen and the other two feel a lot more at ease. Yes, the world could change, the Dharma could change, and even the cultivation power could change, but a person's comprehension of cultivation and their own experience would not change. No matter where they went, it would be very practical. There was no doubt about this. It was also the biggest advantage that Jiang Chen and the others had over the people of the eternal world. This unique advantage was enough to make them existences like the ancestors when they came to the eternal world. This kind of terrifying experience would definitely allow them to cultivate without any obstructions, as if they were using a cheat code. But how do we convert the divine power in our body into the cosmic source energy? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Although they already knew about the cosmic source energy, they had not really come into contact with it, and they did not have the slightest experience in converting the divine power in their body into cosmic source energy. De Huang and Long Shisan also stared at Pengu and Hongjun without blinking, waiting for them to answer their questions. They knew very well that the cosmic source energy would accompany them throughout the eternal world. It's very simple. You can't convert divine power into cosmic source energy now because you have never come into contact with cosmic source energy. You don't know what cosmic source energy is, so you don't know in which direction to convert it. In addition, there is no cosmic source energy in your original world. Even if you convert it, it will be useless. To put it bluntly, if you want to convert the divine power in your body into cosmic source energy, as long as you come into contact with cosmic source energy, even if there is a little bit of cosmic source energy in your body, you can convert the divine power in this direction. Pengu said. In other words, we have to go to the eternal world and come into contact with the cosmic source energy to be able to convert divine power. Jiang Chen said. In theory, this is the case, but you should be able to come into contact with the cosmic source energy as soon as possible. The cultivators of the eternal world can't do without source stones. Source stones are equivalent to the immortal essence stones and divine essence stones. They are something that the cultivators of the eternal world must use. Source stones contain pure cosmic source energy. As long as you can find source stones and absorb the cosmic source energy in them, under the guidance of cosmic source energy, you can gradually convert the origin energy in your body into cosmic source energy. Pengu said. After saying so much, there are no source stones here. We still have to wait in the eternal world to have a chance to get source stones. Damn, if we can't use divine power when we get there, won't we be at the mercy of others and have no power to fight back? De Huang couldn't help but say. In the cosmic tide there will be some starry sky source stones. This kind of starry sky source stone is more precious and much purer than the ordinary source stones in the eternal world. In 3 days, as long as our luck isn't too bad, it won't be difficult to get an extremely fast starry sky source stone. With the help of the starry sky source stone, you can convert cosmic source energy. Hongjun said. Chapter 38:55. As soon as Hongjun finished his words, a blue light suddenly flashed. Hongjun was extremely fast. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the blue light was already in his hand. This technique could be said to be shocking. It was done at will. De Huang and Long Shisan were stunned. They were full of admiration for this kind of almighty existence that could split heaven and earth apart. The technique was really beyond their imagination. Look, isn't this just one? Hongjun said with a smile and passed a blue stone to Jiang Chen. The stone was as big as a fist and it was shining brightly. With Jiang Chen's eyesight he could naturally see that this stone was not an ordinary one. Starry sky source stone. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The cosmic source energy contained in this starry sky source stone was something that he had never come into contact with before. This was a brand new power that Jiang Chen had never seen before. Compared to the Immortal Essence Stone and Divine Essence Stone, this starry sky source stone could only be described with one word: high grade. This starry sky source stone is at least equivalent to the value of a 5th grade source stone in the eternal world. One is enough for you to convert your divine power. Hongjun said and then stuffed the starry sky source stone into Jiang Chen's hands. Second brother, don't you need it? Jiang Chen was too embarrassed to take it. We have our own methods of converting origin energy. Furthermore, there are quite a lot of starry sky origin stones in the cosmos tide. If we're lucky, we should be able to obtain 100 or 80 of them in the next 3 days. That would be quite a fortune in the eternal realm. Hongjun smiled. Ah, okay. I won't stand on ceremony then. Jiang Chen took the starry sky source stone and handed it to De Huang. De Huang, you go first. Damn, little Chenzi, this is not suitable. This is given to you by old ancestor Hongjun. De Huang waved his hand. He knew how precious this thing was. Don't be shy. This isn't the only one. Jiang Chen threw the star origin stone to De Huang. Then his eyes flashed and he used the power of Dian to grab the star origin stone with his bare hands. Another star origin stone appeared in his hand. In terms of means, Jiang Chen was not weaker than Hongjun, old ancestor. Isn't this another one? Okay, here you go. Jiang Chen casually threw the starry sky source stone to Long Shisan. After appeasing the two of them, he would think about himself. After all, given De Huang and Long Shisan's strength, they wouldn't be able to stretch out the compass to grab the starry sky origin stone for the time being. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Long Shisan didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Jiang Chen and immediately took the starry sky source stone. There was no need to stand on ceremony between brothers. After all, they were friends who had gone through life and death together. After De Huang and Long Shisan got the starry sky source stone, they swallowed it in the most barbaric way. Seeing this, Pengu and Hongjun couldn't help but laugh. Swallowing a starry sky source stone that was equivalent to a 5th grade star origin stone was really ridiculous. However, Pengu and Hongjun could see that regardless of whether it was De Huang or Long Shisan, their bodies were very powerful. Such abnormal beings couldn't be judged by common sense. Not to mention one starry sky source stone, even 2 or 10 star origin stones wouldn't be able to make them explode. Boom! Terrifying origin power instantly exploded in De Huang and Long Shisan's bodies like a vast ocean rampaging through their bodies. The terrifying new energy made the two of them tremble uncontrollably. Of course, what really affected them wasn't the strength of this energy, but the unfamiliarity with it. Because it was unfamiliarity, it was difficult to control. However, Pengu and Hongjun didn't say anything to help the two of them because they knew very well that geniuses like De Huang and Long Shisan didn't need any advice from others. They could quickly adapt and understand origin power. Next, they would naturally convert the divine power in their bodies into cosmic source force. Don't worry, third brother. After entering the cosmic tide, we've already established a certain connection with the eternal world. We can convert origin power at will. Hongjun could see Jiang Chen's worry and couldn't help reminding him. With their strength, they should be able to reach the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm after converting their divine power. Panga looked at De Huang and Long Shisan and said, Origin realm? Is that the eternal world realm? Jiang Chen asked curiously. That's right. The everlasting world is the highest existence in the universe, where the origin lies. There are 4 origin realms for cultivating the source energy of the universe: the origin realm, the unity realm, the earth origin realm, and the heavenly origin realm. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. Those who come into contact with the source energy of the universe for the first time from a lower plane won't have a good realm after the transformation. Normally, they won't exceed the origin realm. Even you, brother, after the transformation of your divine power, you'll probably only reach the peak of the origin realm. You won't be able to reach the unity realm, Panga said. Of course, this doesn't mean that you're weak. As the best of the lower planes, you've comprehended the great Tao of the world, so you're naturally not weak. It's just that you're limited by the laws of the everlasting world. In addition, it's your first time coming into contact with the source energy of the universe. Although the level you've just converted isn't too high, your progress will be very fast. You'll surpass the majority of the natives of the everlasting world. To put it bluntly, you'll be a true genius in the everlasting world. Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod at Panga's words. He now had a basic understanding of the cultivation of the everlasting world. As for their cultivation after converting their divine power, Jiang Chen didn't particularly care. Just as Pangu had said, under the various restrictions, it would be very difficult for them to surpass the origin realm. However, their future cultivation path would definitely be smooth and they would make rapid progress. Moreover, the peak of the origin realm would at least not be a bottom-feeder existence. In some small places they would be considered top-notch existences. It was much better than when he ascended from the Saint Origin world to the Immortal world. Before this, Jiang Chen had already prepared to start all over again. Walking step by step to the peak was the feeling that Jiang Chen liked the most. Excitement, hot blood, fighting all the way and feeling carefree. Zoosh. As he spoke, Jiang Chen grabbed another Starry Sky Source Stone from the Starry Sky Compass. Then he didn't care about Pangu and Hongjun anymore. Just like De Huang and Long Shisan, he swallowed the Starry Sky Source Stone in one gulp. There were only 3 days left. He was still very tight. He must completely convert the divine power in his body into the cosmic source energy before entering the everlasting world. Only in this way he would be able to deal with any unexpected accidents when he entered the everlasting world. Jiang Chen and his brothers entered a meditative state and used the Starry Sky Source Stone to convert the divine power in their bodies. The compass also became quiet. Only the tearing and roaring sound of the cosmic tide could be heard outside. Pangu and Hongjuan's eyes were profound. They looked into the distance along the cosmic tide, as if they were looking at the edge of the horizon. I don't know if it's the right decision to come back this time. Old ancestor Hongjun sighed softly. We have controlled fate for countless years, but now we have to see fate for once. Third brother may be an anomaly in this universe. I'm afraid the everlasting world will not be peaceful anymore. Chapter 3856. The source power contained in a Starry Sky Source Stone was undoubtedly terrifying. Jiang Chen could feel it the moment the stone entered his body. He didn't know how the Eternal World Source Stones were divided, but a 5th-grade Source Stone was definitely not low. In fact, it was very difficult for ordinary Origin Realm cultivators to withstand the impact of a 5th-grade Source Stone. However, Jiang Chen and the others were different. They had the most essential difference from the Eternal World's Foundation cultivators. Their foundation was too strong and thick. The only thing they lacked was their understanding and knowledge of source power. Therefore, a Starry Sky Source Stone was just right for Jiang Chen and the others. If the grade of the stone was too low, it would be almost impossible to convert the divine power in their bodies into source power in a short period of time. Only a Starry Sky Source Stone with pure energy could help them achieve this. Jiang Chen had enough cultivation experience. After coming into contact with the power of the cosmic source, he immediately activated the dragon transformation skill and began to guide the power into his Dantian. In the previous world, even if he absorbed the power of the cosmic source, Jiang Chen's method would definitely be to convert the source power into the divine power in his body. Moreover, the source power in a cultivator's body must exist by relying on the origin of the world. In other words, in the entire universe apart from the eternal world and the cosmic tide that connected to the eternal world, even if a cultivator absorbed the power of the cosmic source, he wouldn't be able to preserve it. The restrictions of the laws of the world changed with the world. But now, Jiang Chen had completely left his original plane. From the moment he entered the cosmic tide, he had already come into contact with the highest level of the entire universe. Under such a high level of existence, the divine energy in his body was no longer as high as before. More importantly, with the support of the cosmic source and the influence of the new world's laws, it became logical for Jiang Chen to convert the divine power in his body into the power of the cosmic source. The dragon transformation skill was unique. Even if the origin of the world changed, the profound meaning of the dragon transformation skill would not change. As the origin of the world improved, the dragon transformation skill would also undergo a new round of transformation. To put it bluntly, even in the eternal world, the dragon transformation skill would still be the foundation that supported Jiang Chen to go further. In his dantian, the true dragon shadows formed by countless dragon patterns began to become restless the moment they came into contact with the power of the cosmic source. The roar of thousands of dragons shook the world. Inside Jiang Chen's body was another world, a world of dragons. I wonder what kind of transformation the dragon transformation skill will undergo after converting the power of the cosmic source. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Just like the ancestral dragon pagoda, the dragon transformation skill had already reached the great perfection realm. If it could undergo a higher level of transformation, it would undoubtedly be an extremely exciting thing. The origin energy was like a wild wave crashing into his dantian. Jiang Chen quickly familiarized himself with the origin energy. Tens of thousands of dragon marks started revolving around the origin energy at a high speed, forming an unparalleled cyclone. What happened next shocked Jiang Chen. The dragon marks started disappearing along with the source energy, or it could be said that they had completely seeped into the source energy. 1 line, 2 lines, 100 lines, 200 lines. In the end, tens of thousands of dragon marks began to disappear at the same time. This scene caused Jiang Chen to be dumbfounded. It must be known that these dragon marks were condensed from his life's blood, sweat, and tears. But now they were disappearing one after another. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't feel anything strange or that his energy was disappearing, Jiang Chen would have been terrified. The dragon mark disappeared very quickly, but Jiang Chen did not panic at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. With his experience, he could naturally sense that the dragon transformation skill was undergoing a new transformation. To him, this was a good thing that he could only dream of. 2 hours later, all the dragon patterns in Jiang Chen's body had disappeared. At the same time, a small golden dragon appeared and floated in Jiang Chen's dantian. It was confused and only the size of a palm. Its eyes flickered and it looked very cute. The small dragon was obviously different from the previous dragon marks. Those dragon marks were illusory and did not really exist. To put it bluntly, they were a transformation and manifestation of the dragon transformation skill's energy. However, this small golden dragon was a real dragon of heaven and earth. It contained endless essence. The small dragon was full of vitality inside and out, and the power of the cosmic source filled its body. This was a high-level dragon that had evolved. It was a real cosmic dragon. The dragon transformation skill had transformed. All techniques returned to one. Dragon marks transform into source. A golden source dragon became the foundation of Jiang Chen's source. With a thought from Jiang Chen, the ignorant small golden dragon instantly rushed out of his body and happily circled around Jiang Chen's body. Go! Jiang Chen said softly. As if it had heard an order, the small dragon actually rushed out of the compass and swam in the terrifying cosmic tides. The small dragon shook its body and became 3 feet long. It allowed the endless terrifying tidal storms to hit the small dragon, but it was still safe and sound. This is... Pangu and Hongjun were surprised. The way they looked at the small golden dragon had completely changed. This is the source dragon that contains the cosmic source. Third brother, how do you have this thing? Pangu couldn't help but be surprised. The fact that the source dragon could swim in the cosmic tides alone was enough to show how extraordinary the small dragon was. They clearly saw that the small dragon had rushed out of Jiang Chen's body. This source dragon is my source. Now I let the source dragon endure the tempering of the cosmic tides, which will make my source stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen smiled. That's too terrifying. The origin dragon, the source of the universe. Third brother, you really are amazing. With this source dragon, you're definitely an anomaly in the eternal world. I'm already looking forward to your performance in the eternal world. Old ancestor Hongjun rarely looked so surprised, but the appearance of the source dragon shocked him. They couldn't imagine what kind of changes Jiang Chen would bring to the eternal world. This expectation came from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh! In the cosmic tides, the small dragon was extremely fast. It turned around and swallowed a starry sky source stone that was drifting at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, with a flash of brilliance, the starry sky source stone appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, and Jiang Chen put it away with a peace of mind. This thing is good stuff. I have to take the opportunity to collect more. Jiang Chen chuckled. Pangu and Hongjun were speechless, but they secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. These starry sky source stones were indeed rare treasures. What made people envious was that the small source dragon didn't forget to collect the floating starry sky source stones for Jiang Chen while tempering itself in the cosmic tides. Chapter 3857. The universe star compass sped through the tide. It was as if it was traversing a starry path. It was long and lonely. Jiang Chen closed his eyes to rest. The surging divine power in his body was rapidly transforming into origin energy. The little golden dragon was constantly being tempered by the universe tide as it helped Jiang Chen collect the starry sky source stones. On the other side, De Huang and Long Shisan's faces were flushed. The divine power in their bodies was also constantly transforming into origin energy. Their bodies gave off a different aura. Although the origin energy was much weaker than the divine power from before, it was now noble. It was like the nobility of the entire universe, the highest existence in the universe. The dragonization skill was blessed by nature. After the appearance of the golden origin dragon, the dragonization skill had undergone a qualitative transformation, becoming even more powerful. With the help of the golden origin dragon, Jiang Chen's cultivation speed was as fast as ever. His cultivation also began to undergo tremendous changes. The first heavenly layer of the origin realm, the second heavenly layer of the origin realm. In just a day, Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the fifth heavenly layer of the origin realm. Although he no longer felt as if he could control the world with just a wave of his hand after transforming his divine power into origin energy, the long-lost pleasure of advancing in cultivation still fascinated Jiang Chen. This was a new level of discovery. Jiang Chen knew that from now on he had to walk a higher path. Cultivation was endless. At the very least, the God realm was definitely not the end for him. To the highest level of the universe, it was perhaps only a starting point. 3 days later, the three brothers opened their eyes at practically the same time. They looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. This excitement was so familiar yet so long lost. 3 waves of hot blood suddenly rippled through their bodies. They had borne the brand new power and felt the limitless possibilities of this power. They were about to embark on a new path. They began to pursue and explore new powers. They had new motivation to move forward. Their past exciting lives seemed to have begun once again. Even though they were not powerful at all compared to the eternal world and were even a little weak, it was exactly because of this that they were even more excited. What they pursued was never the supreme position, but the process of reaching that pinnacle, which was carefree and unrestrained. The divine world had been silent for 300 years. They missed their old lives too much. Our footsteps will begin anew in the eternal lands. We brothers are coming to dominate the universe. Long Shisan's aura fluctuated wildly as his demonic aura soared into the sky. De Huang burst into laughter. He almost wanted to swim in the cosmic tide. Monkey, what's your cultivation level now? De Huang looked at Long Shisan. He should be at the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Long Shisan said uncertainly. After all, they still didn't understand this new power system very well. They could only make a rough judgment based on the source power in their bodies. That's right. He's indeed at the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm and he's at the peak of the origin realm. Pangu nodded and praised. Ah, me too. What about you, little Chinzi? De Huang smiled. His strength was the same as Long Shisan's at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Peak of the 9th heavenly layer, only a step away from the unity origin realm. Jiang Qin shrugged and said with a smile. Kid, you're still the most monstrous, said Pangu. Neither he nor Long Shan was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength at all. It would be strange if Jiang Chen's cultivation was weaker than theirs after the conversion. The three of you were originally the masters of the plane. Now that you've converted to source power, you're just existences at the bottom of the hierarchy in the eternal world. You can say that you've fallen from the sky to the ground from the top of the pyramid, but you don't look disappointed at all. That's impressive, said the Hongjun patriarch. Ancestor Hongjun said. He didn't see the disappointed expressions of the three people that he had expected. Instead, they seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as if this kind of lowering was their dream. This was strange. After all, this kind of mentality didn't conform to common sense. Any normal person would probably be unable to accept the fact that they had suddenly fallen from a supreme ruler to the mortal world and become an ordinary person. The three of them burst into laughter at the same time, laughing to their heart's content. Second brother, there are some things you don't understand. What we're pursuing is different. Jiang Qin patted the Hongjun patriarch on the shoulder. Rumble. At that moment the universe star compass shook violently again, bursting out with a buzzing sound. In front of them, there was an endless light that was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Be careful, we're about to reach the eternal world. We may have encountered a rare tidal storm. Be careful, the universe star compass may be torn apart. Pangu had a serious look on his face. Obviously, this situation was not expected in advance. Yuan Dragon, come back. Jiang Qin didn't dare to neglect. With a thought, the Yuan Dragon that was swimming in the cosmic tide instantly disappeared and returned to Jiang Chen's dantian. In these 3 days, Jiang Qin had gained a lot. The little Yuan Dragon gave him a total of 130 starry sky source stones, which was equivalent to 135th grade source stones in the eternal world. This was a huge fortune. To put it bluntly, with these starry sky source stones, Jiang Qin would be a local tycoon in the eternal world. Whoosh whoosh. The strong wind whistled and a huge cyclone appeared in front of them. A terrifying tidal storm appeared. Caw. Behind the cyclone was the world barrier of the eternal world. If they wanted to enter the eternal world, there was only one way, and that was to pass through the cyclone and the terrifying tidal storm. They had no choice but to force their way through. Pangu, Hongjun, and Jiang Qin continued to use the Dian laws to control the universe star compass. Even so, the universe star compass kept emitting cracking sounds as cracks started to appear on it. Rumble. The universe star compass was like a falling planet. It crashed into the tidal storm and disappeared into the light. Be careful, there are many turbulences ahead. The universe star compass can't hold on much longer, but we have successfully entered the eternal world. However, we are likely to be affected by the tidal storm, so we will enter a different boundary point. Third brother, see you in the eternal world. Pangu's voice weakened, and the next moment, it disappeared along with the shattering of the universe star compass. Mottled rainbow-colored light spots appeared in front of them like boundary points. Pangu and Hongjun had disappeared, and Jiang Qin and the other two were being torn apart by the cyclone. The powerful devouring force of the boundary point was acting on them, trying to swallow them into the boundary point. De Huang monkey, catch them. Jiang Qin reacted quickly, and the heavenly dragon sword rippled out, turning into a 10-meter-long giant sword. De Huang and Long Shan didn't dare to neglect, hugging the giant sword with both hands and clinging to it. Swish. In the next moment, the three people and the sword were swallowed by a boundary point. Chapter 38:58. The Eternal World, the Crimson Afterglow Realm, the Land of Broken Streams. The 3,000-kilometer Forbidden Zone was shrouded in mist. Spatial cracks were everywhere, suppressed by the power of the tides, making it a special place. It was also known as the Land of Death. Crackle. In the sky above a valley shrouded in cold air, a spatial crack cracked. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. 3 figures flickered out and landed heavily on the ground. Fuck you, motherfucker. One of them smashed into a hard rock. Moreover, he landed face first on the ground, smashing the rock into smithereens. Needless to say, the one who landed face first was definitely De Huang. Jiang Qin and Long Shan climbed out of a pit on the side. When they saw De Huang smash the rock with his face, they immediately burst into laughter. Laugh my ass off. Big Yellow was exasperated and it looked gloomy. De Huang, you're really shameless. You can even shatter a rock. I admire you. Out of all our brothers, you're the one I admire the most. Long Shisan admired him to the point where he had no conscience at all. Piss off. De Huang flipped Long Shisan the middle finger. Stop messing around. Our luck doesn't seem to be that great. This isn't a good place. Jiang Chen looked around and said with a straight face. Long Shisan and De Huang tidied up their messy clothes before looking around. This is definitely not a good place. The cold air here is so cold that even with my powerful physical body, I still feel a trace of coldness. Furthermore, the mist here is actually able to block out my divine sense. My divine sense can only scan a radius of 10 zhang. Beyond that, I can't sense anything. Long Shisan frowned in shock. The laws of the world here have completely changed. The laws of the eternal world are of the highest level in the universe. Let's not think about our previous level of cultivation. We're only at the origin realm right now, so our soul senses are obviously quite restricted. Jiang Chen said. The supreme world of the universe really is different. Even my bloodline has been greatly suppressed. I feel like it's rather difficult for me to maintain my human form even with my strength at the origin realm. De Huang said. Apart from being shocked, his face was also filled with excitement. It was obvious that he was extremely interested in the world laws of the higher planes of the universe. Yes, we know nothing about the eternal world. De Huang, I suggest that you revert to your original form. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang and smiled. All right. De Huang nodded. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a De Huang dog, baring his teeth and shaking his head. Two people and a dog looked at each other and laughed as if they had returned to the beginning. This was especially so for Jiang Chen and De Huang. The combination of a man and a dog was a nostalgic feeling for them. Jiang Chen suggested that De Huang revert to his original form not because it was difficult for De Huang to maintain his human form. De Huang possessed the supreme dragon horse bloodline, so he was basically no weaker than Long Shisan. He was different from regular demons and he had comprehended his own ways. Even if he was suppressed by the laws of the eternal world, it would not be a problem for him to maintain his human form. However, the combination of him and Jiang Chen that allowed them to dominate the world was indescribably wonderful. We don't know where this place is, but there are dangers everywhere. It should be because this place is connected to the cosmic tide. There are spatial cracks everywhere, and if we're even the slightest bit careless, we'll be devoured by powerful space-time forces and get lost in the chaotic streams of space. Let's be careful and leave this place as soon as possible, Jiang Chen said. Yes. Long Shisan and De Huang nodded, deeply agreeing with Jiang Chen's words. They had experienced too much in their lives and had been to countless dangerous places. Although they knew nothing about the eternal world with their eyesight and experience, they could naturally see that this was not a good place and they should not stay for long. Jiang Chen had the great soul derivation technique and he also had the support of the source dragon, so he had a certain degree of control over the great heaven and earth derivation technique. He could subtly find a way out and at least they would not be completely lost here. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, two people and a dog quickly found the exit of the valley. Little Chenzi, it seems that I can't fly anymore. Long Shisan discovered a problem. That's normal. I can't either. It should be that the source energy in our bodies has not reached the standard for flight. According to my estimation, if you want to fly in the eternal world, your cultivation must reach the earthly source realm. The so-called earthly source realm and heavenly source realm are considered to have touched the threshold of heaven and earth, and only then can you control the void of the universe and walk in the air. Moreover, this place is not only restricted by the laws of the eternal world, but also intertwined with the power of countless space-time forces and cosmic tides, forming an invisible barrier. Even if earthly source realm and heavenly source realm experts come here, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to control the airflow of heaven and earth to fly. Jiang Chen said that their current understanding of the eternal world depended on their own comprehension. But it had to be said that Jiang Chen's comprehension was really amazing, and it was extremely accurate. Jejia. You can't fly, but Master Dog can. De Huang dog chuckled and a pair of light wings suddenly rippled from his back. With a flash, he immediately soared into the sky. Do you think you're the only one with wings? Jiang Chen shrugged and a pair of dragon wings suddenly appeared on his back. After the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill was as useful as ever. Moreover, he could use it at will. Every part of his body could be transformed into a dragon independently. For example, the mysterious dragon wings on his back could appear independently when he needed to fly. Fuck two fellows with wings. Long Xian had a look of disdain on his face. The world's law and spacetime power limited people's control of the airflow of heaven and earth, but they could not limit the wings. If you had wings you could naturally fly. De Huang, put away the light wings. We know nothing about this place and it's better not to expose some of our trump cards. Moreover, there are many spacetime cracks here, so it's better not to fly around randomly. Jiang Qin patted De Huang's head and reminded him. Roar. Outside the valley, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded, piercing through the mist. Rumble. In front of them, rocks were flying and a monster covered in iron armor blocked the way of Jiang Qin and the others. A demonic beast from the Ionian world? This armored monster looks like a dragon. I wonder how it's different from the demonic beasts of our world. De Huang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes shining with excitement. Don't underestimate it. Even a piece of this guy's armor can be used to forge a god artifact in the god world. The demonic beasts of a higher world really are extraordinary. Jiang Qin sighed. He now deeply understood what it meant by there was always someone better out there. Roar. The armored dragon roared, baring its fangs as its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. It was clearly very interested in the prey before it. The steel-armored dragon dragged its body and opened its bloody maw, locking onto Jiang Qin and pouncing towards him. Wherever its body passed, sparks flew from the friction of the ground. A sixth heavenly layer origin realm armored dragon. Let me see whose body is tougher. Chapter 3859. The steel-armored dragon was a type of demonic beast with a relatively tough physique. The steel-armored dragon of the eternal world was even more so. From the perspective of the divine realm, the entire body of the steel-armored dragon was a divine tool. No existence of the same level would dare to collide with the body of the steel-armored dragon, because it was no different from seeking death. However, how could De Huang dog be compared to an ordinary person? After being lonely for hundreds of years, De Huang could no longer endure it. The stronger the opponent, the more excited De Huang became. Jiang Qin and Long Xian stood at the back with their arms crossed. The corners of their lips were slightly raised, watching the barbaric battle that was about to unfold in front of them with great interest. They had an expression as if they were watching a show, not the slightest bit worried about De Huang. Others might not understand De Huang's ability, but Jiang Qin and Long Xian knew it all too well. Even though the steel-armored dragon was a demonic beast of the eternal world in front of De Huang, it was still the same. Rumble. The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. The head of De Huang dog flickered with a golden light as it collided heavily with the head of the steel-armored dragon. Oof! A mournful cry tore through the mist, causing the void to tremble. The body of the steel-armored dragon that was as huge as a small mountain was directly knocked away, crashing into a stone wall behind it, shattering the small mountain into pieces. Shua! The speed of De Huang dog was extremely fast. As soon as the body of the steel-armored dragon landed on the ground, he pressed forward and stood on the head of the steel-armored dragon with his extraordinary body. At this moment, on the head of the steel-armored dragon that was originally indestructible, a large bloody hole had appeared. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Kakaka. De Huang dog cackled and opened his sharp teeth, tearing open the top of the steel-armored dragon's head. That iron armor that was as hard as a divine tool under De Huang's teeth was as fragile as tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. A pure golden demon spirit flew out from the top of the steel-armored dragon's head and was swallowed by De Huang dog. Buzz buzz. The origin energy in De Huang's body churned restlessly as he instantly refined a demon spirit. His cultivation also successfully reached the 7th heavenly layer at that moment, making him even more powerful than before. Awesome. Jiang Qin and Long Xian gave De Huang a thumbs up. Other than awesome, they really couldn't find any other words to describe the current De Huang. The steel-armored dragon, known as the Grim Reaper of Hell, was like a weak chicken in front of De Huang, who was at the same level as him. He could kill it at will without any ability to fight back. If the scene of De Huang killing the steel-armored dragon was seen by others, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground in shock. The eternal world is only so. De Huang licked his lips, narcissistic to the extreme. Jiang Qin nodded. He was also filled with passion. As for De Huang's advancement, Jiang Qin and Long Xian were not surprised at all. Just as Pangu and Hongjun had said, they were all peak figures of their respective planes. They had several lifetimes and millions of years of cultivation experience. They could be described as ancient existences. Although their cultivation was not high after the conversion of their divine power, their foundations and their comprehension of the path of cultivation made their advancement extremely fast. Moreover, De Huang's cultivation was already at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. The steel-armored dragon's demon spirit contained the origin energy of the universe that truly belonged to this world, so it was only natural for him to reach the 7th heavenly layer in a single stroke. "Let's go. We can't stay here for long," said Jiang Qin. Long Xian and De Huang nodded. The furious roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time in the mist. Not only was the environment terrible, but there were also all sorts of savage demonic beasts. "I'll do it next time." Long Xian's metal staff appeared in his hand as he said proudly. The three of them walked for 6 whole hours, but they were still unable to make it out of the region. The mist grew even thicker and the pitch-black soil beneath their feet was sparse. Poisonous miasma wafted through the air from time to time, making their souls feel cold. This seemed to be a land of endless darkness. There was no end to it, nor was there an exit. They ran into many demonic beasts during the 6 hours. The demonic beasts they ran into were obviously extremely unlucky. They were all killed by De Huang and Long Xian. Long Xian also successfully advanced to the 7th heavenly layer origin realm. The three of them also realized something. The demonic beasts here were each more ferocious than the last. They were so ferocious that they seemed to have lost their intelligence. They were basically killing machines. They knew that the demonic beast's intelligence must have been affected by the environment. A dense forest lay before them. There were rows of towering ancient trees. Lush foliage grew from the tops of the trees and all the leaves were black. Light flickered from time to time in the depths of the forest. It was the glow of weapons. "There seems to be someone fighting up ahead," Long Xian said. "Let's go and take a look." Jiang Chen's eyes shone as he strode forward. Nothing could make them more excited than running into people in a place like this. It did not matter who they were as long as they were human. Only when there were humans would there be hope. Otherwise it would truly be a land of death. It would be difficult to even walk out. Within the forest, 7 or 8 black figures had firmly surrounded a young man in blue. The young man was covered in blood. His face was also covered in blood, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The young man panted heavily. The sword in his hand flickered with a cold light. It was already riddled with cracks. The young man's cultivation was not weak at the 7th heavenly layer of the origin realm. However, the black figures were even stronger. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the origin realm. The other black figures all had strange appearances. Some had the head of a bull and the body of a human, while others had the head of a human and the body of a beast. They looked extremely awkward. In any case, they did not look like humans at all. "Capture him. Be careful not to kill him. He's useful," the scarred man Lung Lung said. Roar. 6 or 7 strangely shaped demons charged at the young man together. "I'm from the Fu family of Swallow City, a disciple of the Martial Pavilion. Don't push me too far." The young man introduced himself in a flustered manner. "The Fu family and the Martial Pavilion are all bullshit in the severed Filiu." The scarred man remained unmoved. His face was twisted. "Humph, I won't give in until I pay up." The young man snorted softly. The sword in his hand danced like a torrential storm as he engaged the demons in an intense battle. Unfortunately, Fu Qing was already heavily injured and his movements were a mess. He was no match for these people at all. In just the first round he had already gained quite a few wounds. If it were not for the fact that the demons had obeyed the scarred man's orders to spare his life, Fu Qing would already be dead. "Monkey, go help him." Jiang Qin, who had arrived from afar, immediately told Long Xian to take action without any hesitation. He and Fu Qing did not know each other, so he obviously did not have any good intentions of lending a helping hand. He naturally had his own reasons for saving Fu Qing. Chapter 3860. All right. Long Xian couldn't hold himself back any longer. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, Long Xian turned into a beam of light and dashed out. His speed was even faster than De Huang Dog's battle against the armored dragon. Bang! The iron cudgel descended like a divine weapon, smashing solidly on the head of a monster. The monster let out a miserable wail as its head exploded on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere as it died on the spot. Bang bang bang. In the next moment the iron cudgel spun like a whirlwind. Every swing of the cudgel could shatter mountains. Those monsters were nothing more than ants before Long Xian's iron cudgel, unable to withstand a single blow. From the moment Long Xian made his move to the moment all the monsters were smashed to pieces, only a single breath had passed. Fast, it was too fast as lightning. Not to mention Fu Qing, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even the scar-faced man who was supervising the battle from the side couldn't react in time. This was the disparity, the real disparity. Be it Long Xian or De Huang, they were practically invincible existences in the same realm. Even if their cultivation was higher than theirs, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Jiang Qin and the other two had descended to the eternal world. Compared to the people from the eternal world, their greatest advantage was no longer the issue of bloodline, but the superiority of their bodies. They had cultivated for too long, and their control over cultivation, combat and various other aspects were simply too formidable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that after coming here, be it Long Xian or De Huang, any one of them would be an existence akin to a grandmaster in terms of comprehension and cultivation. To put it bluntly, they were monstrous existences, and this kind of monstrous existences was only relative to the geniuses from the eternal world. Only then did Fu Qing react. He stared at the handsome man who had suddenly appeared in shock, feeling as though he had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell. Plop. Fu Qing sat on the ground, his back leaning against a tree. Clearly he was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Fu Qing cupped his fists towards Long Xian. He didn't know Long Xian, but in a place like Broken Fly Stream, Long Xian had truly saved his life. Who are you? The knife-scarred man reacted and said coldly. The one who wants your life. Long Xian was brimming with arrogance. He raised his metal staff and pointed it at the scarred man. His battle intent surged. The scarred man's cultivation at the 8th heavenly layer of origin made it impossible for him to control his battle intent. At this time Jiang Qin and De Huang also walked over leisurely, but they didn't walk too close. Instead they stood not far away as if they were watching a show. Ah, great, 2 more. I was just worrying about not being able to complete the mission. A mere 7th heavenly layer origin dares to come out and save people? If you surrender now, I might consider sparing your lives. The scarred man laughed aloud. In his eyes he clearly treated Long Xian and Jiang Qin as prey. He could see through Long Xian's cultivation, but he could not see through Jiang Qin's. Jiang Qin was someone who had comprehended the laws of development and was the ruler of a plane. As long as he wanted to hide it, no one below the heavenly origin realm could easily see through his cultivation. If the scarred man knew Jiang Qin's true cultivation, he probably would not have been so arrogant and would have fled instead. The 2 of you should leave. This person is powerful and cannot be defeated. I, Fu Qing, accidentally came to Broken Fly Stream. This is my fate. I don't want to drag you down with me, Fu Qing said powerlessly. Fu Qing said weakly, as if he was facing death with equanimity. Of course, his eyes were filled with bewilderment and even more despair. Stop talking and save your strength. Is this ugly monster very strong? I can't see through it at all. De Huang dog shook his head. He was just as arrogant as Long Xian, not taking the 8th heavenly layer origin scarred man seriously at all. Where did this dog come from? I'll skin you alive once I take them down. The scarred man glared at De Huang dog. Damn it, you dare to talk back to me? Do you have the strength to do so? De Huang dog's eyes widened as he prepared to charge over. After remaining in his original plane for several centuries, De Huang dog wanted to join the fray the moment he saw a battle in the eternal world. Go back. Long Xian raised his metal staff and blocked De Huang dog. He's mine. You just stand there and watch. Fuck. The scarred man almost vomited blood. It turned out that the human and dog did not think of him as a threat at all. They really did think he was a pushover. Do I have the strength to do so? Do you have the strength to do so? The knife-scarred man could not understand where this human and dog had gotten their sense of superiority from. Their cultivations were clearly 1 level lower than his, yet they dared to speak such arrogant words as if they could kill him with a single move. Kid, Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed a few monsters that were neither human nor ghost. Ignorance can get you killed, said the scarred man Lung Lung. The scarred man said coldly. His aura had already locked onto Zhou Xian. I'm not invincible, but I'm more than enough to kill you. Long Zhou Xian's hair rustled as he surged with battle intent. Since you're looking to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The scarred man moved. With a wave of his arm, his already thick arm instantly grew 5 or 6 times larger, turning into a huge arm. The pitch-black arm flickered with a bone-chilling black light. Heaven-shaking arm. The scarred man roared and charged at Dragon Zhou Xian in an incomparably ferocious manner. His terrifying heaven-shaking arm carried boundless power, causing the mist in the surroundings to sizzle. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Dragon Zhou Xian. Battle Saint Technique. Zhou Xian's competitive spirit was aroused. He put away his iron rod and executed the Battle Saint Technique. His battle chi soared to the sky. Long Zhou Xian had long wanted to try the power of the Battle Saint Technique that was displayed using source energy. This secret technique was his innate divine ability. As Long Zhou Xian's body continued to grow and change, the power of the Battle Saint Technique would also constantly change. Now that he was in the everlasting world, the divine force in Long Zhou Xian's body had been transformed into source energy. The Battle Saint Technique had also undergone a transformation. When he displayed the battle formula, it still displayed the majestic aura of fighting against heaven and earth. Rumble. The Battle Saint Technique and the scarred man's heaven-shaking arm collided in the most barbaric and violent manner. A deafening roar sounded like thunder, and a large number of sparks appeared in the void. Dang dang dang. The scarred man felt as if he had been hit by an indestructible mountain. His entire arm and even half of his body instantly became numb. The source energy in his body instantly became chaotic and his blood and chi surged. He lost control of his feet and retreated a dozen steps. His back slammed into a large tree. The tree made a cracking sound and a large crack appeared as if it could collapse at any time. Well, Chapter 3861. This, Fu Qing was dumbfounded. He stared at Long Zhou Xian as if he had seen a ghost. Where did this monster come from? How could he be so powerful? He had experienced the scar-faced man's strength before, and there was only one word to describe it: terrifying. The young man before him seemed weak, and his cultivation was an entire level lower than the scar-faced man's, yet he had heavily injured him in a single move. Fu Qing would never have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Impossible. Just who are you? The scar-faced man's heart churned as he looked at the composed Long Zhou Xian and asked in a hoarse voice. This was completely unimaginable to the scarred man. The arm of the Heaven Shaker was a true battle skill. Combined with the origin of darkness in his body and the environment, it could basically split open a mountain. Let alone a 7th heavenly layer origin realm cultivator, even among those of the same level, there were not many who could withstand the attack. However, no one knew where this freak came from, but he was so ferocious. I told you I'm the one who wants your life. Long Zhou Xian's aura was oppressive as he walked towards the scar-faced man step by step. The ground shook with every step he took, and his domineering aura made it difficult for the scar-faced man to breathe. I'll fight you to the death. The scar-faced man was also a vicious person. A pitch-black blade appeared in his hand, and he used everything he had to slash at Long Zhou Xian. The blade chi was cold and chilling. However, Long Zhou Xian completely ignored it. His body shone with golden light as he used the Battle Saint technique once again. It conjured a small golden mountain and crushed down on the scar-faced man. Rumble, arg, a miserable shriek tore through the forest. There was no way the heavily injured scar-faced man could stand up to the Battle Saint technique, which only grew stronger as the battle progressed. He could not hold on to the blade at all and it flew out of his hand. At the same time, the scar-faced man was sent flying once again, pressed to the ground by the powerful Battle Saint technique. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, along with fragments of his organs. Afterwards, his eyes widened as he collapsed stiffly, no longer breathing. Why did you kill him? Jiang Chen shook his head and complained. The knife-scarred man clearly had a better understanding of this area. If he stayed, he would be able to obtain some information. Ahem, I didn't hold back for a moment. Who knew that this guy would be so weak? Long Zhou Xian coughed and scratched his head awkwardly. Who can block your Battle Saint art? It would be strange if they didn't die. De Huang Dog scoffed. Forget it. If he's dead, he's dead. It's no big deal. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and turned to look at Fu Qing. He had killed the knife-scarred man and saved this young man. The result was not too bad. Jiang Qin knew that Long Shisan had just arrived in the everlasting world and was in high spirits. If they really fought, how could he hold back? The knife-scarred man had been hit by the battle saint technique twice in a row. It would be strange if he didn't die. Brother, how is it? He won't die, right? Long Shisan looked at Fu Qing, who was still sitting on the ground in shock, and said with interest. Ahem. Fu Qing coughed violently and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. He struggled to stand up and bowed deeply to Long Shisan. He was still immersed in the shock of Long Shisan killing the knife-scarred man. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Fu Qing can't repay you. If I'm lucky enough to walk out of this broken flying stream, everything I have will belong to both of you. Fu Qing was emotional. It was as if he had gotten his life back. Ever since he accidentally stepped into this broken flying stream, there was only despair in his heart, especially after he met the knife-scarred man and the others. Both of you? Don't I count? De Huang Dog was instantly unhappy when he heard that. Ah, 3 of you, 3 of you. Fu Qing exclaimed and quickly corrected himself. Who would care about a dog? But looking at the relationship between this dog and Long Shisan, it must be extraordinary. Fu Qing naturally didn't dare to be slow. Come here. Jiang Qin waved his hand at Fu Qing. Fu Qing did as he was told and staggered to Jiang Qin. He wasn't a fool. Although the white-robed young man in front of him hadn't made a move since the beginning, he was obviously the leader of this group. Even the ferocious Long Shisan had to listen to him. Fu Qing didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Jiang Qin grabbed Fu Qing's arm, and a tide of wood force seeped into Fu Qing's body. Fu Qing's body trembled and he felt extremely comfortable. The injuries he had suffered in the previous battle were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fu Qing was shocked and his face was filled with disbelief. There was actually such a method in this world. This was simply shocking. Such a healing method was even more effective than miraculous pills and elixirs. Jiang Chen's wood force was the origin energy of a plane. After entering the eternal world, his wood force also transformed along with the dragon transformation skill. The source dragon in his body supported everything. Therefore, the healing effect of the wood force was also applicable in the eternal world, and the effect was surprisingly good. In fact, it wasn't just the wood force. All of Jiang Chen's means had undergone an imperceptible transformation along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. After being cleansed by the source force of the universe, they had become more advanced. For those who had comprehended the Daoist, no matter where they went, their comprehension ability would be far superior to ordinary people. Everything would happen naturally. 20 breaths later, Jiang Qin threw Fu Qing away. At this moment, Fu Qing was glowing with health and vigor. His injuries had actually recovered by 70%. Although it wasn't a complete recovery, he looked like a lively dragon or a lively tiger. His eyes were shining brightly, and he looked completely different from his previous dispirited appearance. Benefactor's methods are heaven-defying. What a miraculous man. Fu Qing bowed to Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's healing method had completely refreshed Fu Qing's understanding of the world. It was simply too miraculous. Everything felt like a dream. In Fu Qing's opinion, Jiang Qin wasn't human at all. How could a human have such heaven-defying means? He was the clearest about the severity of his injuries. Even with the Fu family's strength and all sorts of healing pills, it would take at least a month for him to recover fully. But Jiang Qin, in just a short 20 breaths, had completely healed his injuries and filled his body with energy. If news of this were to spread to Yen City, Jiang Qin would definitely become a target that all the major powers in Yen City would fight over. No matter where he went, he would be treated as a distinguished guest. Yes, it's good that you've recovered. Now I have a question for you. Jiang Qin said. All right. What do you want to ask, benefactor? Fu Qing was glowing with health and vigor. His hope for life had been reignited. What is this place? I heard you mention Broken Feilu just now. What is that? Jiang Qin asked curiously. The scarred man was killed by Long Shisan's battle saint technique. Now he had to rely on Fu Qing for any information he wanted. Benefactor, you don't know about Broken Feilu? Chapter 3862. It was normal for Fu Qing to be surprised. After all, it was rare for someone to not know about broken file flow. In fact, not only did Jiang Qin and the others not know about broken file flow, but they also knew nothing about the entire eternal world. Brother Fu, there is no need to be surprised. We have just arrived here and know nothing about this place, so we have a lot of things to ask. Jiang Chen's words were ambiguous. First, he said that he was not a local. Second, he did not say that he came from the cosmic tide. After all, it was better not to reveal that he came from another world when he knew nothing about the eternal world. I understand. You are not from the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. You must have come from another astral plane. You must have accidentally stepped into this broken file flow. Fu Qing had a look of realization. Crimson Afterglow astral plane? Jiang Qin and Long Shisan exchanged glances. They knew that they were now in the Crimson Afterglow astral plane of the eternal world. Benefactor, you really are not from the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. But that is normal. Heaven Awakening Starfield has 108 astral planes that are connected to each other. It is not surprising that cultivators from other astral planes would often appear in the Crimson Afterglow astral plane. Fu Qing said. Motherfucker. Just how big is the eternal world? It's actually divided into planetary regions, and one of them is made up of 108 astral realms. From what this kid said, the eternal world isn't just a single planetary region. Right now, Lord Dog is way too interested in this world. Hurry up and get to the bottom of it. De Huang Dog was very excited and sent a voice transmission to Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. De Huang was not the only one. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan were also shocked. The eternal world was much more difficult than they had expected. Each astral plane was a planet, and the 108 astral planes were 108 planets. The planets were connected to each other to form a star field. The eternal world created by the universe was not something their original world could compare with. How many eternal worlds have star fields like the Heaven Awakening star field? Jiang Qin asked. Fu Qing was stunned once again. Clearly, he did not expect Jiang Qin to ask such a stupid question. Just answer me. We come from a remote place isolated from the rest of the world. This is our first time coming out. Jiang Qin said. I see. Fu Qing sighed endlessly, half believing and half doubting. This world was just too big, with tens of thousands of races standing in great numbers. There were indeed many strange people and strange things, and there were even some people who lived in seclusion. They knew nothing about this world, but it wasn't like they didn't exist. Of course, Fu Qing wasn't an idiot. He could tell that Jiang Qin didn't want to talk about his background, so he wouldn't ask. After all, in his heart, it didn't matter where Jiang Qin and Long Shisan came from. What was important was the aura they emitted. They were humans just like him. More importantly, they had saved his life, so they were his saviors. Fu Qing had enough reason to help Jiang Qin answer his doubts. The eternal world is too big. There are 18 large galaxies like the Heaven Awakened galaxy. However, if you ask me about the other galaxies or the peak existences of the eternal world, I don't know either. I'm just an origin realm cultivator. Let alone planet Crimson Afterglow, I haven't even left Yen City. There are many high-level things that I can't even come into contact with. Fu Qing said honestly. Jiang Qin nodded to himself. Fu Qing's words were very honest. The everlasting world was just too vast. It was impossible for an insignificant figure like Fu Qing to understand everything. Moreover, he was only at the origin realm, so his horizons were obviously limited. There was no need for him to understand things that he could not come into contact with. Fu Qing was like that, and it was the same for Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. Fu Qing was at the origin realm and they were also at the origin realm. Compared to the greater world, they were insignificant figures. There was no need for insignificant figures to talk about the greater world. It was enough for them to have a basic understanding of the everlasting world. They had to take things one step at a time. As their strength increased, they would learn what they needed to know sooner or later. Even if they had a thorough understanding of the everlasting world, it would be meaningless. Origin realm cultivators could not even take a single step on planet Crimson Afterglow, let alone other large galaxies. Looks like we'll have to stay in the Crimson Afterglow galaxy for a very long time. I wonder if Feng is here, murmured Jiang Qin. He was worried about Jiang Feng. The main reason he had come to the everlasting world was to find his son. However, it seemed like he had no clue at all. The everlasting world was just too vast. Finding someone was easier said than done. Little Chinzi, don't be sad. I believe that Feng is blessed by the heavens. There will be a day when you and your son will be reunited. Long Xian patted Jiang Qin on the shoulder. He could only comfort him like that. The everlasting world is much larger than we imagined. We still have a long way to go. If we want to find Feng we must first survive. We must increase our strength while searching for him, said De Huang. That's right. Since we're here, we naturally have to do well. The everlasting world at the top of the universe is a supreme plane. Let us three brothers start from the crimson afterglow galaxy. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. A sense of pride rippled from his body. A new journey was right under his feet. The road ahead was still very long and difficult. To put it bluntly, it was even more difficult than the road they had taken before. I can't wait anymore. This new world must be very fun. It won't disappoint me. De Huang Dog shook his head, his eyes shining brightly. Fu Qing couldn't hear the conversation between the two men and the dog. He could only see their expressions. Jiang Qin didn't say anything. Fu Qing stood quietly to the side, not daring to speak. Brother Fu, what is this broken Filiu? Looks like a very dangerous place. Jiang Qin calmed his emotions and continued to ask. It's not just a dangerous place. It's a land of death. I came here by mistake on my trip. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to see the outside world again. Fu Qing sighed. His face was filled with melancholy when he mentioned the broken Filiu. The severing flow is just like its name, able to sever even the flow of air. The 3,000-kilometer severing flow is a special place. It's already shrouded in mist, miasma, and poison. Coupled with the frequent outbursts of space-time turbulence, the space here has been thrown into disarray, forming an invisible natural barrier. Even heavenly source experts will find it very difficult to fly here. There's no direction here and danger lurks everywhere. Various monsters and demonic beasts roam here. Falling into the severing flow is a sign of loss and death. If you can't find the exit, you'll be lost forever. Chapter 3863. Fu Qing initially thought that Jiang Qin and Long Xian would be shocked and worried after hearing about the broken flight stream. After all, anyone would feel despair when they heard that they were in a land of death. However, Jiang Qin and Long Xian's reaction disappointed Fu Qing. After hearing about the broken flight stream, their expressions didn't change at all. They were unbelievably calm, as if the broken flight stream was no different from an ordinary place. Two benefactors, aren't you afraid? Fu Qing asked tentatively. Jiang Qin and Long Xian looked at each other and burst into laughter. Afraid? They didn't know how long it had been since they last felt this way. A dangerous place like the broken flight stream was naturally a land of despair for ordinary people. They would shiver in fear, but what kind of people were Jiang Qin and Long Xian? They had experienced countless dangerous places in their lives. A mere broken flight stream couldn't make them feel the slightest bit of fear. Whether it was the Saint Origin world or the Immortal world and Divine world, Jiang Qin and Long Xian had been through too many dangerous places. They had been to countless dangerous places and forbidden places. Every time they had narrowly escaped death, but in the end they were still alive and well. They had been to places that were 100 times more dangerous than this. The most unbreakable formation in the world had been broken by Jiang Qin. He had even killed his way out of a dead end. This broken flight stream didn't pose much of a challenge to Jiang Qin. On the contrary, such a dangerous place made Jiang Qin and Long Xian excited again. It had been a long time since they had experienced such a challenge. They loved challenges too much. Now that they had just entered the eternal world, the broken flight stream was a small obstacle and a challenge. The more dangerous it was, the more excited they were. If the eternal world was a flat plane, it would be meaningless. Brother Fu, don't be afraid. The broken flight stream isn't a big deal. We have been through countless dangerous places. This broken flight stream is nothing to us. Long Xian patted Fu Qing's shoulder and said proudly. Ai. Fu Qing sighed and thought to himself, my two benefactors really don't know how dangerous the broken flying stream is. Benefactors, the broken flight stream can't be underestimated. This place is called the Lost Land. Once you enter it, you won't be able to find your way out, said Fu Qing, trying to make Jiang Qin and Dragon Xian pay more attention to broken flying stream. In such a perilous place, 9 out of 10 of them would die if they paid more attention to it. If they didn't, they would have no hope of leaving this place alive. If you can't find your way out, then look for it. If you can't find your way out, then look for your way out. What's the point of frowning? If a person loses their will to fight, if their will sinks, then even if there is a way out, you won't believe it. Little brother, you're still too young. If you follow us, I guarantee you'll be able to get out. Long Xian said. Fu Qing shivered. He didn't know where Long Xian got his confidence from, but Long Xian's words were like a wake-up call. When a person was in danger, nothing was more important than their will. If their will was gone, then they would truly be at the end of the road. When you thought you were going to die for sure, then there was really no way out. The only thing you could do was to become a walking corpse and wait for death. Yes, benefactor, you're right. Ever since I found out that I entered the broken flight stream, I've been depressed. I thought my life was over. Benefactor's words have given me hope again. Even if there is no way out of the broken flight stream, we have to try our best to find a way out. Sometimes we might not get the result we want, but if we don't do it, there won't be a result. Fu Qing's entire spirit, qi, and spirit underwent a transformation, and his eyes became incomparably bright. Why did those people chase after you? Xianxia went straight to the point again. I have no grudge against them. They are people and monsters enslaved by the feather race. In the broken flight stream, they are looking for humans who have fallen here and enslaved them to work as miners, Fu Qing said. When he mentioned the knife-scarred man, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The feather race? Tell me more clearly. Xianxia frowned. Yes, in the eternal world there are many races and the human race is only one of them. Of course, the human race is the real big race and dominates the eternal world. In the Crimson Afterglow Star, the feather race is also quite powerful and is on the opposite side of the human race. Because the feather people of the feather race are born with wings and can fly, they have a unique advantage in the broken flight stream. Fu Qing said, there are a few low-level harpies in the broken fly stream. Most of them are two-winged harpies, and they control almost all the resources in the broken fly stream. As far as I know, the harpies discovered an origin mine that contains a large number of origin stones. That's why they've been searching the broken fly stream for humans who have fallen here and forced them to work as miners. Although the knife-scarred man is a human, you should know that there are many people in this world who will do anything for their own benefit. Moreover, there are many people in the broken fly stream who have joined the harpies in order to survive. A source mine. Xianxia, Long Xian, and De Huang's eyes lit up at the same time. As for the feather race, they didn't care at all. In their eyes, it didn't matter what race they were. As long as they were enemies, they were a race that was dead. What really attracted their attention was the source mine that Fu Qing mentioned. Originally, they weren't interested in the feather race at all. They just wanted to find an exit and leave the broken flight stream. Now there was no need to be so anxious. Fu Qing, do you know what the strongest feather people of the feather race are? Xianxia asked. Two-winged feather people are the lowest existences in the feather race. They don't have any status, which is why they appear in a place like the broken flight stream. When I first came here, I met a friend who had just escaped from the source mine. According to him, the strongest feather people of the feather race are at the third heaven of the Unity Origin realm. Later, I tried to find an exit with that friend and tried to leave the broken flight stream. Unfortunately, we encountered the feather people and my friend was captured again. Fu Qing said, the winged people have a unique advantage here. They can fly and their Unity Origin experts are too powerful. We aren't their opponents at all. Benefactors, don't tell me you have designs on the Origin Oregon. Chapter 3864. Little Qinzi, the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm shouldn't be a problem for you. Long Xian looked at Xianxia with eyes full of confidence. That was his confidence in Xianxia. Done. Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. He hadn't said this word for hundreds of years. He had been quiet for too long and it was time to move his muscles. A third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was perfect. If he was any weaker, there wouldn't be any challenge at all. With Xianxia's current cultivation base, he was already half a step into the Unity Origin realm. An ordinary third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm wouldn't be a match for him. More importantly, a source mine was wealth placed right in front of him. If he didn't take it, he would be struck by lightning. Of course, Xianxia had been struck by lightning many times. The nature of the source stone was the same as the primordial stone. To the cultivators of Eternal World, the source stone was indispensable, especially to Xianxia. He knew his consumption all too well. After the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, the origin dragon needed to grow continuously, and the growth of the origin dragon naturally couldn't be separated from the source stone. To put it bluntly, Zhou Xian, the king of consumption, had returned. In the future, every time he advanced, he would need to consume a large amount of source stones as a supplement. Although he had some starry sky source stones that were equivalent to 5th grade source stones, it was far from enough for his cultivation in the entire eternal world. Moreover, he was only at the origin realm, so grade 1 and grade 2 source stones were enough. Using starry sky source stones now was a waste. After discussing some details with Fu Qing, Zhou Xian learned that the source stones in the eternal world were divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the worst and grade 9 being the highest. A grade 2 source stone was equivalent to 100 grade 1 source stones, and so on. A starry sky source stone that was similar to a grade 5 source stone was a high-end existence even in the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. If Zhou Xian exposed the 100+ starry sky source stones in his possession, it was unknown how many people would be envious. Fu Qing, do you know where the source mine is? Asked Zhou Xian. Are we really going? Fu Qing still couldn't believe it. He looked at Zhou Xian with a burning gaze. At this point, even an idiot could tell that among the 3 of them, the strongest was definitely this white-robed young man. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the origin realm, he was unable to see through Zhou Qian's true strength. Zhou Qian seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to see through the mist and see through Zhou Qian. Fu Qing did not know Zhou Qian's true strength, but he was definitely stronger than him. Thinking about it, Zhou Qian might be a true expert and he might really be able to fight against the winged people. Brat, why are you so hesitant? A few puny birdmen scared you to the point of pissing your pants. Can't you grow up a little? The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Alright, I'll take you there. Fu Qing's aura fluctuated. Although he had only been in contact with Zhou Qian and the others for a while, Fu Qing felt that he had gone through some changes. He had become much braver than before. Of course, part of the reason was that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell and survived. He had already died once, so he was much more open-minded about life and death. Moreover, Fu Qing felt great pain for the winged people. His friends were still enslaved, working as miners for them. Fu Qing wanted to save his friends. The broken flight stream was already dangerous enough. Those who entered by accident were already unlucky enough, and it was even more difficult to leave after entering. The existence of the winged people posed an even greater danger to the humans who entered by accident. Could even be said that the winged people were the greatest threat to the broken flight stream. Fu Qing had a rough idea of where the source mine was. Under his lead, the group quickly advanced. The winged people consider themselves to be virtuous and look down on other races. In the Crimson Afterglow Astral, the humans and the winged people are 2 major races and they often fight with each other, said Fu Qing. Fu Qing said, if that's the case, why did the humans allow the winged people to run amok in the broken file flow and enslave their clansmen? You've said it before. The most powerful winged people here are only 2 winged people, and they're only at the 3rd heavenly layer of unity origin. Long Shisan asked curiously. There aren't many earthly origin experts in Yen City, and the broken fly stream is extremely dangerous. No one is willing to come here. The air here is turbulent and the laws of the world have changed. Even heavenly origin experts will find it difficult to fly here, so who would take the risk to deal with the winged people? No one is willing to come to the broken fly stream. Those who come here are all unlucky, swept in by a spatial storm or accidentally stumbled into this place. Fu Qing said. Zhou Qian and Long Shisan suddenly understood. It wasn't that the experts of the human race didn't want to get rid of the winged people, but that no one was willing to come to such a place. Of course, these low-level winged people could only show off in the broken fly stream. The 2 winged people at the Unity Origin realm would have long been killed by the experts of the human race outside. They're just birdmen with wings. How dare they think so highly of themselves? I'm going to pluck their wings off and roast them for food. The Huang dog shook his head. He didn't care about the winged people that Fu Qing mentioned at all. Fu Qing grinned. This dog is boasting again. It's impossible to understand the terror of the winged people without seeing them. Not to mention other things, just the fact that they can fly made it impossible for you to fight them. If they bully you in the sky, you'll only be bullied. It was hard to find the direction in the broken fly stream. Along the way, Fu Qing kept looking for trees and checked the symbols on them. Often he would see a symbol of a pair of wings on some trees. According to Fu Qing, These were left by the winged people for the people who went out to capture humans. As long as he followed these symbols, he would be able to find the headquarters of the winged people. He wouldn't get lost in the broken fly stream. Go quickly. I'm talking to you. If you don't go quickly, I'll break your legs. Not far away there was a sudden shout, followed by the sound of whips and screams. In this gloomy environment it was very creepy. Fuck, it must be those bastards who joined the winged people. They're capturing humans. Fu Qing gnashed his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. After coming to the broken fly stream for a month, he had seen too many things like this. Let's go and take a look. Xian strode forward and was the first to go. There were 7 or 8 people in black on the narrow path in the forest. They had captured 4 people and were currently hurrying along. Half of them were half-human, half-beast monsters. They were quite strong, with the strongest being at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of origin, just like the scarred man. Chapter 3865. The 4 humans who had been whipped were covered in wounds. Their faces were covered in blood, making it impossible to tell what they originally looked like. They were in an extremely miserable state. Let us go, I beg you. One of them knelt on the ground and constantly kowtowed. For the sliver of hope for survival, he could no longer care about his last bit of dignity. He knew very well what kind of fate awaited him if he was captured. In the eyes of the winged people, they were true slaves. Their lives were not worth mentioning. They were spared because they still had value in their labor. However, once they were captured, they would no longer have a chance to live. There was only one outcome for those who were captured to mine, and that was to be worked to death. There was no other choice. Smack. What a pity. Kneeling and begging for mercy did not earn the slightest bit of sympathy from the black-clothed men. The spiked whip landed on the person's face with a smack, splitting open his flesh. It was a miserable sight. Stop, you bastards! Roared a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, his cultivation was too weak, only at the 5th heavenly layer of origin. No matter how angry he was, it was useless. Are you looking to die? One of the black-clothed men raised a whip and lashed it heavily at the black-clothed man. It was extremely fast, and the middle-aged man could not dodge in time. His chest was reduced to a bloody mess. Bastards, you inhumane bastards. Don't forget that you're also humans, yet you're willing to work for the winged people and bully your own clansmen. Do you still have any conscience or dignity? The middle-aged man cursed in pain. Clearly, the middle-aged man might have felt better if the ones who had imprisoned them were the winged people. Sadly, the ones who did not treat them as humans happened to be their own clansmen. How could this not be a tragedy? Conscience? Dignity? What a joke. In a place like Broken Fly Stream, conscience is a very precious thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. Entering Broken Fly Stream is our bad fate, but joining the Feathermen allows me to live well in this dangerous place. Don't talk to me about bullshit conscience and dignity. Living is the most important thing. The weak are prey to the strong. You guys are unlucky, so you can only be enslaved. Just accept your fate. Just accept your fate, one of the black-clothed men sneered, leaving the middle-aged man speechless. The black-clothed men's words were obviously unpleasant and even rather cruel, but every single one of them was a reality. Damn it. Not far away, Fu Qing's face was filled with anger. With a wave of his arm, a sword appeared in his hand. With a roar, he took the lead and charged forward. Let them go. Fu Qing roared. He had already arrived in front of the black-clothed men. His black hair fluttered in the wind and he looked extremely domineering. Compared to his previous cowardly appearance, this aura was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, Fu Qing had something to rely on. He had witnessed Xian's strength with his own eyes, which was why he had the courage to be the first to challenge Xian. Otherwise, no matter how much courage he had, he wouldn't dare to stand here so arrogantly. As the saying goes, the fox assumes the tiger's might. Well, this is fresh. There are even 3 of them who came to us on their own accord. This time we have completed the task beyond expectations. When we go back, we will be able to get quite a big reward. The black-clothed man holding the whip looked at Fu Qing, then looked at Jiang Qin and Xian who were continuously walking over from behind. After a moment of surprise, he smiled even more happily. Fu Qing snorted coldly and charged over with his sword. He did not want to waste his breath on these black-clothed men as he knew them all too well. They were slaves who worked for the winged people. The so-called morality of the human race was nothing to them. The only thing you could do to deal with these people was to be stronger than them and kill them. Roar. One of the monsters roared and swiped at Fu Qing with its sinister claws. Spurt. Fu Qing's furious attack had basically used all of his strength. He was extremely fast as well. The monster was already at the 7th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Although it had only recently reached the 7th heavenly layer, it was still not to be underestimated. However, Fu Qing was unable to block a single strike. He was directly cleaved in half and died on the spot. Nearby, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan secretly nodded. Fu Qing was an impressive figure among the younger generation. At the very least he had some ability. Kill him. The peak 8th heavenly layer origin realm black-clothed leader Leng Leng said. All right. 3 peak 7th heavenly layer origin realm black-clothed men and 3 monsters of the same level instantly surrounded Fu Qing. These black-clothed men might not be as strong as Fu Qing in terms of battle prowess and talent, but they were all vicious and merciless. Moreover, they had experienced life and death situations before. In terms of battle experience, even 10 Fu Qings could not compare to them. As a result, the pressure on Fu Qing immediately increased. It was basically impossible for him to take on 6 of them alone. Rumble. The attacks of the black-clothed men were extremely brutal. Terrifying power erupted, blanketing the surroundings as it enveloped Fu Qing. Fu Qing's expression changed slightly. He also gathered all of his strength and clashed violently with his opponent's attack. Thud thud. Fu Qing was no match for his opponent. He was forced back over a dozen steps as his face became extremely pale. "De Huang, go help him," said Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said, "Kaka, it's finally my turn." De Huang dog cackled excitedly. Golden light shone from his head as he leapt forward, moving even faster than lightning. Bang! Arg! De Huang's metal head struck the chest of one of the black-clothed men. The peak 7th heavenly layer origin realm black-clothed man shrieked miserably as he was sent flying. The black-clothed man was knocked over a dozen meters away before collapsing on the ground. There was a huge hole in his chest from which blood spurted out. He was completely motionless, completely dead. It was too ferocious. Fu Qing was stunned once again. He initially thought that Shisan was already ferocious enough. From the beginning to the end he did not take the big yellow dog seriously. However, he had never expected the dog to be so ferocious. Where did these monsters come from? Fu Qing's face was filled with speechlessness. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin. If the man and dog around Jiang Qin were so powerful, then how strong was Jiang Qin himself? He was afraid that it was beyond his imagination. Fu Qing was not the only one shocked. The black-clothed men who were attacking De Huang dog were also stunned. They looked at De Huang dog like they had seen a ghost. What kind of dog is this? Why is its head so hard? One of them was so shocked that he no longer dared to attack again. Don't just stand there. Hit me. Come at me together. De Huang dog's gaze was asking for a beating. Fuck. One of the black-clothed men resisted the urge to vomit blood. This was the first time in their lives that they had been challenged by a dog. Chapter 3866. Kill that dog. The men in black were enraged. Even a clay figurine would get angry, let alone vicious people like them. Even though they knew that the dog was not easy to deal with, they could not accept being humiliated by a dog. Of course, the most important thing was that they had someone to rely on. They had a peak 8th heavenly layer origin expert by their side. Moreover, this expert was no ordinary person. He was a terrifying winged person. Energy surged. In order to satisfy De Huang dog's request for a beating, the 2 men in black and the remaining monsters raised the Genesis weapons in their hands and madly attacked De Huang dog. The terrifying energy was like a violent tornado, tearing apart the surrounding mist. Squawk squawk. De Huang dog was too excited. Its eyes shone with a golden light as it raised its head and charged at the opponent's Genesis weapons. Let alone Fu Qing, even the opponents of the men in black were dumbfounded by such a method of battle. What the hell was that head made of? It dared to directly resist Genesis weapons. Wasn't that nonsense? Clang clang. Afterwards, De Huang dog's head collided with the Genesis weapons, producing a loud clang. Sparks flew in the air as a horrifying scene unfolded. Not only did the Genesis weapons infused with high-grade cosmic source energy fail to leave any marks on De Huang dog's head, but they instead shattered inch by inch, completely destroyed on the spot. What the hell? Nearby, Fu Qing let out a rare curse. His eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Those were Genesis weapons, peak grade 1 Genesis weapons. Let alone their damage and sharpness, they were even weaker than De Huang Dog's head in terms of toughness. No, it wasn't just inferior, they weren't even on the same level, okay? Those grade 1 Genesis weapons were basically trash before the dog's head. They were as brittle as tofu. The expression of the 8th heavenly layer origin expert who had yet to make a move changed. He had never seen such a powerful dog before. In terms of calmness, Jiang Qin and Long Shisan were obviously the most unperturbed. The scene before them was nothing new to them. They had seen it too many times. De Huang's iron head technique could shock the world and make the gods weep. It could sweep through everything and strike fear into the hearts of its enemies. You must be scared, silly. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. He completely ignored the men in black who were staring blankly at the broken Genesis weapon in his hand and launched another vicious attack. The terrifying metal head slammed into a monster. The monster was at the 7th heavenly layer of origin in existence on the same level as De Huang Dog. However, sometimes, the gap between the same level was unimaginable. Just like now, under the impact of De Huang Dog's iron head, the monster didn't even have the time to scream before its entire body was smashed into pieces. Blood and flesh spurted out wildly and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. He was too powerful. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The 4 humans who were captured were extremely excited. They weren't fools. They knew that this incomparably powerful De Huang Dog had truly saved them. De Huang Dog laughed wantonly. His head shone with a golden light, and his body leaned forward as if he was about to continue his attack. De Huang Dog wouldn't hold back in the slightest when it came to killing these people. Stop! The winged man in black bellowed. His body glowed with white light as he grabbed at De Huang Dog with his bare hands. A hiss could be heard from his hand and one could feel the intense killing power. He was extremely fast. Even the wind seemed to be torn apart by his attack. Oi, your opponent is me. An even faster figure appeared. Long Shisan's scarlet gold hand collided heavily with the winged man in black. Thump, thump, thump. The winged man in black took 3 steps back from the violent impact before he managed to stabilize himself. He raised his shocked face. He seemed to be in his 30s. His face was fair and he was extraordinarily handsome. Apart from shock, there was also a natural arrogance in his eyes, an arrogance that belonged to the winged people. Arg! The moment the winged man in black was pushed back, miserable cries rang out on the other side. The remaining people in black and monsters all died horribly under De Huang Dog's rampage. Although they were at the same level, they were not on the same level at all. There was no comparison at all. In front of De Huang Dog they were just like ants. Impossible. Just who are you people? Lung Ling, the winged man in black, said. They were the kings of Broken Flying Stream and had seen all kinds of humans who accidentally fell here. However, they had never seen such a powerful existence. Both the dog and the yellow-robed young man who suddenly appeared were too powerful. His cultivation was clearly 1 level higher than his opponent, but he was defeated by his opponent in a single move. This kind of shock was unimaginable. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Long Shisan looked proud. He took a step forward and displayed the Battle Saint technique. Violent energy locked onto the winged man in black and blasted at him. Whoosh. At this moment, a pair of white wings suddenly grew on the back of the winged man in black. It was extraordinarily gorgeous. As the wings flapped, he flew up 10 zhong into the sky. Draconic Shisan's attack hit thin air and destroyed a group of trees. A winged man. It's someone from the winged race. Seeing the other party grow wings and fly, the faces of the 4 trapped humans turned pale once again. The despair that had already disappeared resurfaced once again. The pressure that the winged man had brought them had always been too great, especially in the Broken Flying Stream. Once a winged man flew into the sky, he was invincible. You lowly humans, only death awaits you if you oppose us. No one can oppose us in the Broken Flying Stream. There's only one outcome for offending us and that's death, the winged man in black said arrogantly as he flapped his white wings. The winged man in black flapped his white wings and said arrogantly. The wings gave him great confidence, especially in the Broken Flying Stream. With a pair of wings that allowed them to move freely, let alone Origin Realm experts, they would not care even if Unity or Earth Source experts came. This is a 2-winged winged man of the winged race. He's the lowest existence, but he has a great advantage here. Fu Qing came to Jiang Chen's side and said helplessly. Perhaps Long Xian and De Huang Dog were more powerful, but they were useless against a true winged man. For example, the winged man was in the sky right now. No matter how good Long Xian and the others were, they could not reach him. A great advantage? I don't think it's much. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he stretched out his hand without any warning and struck the winged man who was flaunting his strength in the sky. Roar! The roar of a dragon filled the forest. A 5-colored dragon claw the size of a house suddenly appeared in the sky above the winged man's head. The true dragon palm pressed down like a mountain. Arg! The winged man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to flee, but he discovered that he had been restrained by a great power. He could not even move. Chapter 3867. Boom! With one hand behind his back, Jiang Chen casually pulled with his other hand. He did not seem to use much strength, but the winged person was slammed into the ground. His beautiful wings were ripped off and the winged person was flung into a bloody mess. He wriggled a little before losing all signs of life. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 4 men who had just walked out of their despair were staring at Jiang Chen. Fu Qing's eyes were wide open and he felt that his mouth was dry. The scene just now was like a dream to him. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone beat him to death. That's way too ferocious. Fu Qing's expression was very interesting. Although he had guessed that the white-clothed young man was not simple, he never expected him to be this powerful. The reason why the winged people were so powerful in the broken flight stream was because they had wings that allowed them to fly, allowing them to surpass ordinary people. It was very difficult for humans to take advantage of such an advantage. However, the winged people's advantage did not exist in front of Jiang Chen at all. A casual grab was all it took for the winged person to fall from the sky. Too weak. Jiang Chen shook his head. Origin Realm cultivators no longer piqued his interest at all. He could not be bothered to fight anymore as long as he did not run into Unity Realm experts in the future. Damn it, little Chenzi, you're too unkind. I'm already going to rip off his wings. What are you doing? De Huang Dog was furious. He bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. Sorry, my hands were itching. Jiang Chen shrugged. It was true that his hands were itching. He had not fought a single time ever since he had entered the everlasting world. He had been watching De Huang Dog and Long Xian perform. When he saw the winged person fly into the sky, he could not help but use the true dragon palm that he had not used in a long time. However, he did not expect the winged person to be so weak. He could not even withstand a single blow. Fu Qing gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, sincerely admiring him. The 4 people who had just escaped from death all knelt on the ground with a plop, kowtowing to Jiang Chen, Long Xian and De Huang Dog. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Some people cried tears of joy. The feeling of walking through the gates of hell and returning to reality was something that ordinary people could not understand. Alright, hurry up and leave. We're going to meet the broken feathermen. Long Xian said. Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 people changed. Wanting to meet the feathered man? Wasn't he a bit too gutsy? You've all been scared out of your wits by the feathermen. Do you think the feathermen are invincible in broken flying stream? What's there to be afraid of about those birdmen? Didn't they just get slapped to death? De Huang Dog scoffed. Yes. Were the feathermen really that scary? They had just seen the feathermen get slapped to death by this young man with their own eyes. The 4 people suddenly understood why they were afraid of the feathermen. It had already become a habit. They felt that the feathermen were invincible in broken flying stream. This was a delusion, a habit that had already been deeply rooted in their hearts. Benefactor, I want to go with you. One of them stood up and said. Me too. The feathermen don't see us as humans. They want to treat us as slaves. We have to fight back. Another person also stood up. They were not fools. After witnessing how terrifying Jiang Chen was, coupled with their injuries, even if they didn't encounter the feathermen, they would still die if they walked in broken flying stream. If they followed Jiang Chen, they might have a chance to survive. Jiang Chen was their only hope to get out of broken flying stream. They knew this very well. Only by following the strong could they defeat everything. All right, let's go together. Jiang Chen nodded. He did not turn them down. Of course, Jiang Chen was not a savior. He did not have any reason to save these people from their predicament. He would do what he wanted to do. It was their freedom if they wanted to follow him. Once they reached the source mine, they would just have to look out for each other if they fought. Life and death were up to the heavens. If he could help the humans of Broken Flying Stream escape from their misery, Xianxia would obviously be more than happy to help. Of course, all acts of chivalry were built on the foundation of one's own goals. They continued on their way. In order to not let the four of them become true burdens, Xianxia helped them recover from their injuries. Just like Fu Qing, the four of them were completely stunned by Xianxia's healing methods after seeing Xianxia's healing methods. They were all Origin Realm experts, so it was unavoidable for them to be injured. They also had some healing pills on them, but their pills were completely trash compared to Xianxia's with qi. I wonder where this young master came from. His methods are just too shocking, said one of them. One of them said. He was completely convinced by Xianxia's methods. The group traveled for another 4 hours. They encountered a few demons and monsters along the way, but Long Shisan and De Huang Dog easily dealt with them. How much further? Asked Long Shisan. According to the signs we saw along the way, it should be just up ahead. We'll be there after we cross that mountain. Fu Qing pointed ahead at a mountain peak that was completely covered by a dense fog. He couldn't help but feel nervous. After crossing this mountain, they would arrive at the Origin Mine. At the same time, crossing this mountain meant that they had truly entered the Winged People's territory. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Let's go. Xianxia continued to stride forward. His expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples or fear. As the ruler of a plain, Xianxia's temperament in the face of everything was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Benefactor, ahead of us is the Winged People's territory. We must be careful. I don't know how many winged people there are in Broken Flying Stream, but there should be a lot of them. There are also many humans who have been subdued by the Winged People. Each of them is vicious and merciless, so we cannot underestimate them. Fu Qing reminded. It's not too late for you to regret it now. When the fight starts, no one will care about you. Long Shisan said to Fu Qing and the others. Fu Qing's eyes were resolute. He was very clear about the current situation. Only by unswervingly following Xianxia and the others could they have a chance to survive. The other 4 people looked at each other and nodded heavily. Entering the territory controlled by the Winged People was certainly dangerous, but with Xianxia and the others around, it was also a great support. Most importantly, they couldn't leave Xianxia now. Once they separated from Xianxia, they might not have to face the danger of fighting with the Winged People, but they would still be lost in this Broken Flying Stream. They knew very well that with their strength, it was impossible for them to get out. Following Xianxia was their only chance. Just like Fu Qing, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. If they had to die either way, they would choose to die with a bang and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. Go.